What's good? 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 Welcome back to Boss Talks Podcast. Y'all know on this show anything goes. If y'all new, hit that like button, subscribe. If you back, hit the like button. Um, yeah, let's get into it. But first, let me fix this real quick. Hold up. What's good, Sandra? Everybody else is in here. Cause like I always say, I already know. Most of y'all don't want to talk. Y'all just, want to watch, see what's going on. Y'all don't want to be in the mix. Like, now there's quite a few people that I talk to behind the scenes, but you'll never know that they're watching. Because they don't want to be in your business, even though they may be watching. And I'm talking about the people that does channels and shit. They may be watching, but they ain't gonna put their 2 cents in. They ain't gonna allow you to even know they exist. You know. Um. Yeah. Everybody can do what they please because they see a lot of people like that do certain shit, certain shows. People get exposed. Um. Me. I always say I ain't got nothing to hide. Like if somebody wants to try to bring up my past, okay, let's talk about it. Motherfucker don't even have to make videos about me. They can literally come on and chop it up about it. But there's a lot of people out there, especially motherfuckers that I've exposed. I've exposed shit that these people got butt hurt. Super butt hurt. Like it really affected them. Um, Pretty much everybody that I've um, went against on here, you know, they made videos against me, and if I made videos against them, I won. I'm undefeated, in my opinion. You know, and the reason I say I won is just because, like I said, if a motherfucker says something about me, it's really not hurt me. I'm not like embarrassed or nothing. Like if they try to bring up something I've said or done in the past, in my opinion, I've been real my whole life. You know, like just it's just what it is. Niggas like DOA. you know, um, Talking to the feds at the age of 32. I ain't even 32 yet. And I've never talked to the feds. Not like a friendly coffee type of date. Nope. I don't cooperate. I don't no. I'm not gonna give them what they really want. I'm not gonna be like, oh, I'll help you, bro. Like, nah. But so a lot of y'all, I don't know if y'all been wondering, where's DOA? I haven't seen a post in a while. Now I'm gonna say 95%. There's a 5% that I'm not sure. but I'm about 95% sure he can't go live. Well, it was a total of 7 days. It may be now 5 more days, maybe 6. I'm trying. Let me see. Matter of fact, what I'm gonna do is. All right, so y'all remember the video that DOA posted, and he said he was talking about me. He was talking about AP. He didn't. Those little fuckers that are making the little AI shit with DMJ's voice, they made these little cartoon ass, weird ass pictures, and they're trying to say, oh, this is Doofus, this is Boss Talk, this is Mr. Black, this is AP, K Money, like just came up with all types of different people, right? As little cartoon characters that didn't look nothing like us, right? And he thought it was funny, right? Now, like I said, Ant didn't make the video. He got it from his little buddy, right? That is eventually going to get himself in trouble and also get his channel removed completely. You can think I'm fucking playing with you. He will stop fucking playing. I'm talking about Ant. He ain't gonna keep playing around. He's in a position right now where he for sure has one strike, right? But he's like literally all right, so all right, hold up. You see right there? I know this screen is cracked. It's just the phone I use for extra shit. Now, hold up. Now that right there, and by the way, what's good to the motherfucking chat? I know I haven't really been reading what y'all been saying, but oh, someone said he went live today. Is that right? Okay. Well, if he was able to go live, yeah, it did say he went live 5 hours ago. Okay, so let's see. I think what it is, because he disputed the look. All right, y'all. What I'm about to tell you is pretty crazy. All right, so all right, he disputed K Money, got his video taken down twice. The first one was a strike for real. The second one was that video that he posted, and if y'all know what I'm talking about, like let me see. I literally have it because I sent it to somebody. So it was titled "Meet the Characters of #RaceWars Part 1." Yeah. Nah, I'm not. Well, I would show you, but it's in the messages, and I ain't trying to have anybody accidentally see some messages or whatever. But yeah, matter of fact, that shit, right? So yeah, that video got removed because he played or he used a few videos that ain't his, that was K Money's. right? He's trying to play these NFAC videos. Now you gotta understand, there's a lot of NFAC videos out there, but on the ground footage. Yes, there was news sources and shit out there, but when you get like certain types, there's certain shit that only NFAC members have, or people that are really cool with them, you know. So being that Ant he wasn't in he didn't fuck with the NFAC or any of the black militias or anything like that in 2020. He didn't even know about Breonna Taylor, even though that was talked about all over the country. Like he don't even know shit, right? Still don't. But yeah, he played some of those videos, and she striked it. So it's really her content, right? So she had the right. So he, I guess because it said you won't be able to go live for 7 days, right? And I think this is why he was able to go live today, because he disputed it. She has 10 days. That's why I think he was able to go live. Now, here soon, it'll either be, no, I think it's going to be even worse than just 7 days. He'll probably still be able to go live. But since he disputed it basically, she is going to win this dispute because it's for real her content, right? He got it off her, or the people that made the video got it from K Money shit. So basically, since he disputed it, YouTube sent her a message or an email basically saying you need to get in touch with us within 10 days, showing us proof that it's your content and blah blah blah, right? So she's looking at it as he wants smoke, he wants to be in a little war with her, then that's what it's gonna be. You know what I'm saying? So and really, like, I'm not talking about no physical war. Like, as he says, streamer wars, right? Okay, well, his little streamer wars, that's what he wants. He wants race wars and streamer wars. So she's gonna get him for defamation. You know, she's already said all this publicly on her platform, right? So it's not like I'm telling you a secret. No. Like, yeah, she has her own channel, and it is what it is, because, you know, he keeps on saying that she's stealing money, doing all this, doing all that, right? Lying on her. So she's gonna do what she's gonna do, you know. So hey, look, I'll bet eventually he stops talking about her. And even if he keeps talking about her, I bet he switches it all the way up, because he will get his channel removed by, I mean, look, he's not going to be out here posting these videos of NFAC. I'm just going to let you know that right now. It is, I'm just telling you. And if you're listening, you ain't. If you think that it's a game, go ahead. I dare you. Because I'm going to laugh. And you're going to have to see, you're going to have to make a whole new platform and see everybody laugh at you, bro. You know, because look, me, when a person has a platform, and when I say platform, I just simply mean their own channel. I don't mean, this person has a big platform. No, just simply their own little show, right? So it don't matter if you have 100 subscribers, right? Or 100,000. When you get your shit taken away, now you got to start over. For everyone on here that has a show, whatever number you're at, you know damn well, who is that? And you're the idiot. You're the fucking idiot. And if I put the link in the chat for now, if everybody don't mind, is that who? Yeah, I'm assuming that's who it is, little pussy boy. But if everybody don't mind, because I don't want to be disrespectful and keep anybody else in the green room. But for now, I just want to talk face to face with a little fucktard. You know. So is that Ant? Because I'm looking at that. Like I just went to this channel. Oh, it's his new channel. Yeah, well, he posted a video about me 4 months ago, March 8th. It says November 28th, 2022. But like I said, and I'm not gonna play around like if it's somebody else that's trying to gain some subs or views on their shit, because and like I said, I don't want anybody to feel like like if y'all click it, I'm wanting the little streaming wars person that if it's who I think it is to hit the link because they want to he wanted to say what the fuck this bitch ass say. Whatever the fuck he said. Yeah, I bet he is pushing it now for backup. He knows it too. I don't know what's taking you so long. And I seen I don't know, Dancer, I think, say something about he's spending time with his family. So what, he went back to where his mama is? Yes, you are the Race Wars co-director. How is
I
it?
can't hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Everyone can hear me. How's the Race Wars going?
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
The race war is going great, man. How are you doing?
I'm always doing good. Thank
Hold
God.
on. I can't. I got.
Are you in your van?
Hold on. Let me. I'm gonna come back on. Sorry, bossy.
Seems like I missed a lot of the comments. It's like all y'all commented all at once, and because it was like I didn't have very many. It seemed like to read, and now it's like, what the fuck? Where all this shit come from? And yeah, black. When they put the dreads on you, I'm like, see, this is some dumb shit. Like, you know, Immature ass motherfuckers, I swear. But that's what they do. They're immature, including that's why the people that's making AI shit and get along so well. They're immature as fuck. Immature as fuck. But for anybody that may have hopped on here after I've already said it, the link right now is in the is pinned. For right now, I'm just trying to chop it up with the race war director, right? And then yeah, I don't mind if anyone comes on. I just because like I said, I just if someone was to hit the link, I'm gonna have to keep you in the green room, and I really don't want to have to do that. You know, shit.
I hear you now. How you doing?
I'm good.
All right.
The race wars are going good. What's going on?
Yeah. It's our new project. I like it. You like it?
What's going good about it?
Well, K No Money already proved that she's a racist by calling me a cracker.
Oh, if someone calls a white person a cracker, it means they're racist.
Well, yeah, they used to call me cottage cheese and European trash in school. Oh. Cracker's not okay?
I mean, I don't know what you think is racist. You know,
I don't think anything's racist, truthfully. I think everyone should be allowed to be racist.
Well, I mean, you definitely, you're talking sideways because you say that she says something racist. So you believe in racism, you know. That's clearly why you got I know you're trolling, but it's clearly why you have race wars in your title, in your little name or whatever, you know.
And producing a series.
Okay, well, so I know that you dispute why would you dispute the strike that K Money did to get that video of yours taken down?
Well, because she's a little slow. That video's not her. It's out it's called public domain on YouTube is actually what it's called, and fair use. So when there's something out in the public, you could replay it and share it. So the problem was that in the race wars video, the little character unlocks, she took a NFAC video of marchers marching, but her dumb ass put a watermark on her video. My video doesn't have the watermark. So that means that the video is not from her channel. Same exact video, absolutely. But she took it from the NFAC website. It's not her video.
Okay, but
she doesn't own the copyright to it.
Okay, but so check it out.
Yeah.
But let's just say she doesn't own it and it's the NFAC.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if you really understand that the NFAC is really rocking with her and that she really does. I mean, you may not really believe it, but she really does talk to GMJ on a regular.
Why doesn't she show a single audio of it to prove it?
Okay, look.
It seems simple.
This shit is serious, right? GMJ's position.
In jail. He's in jail.
No, hold up. His position isn't just someone that's like me or you. Me and you aren't as known as he is, right? He's big time, straight up. Okay. He's big time. So he has way more followers than me and you could ever have. You know.
Yeah.
And in the future, we may not ever get as many as him, but right now he has way more followers than we have, way more. And he was on this. It's deep. That's why he's in jail. He was set up. He didn't. No, he didn't point no gun at no cop. He wouldn't do like that.
Let's say he's guilty or innocent. It still doesn't negate what's so hard about just going online and K Money talking to Grandmaster Jay and being like, look, there's all these white honkies that are out there spreading this streamer war thing. Just can you say something so we could stop them? What? He's already been charged. He's not pre-trial. He could talk about his case.
I
I mean, it makes no sense, boss. Come on, boss.
I mean, when there's people that's been charged for murder and they still fight it, and then boom, they're found not guilty. They come back to it. So he could do the same thing. You never know.
Yeah,
because at the end of the day, there's no proof that he really pointed a gun at the cops. The only thing they have is one picture, and a gun. His gun is pointed in the air, but it doesn't show that it's pointed at a cop. So what I was trying to say about K Money, you don't know if GMJ said, "Look, I'm giving you this video with the through the NFAC. I'm giving you this video." Or whatever. You don't understand. You will soon, however this goes. I think she has 10 days to do whatever on the dispute.
For okay, now so let's go after this one. Because I know a lot about law. I saw you read my case the other day. Thank you for putting that out there. Not responding to my name.
Huh?
Maybe me not going up to the bench for not responding to my name.
But I also read another. I didn't read the other part. It was in more detail that you had responded to that name 16 different times.
Yeah, I did. I did.
And then that day, so yeah, like it was just like, really, you really gonna not answer?
Well, I understood that I'm not my name.
You understood that you're not your name. Okay, well, regardless, in court, if they say Scott, and you say yes, sir, or yes, ma'am, the 16 times, and then on the 17th time, they ask you, and you say, oh, I'm not Scott. Once they say that you're guilty or whatever it was that they wanted you to come to the Scott, come here or whatever. But
do you have any friends that are Mo's?
That are Mo's?
Yeah, Mo's. Morris Nation.
No. Not that
you don't know. You know anything about Morris Nation?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Do you know that?
Harka.
Yeah. You know that they don't do names?
Do I know that they don't do names?
Yeah, they don't do names in court.
Yeah, they do. Harka Bay is a Moor, right?
Yes.
He is trying to go, he's trying to sue what's his name? Tariq Nasheed. On their court documents, it says Toronto Johnson.
Yes, for a civil suit.
Don't matter. It's court.
No, it does matter because when you're in a civil suit, you use your name. In criminal suits, you don't.
He would. If
he's a real Mo, he would not do that.
Okay, well.
Because do you know anything about the name? Do you know? Is your name Darren?
Yeah.
Yeah. See, yeah. I would never answer to my name.
Yeah, you do. You've answered to it so many times. I've seen it.
Did you see when I skipped out on the protective order in DC where the cop came and asked about my name? Did you see that video? Perhaps where I skipped out. He wasn't able to serve me because he asked me what my name was, and my response was, "Do you believe that's my name?" You know that all has to do with jurisdiction and all that in court. Never heard the Mo's. Literally, that's their thing, man. They don't do their name. It grants the court's jurisdiction through the name.
I've seen certain shit where people try to pull that shit. Like when they get pulled over, this one guy, he's like, "Okay, do you have an ID or whatever?" He gave him his passport. He's like, "No, I need an ID." Because he was giving him a ticket, and he's like, "We need an address." He's like, "I live in the United States of the Republic," and he was like, "Yeah, but we're at in the United States." He said, "The United States of the Republic." He kept saying that. So basically, they found, they looked his shit up and found like an old address. So they put that address on there, and he just ripped it up and threw it away. Yeah, I understand.
You know why you need an address?
That, yeah, because it's basically gonna.
It's where legal service comes. You should know that. You You've moved around a bunch of times, haven't you? Well, about 6 or 7 times in your place.
In my place?
Yeah, in your little apartment complex that you live in, your little area.
No, I don't live in an apartment. You thought I lived in an apartment and then moved around in 6 different apartments?
Yeah, you moved around a couple times in that place, right? Change the address up?
No.
Never. You
Never.
sure?
All right, so check it out. When I was younger, like
I'm talking
about
recently with your girl.
No.
Okay.
When I was in 3rd grade, we lived in a 3-bedroom. And there was 4 bedrooms out there, and then we moved to a 4-bedroom. If that's what you're talking about, yeah, that happened. But that was whenever I was a kid. But as an adult, no. If I've ever lived in an apartment, it was just that one, and then I got the fuck up out of there. I never just moved. Oh, let me live in number 1, and then move to number 10, and then move to number 9. No.
Why'd you say I wasn't able to live stream for a week?
Well, you wasn't at first because which I forgot about the little dispute thing, but before the dispute, didn't it say that you weren't going to be able to go live for 7 days? And then I'm sure that's why you disputed it, so that you could go live.
I disputed it because it wasn't her video.
You don't know that.
I do know that. I do know that because it doesn't have her watermark on it. It's from the NFAC website or from their YouTube page.
So you don't think it's possible for her to get that, or for her to send them that video and then them put it on the website?
No,
it is possible.
Her fat ass ain't leaving Canada.
She did.
She didn't go out to Memphis or Louisville.
She went to Louisville, bruh. She went to one of his court dates. She went
in her scooter. She's in a fucking scooter. She can barely walk.
What are you talking about? A scooter? No,
she's got a scooter.
No, she doesn't.
Yes.
You really think you know a lot about her?
I know enough.
Have you? Okay, well then have you?
I know that her siblings.
Have you seen the video of her? I mean, the picture of her and GMJ, and they're standing beside each other, and he has his arm around her. Have you saw that picture?
Is she with her scooter on?
My point is, she's not no scooter. She's standing on her feet.
She's got mobility. She's got okay. I get some information. She did go to Louisville, so her fat ass to get out.
Don't run or nothing. I'm gonna bring on Mr. Black, because he knows her a little more than I do.
All right.
He can tell you a little more about that. All right.
Yeah. Come on, Mr. Black, Little Black. Do you guys like your character cartoons?
That it was immature and it wasn't even on point. But why didn't they show your fat ass, little piglet? You would have been a pig. You would have been a pig. You're the feds.
Mr. Black, did you like yours?
That was immature.
I like K No Money. K No Money's was good. That's a good AI.
Hey man, why are you coming at this older lady? Even if let's say if she wasn't mobile, let's say if she was in a wheelchair, what would be your purpose of going at this lady in a wheelchair?
Well, she's a liar, and so I like going after liars.
That's one thing.
You have to prove that.
Who told you that money was missing? Who told you? Who told you that it was a fundraiser?
Well, I've actually seen her name used on numerous fundraisers.
The funny thing is you've seen her name, but you don't know her actual name. And then two, it's funny that you quote unquote seen an elderly. You think you know an elderly woman that can't even walk. Some fat lady that's never, now you just realizing that she's traveled to Kentucky multiple times. She's been there on multiple occasions.
So
maybe
I do know her name. I'm not sure if you know how copyright strikes work, but when you do a copyright strike, you grant the court jurisdiction.
Okay.
And so you have to put your real legal name in there. So I do know her legal name now, and it is what was on the fundraisers. So someone's not telling the truth here.
Well, whenever y'all go,
I would like to say on that aspect, her name is very common. It's not the only person that you can look up and find with that name.
All right, so we're moving the goalpost now. First, you're telling me that I didn't know her name.
No.
Now the name is a common
no.
name.
What I'm saying is, you act like her last name is not common. You act like
it's very common.
So that's I'm not moving the goalpost. All I was saying is that she is not a fundraiser.
And I'm sure you're gonna learn her name soon because you mentioned defamation or whatever. So if y'all have to go to court or however that plays out, I'm sure you'll learn her name because I mean you're saying this and that about her. Tell me
how in my videos I defamed her when I introduced her as a character and said nothing else besides that.
You've been on this show right today saying that she has stole, that she's like lying about everything that she's saying.
Yeah.
So and you've said it multiple times, not just on this video.
Yeah. So you think she's going to go to court, pay $300 for a civil suit because I called her a liar on Boss Talk's channel a few times?
I don't know what she's going to do. But what think about this. The video? I'm sure you didn't. But the whole point is she's serious about you playing with her.
Yeah. She's gonna pay $300 to file a lawsuit to shut down a video of her being a cartoon character. No money.
It's bigger than that.
That's American freedom. That's something that we all.
She's Canadian though.
It don't matter, but it's bigger than that because what you're doing and your little buddy that's making these AI shit of GMJ, that's what I try to tell you. And that's also what AP tried to tell you. You're fucking with the black militia. You know, you remember how she said that? Like, that's what I'm saying. You're getting involved in trying to go against somebody that is supported and liked by GMJ and people in NFAC. So, and I'm not saying I don't speak for them. I'm just saying what I recognize and what I see. You know, they're all riding together.
You know, AP's a former escort and an ex-heroin addict.
Oh my God!
Hey, look, check this out.
Where do you get this type of bullshit?
That
I hung out with her a lot.
Oh, okay. You've hung out with her.
Yeah, I've stayed at her place many times.
This is you said K Money?
This is not K Money. This is the Anarchy Princess you're talking about now.
Oh, I thought you said K Money. I was about to say now you're really like taking it too far. Okay. Now, but I don't know AP like that.
Okay, I do. And so I don't really care what she says.
Well,
if you want to quote someone like that who hasn't had a job for over a year, go for it.
Well, awesome. I mean, we can't not know ourselves. So just like you haven't really had a job. You've been living out of your van, getting money from people, getting money from people off of here. So I mean, you get it how you live. You know what I'm saying?
I haven't had a job for 20 years, man. I don't work for people. I'm not a bitch.
Bruh, it doesn't matter. I don't work for anyone either. But if that's the case, technically AP don't work for anyone either.
No, she's a grifter.
And you're not?
Okay, so
I'm not.
Yes, you are.
Where's the lost money at? Where's our group saying that money is missing? Where's the members of our community saying
what community? What are you? This is why I'm doing race wars.
NFAC.
Am I
NFAC.
Darren, you weren't allowed into NFAC. It's not your community.
He is talking. That's what he's talking about.
All right.
NFAC.
The non-white community, correct?
NFAC.
Can a white person join?
See, you're not answering the question. You're trying to go somewhere else.
What's the question?
You know the answer.
What's the question about NFAC?
You keep saying you ask talking about whether it's white or black. It's a self-healing group, and we're healing this group
for black people.
Yeah, you want to know why? Because we're dealing with trauma of our history. So the reason why you can't join is because you're not dealing with that trauma.
I don't have trauma. I live my life is great. I'm not a poor me, all this stuff.
Did I ever play victim? I was only saying the reason why you couldn't join is because the trauma
you
do not share.
That I don't have. So you both of you have trauma.
we both have past history of stories of things that we don't want done to ourselves. The story scared us so bad we would die before we did the shit they did.
You have trauma.
You got trauma too. You just don't want to admit it. But it's a different type of trauma than us. Like how 2020 was.
Actually, when they
protests and shit that you went to grift off people, that was because the black people that went through police brutality and shit and racism and had to go through racism and all that shit. That's why you got money back in 2020. It was because of people's pain. That's what you got paid off of.
I went to the George Floyd protests on my own dime and never asked for a penny while I was there.
Doesn't matter if you didn't ask for it. But
it does. No one. I had no PayPal, no Cashapp. I had no bank. In fact, I didn't have a driver's license, insurance, or registration when I went there.
You go from city to city because people are paying you, bro. You keep going back to DC and shit like that.
Yeah, because people send me money. Someone sent me $100 today for my live stream.
Exactly. So that's what I'm saying.
I didn't ask for it though.
That's your income. That's how that's what you're doing for income. When you go to DC, you are not remodeling homes or nothing like that.
No, I'm actually this week I installed a bunch of high profile base and crown, finished up some hardwood floors that I put in.
Where?
So I remodel houses, man.
I know that. That's why I made that comment.
So someone sent me money. I didn't have a little ticker going across,
Yeah. I just nobody has to ask me what your Cash App, because I'm not gonna sit here and be like, hey, send me money. That's just if somebody wants to. But I don't do this for money. You literally go live and troll and troll and troll.
I'm a master fucking troll, man. I'm a fucking troll of mass levels.
You're not a master at all.
Little Black, did you like your picture? Did you like your cartoon picture?
No, I didn't really care for it. I mean, I like locks. Don't get me wrong. I just don't. I didn't imagine what you typed in for it to think that I was somebody with.
It wasn't him that typed it in. He didn't even make that video. He just played it.
I'm a co-director.
You didn't direct shit.
He was in there. He was in the room while they were thinking about ideas. They were on the Zoom call.
K No Monies was pretty good, man. The black around her eyes, I thought was a pretty accurate, and the receding hairline was a pretty good.
Yours for real would have been a pig.
Oh
yeah, no, I'm fat as fuck.
Yeah, it
don't have to do with your weight. It has to do with you being a snitch.
I ain't starving.
It has to do with you being a snitch and a confidential informant.
I'm only a part-time confidential informant.
Part-time or not, if you work at Hardee's or whatever, you work at Hardee's, part-time or not.
So is this ghost soldier a boy or a girl?
If I knew or didn't know, I wouldn't say it. I want him or her to think that I don't know who they are.
Or her, they need gender.
Do you think they're like it's a him her?
Look, you're not gonna get it out of me.
Are you anti-trans?
What?
People can do whatever the fuck they want, but I want them to really think they're ghosts. But
is it a boy or girl?
I mean,
we know you're
so sure about it.
Hey, there's a don't ask, don't tell policy. We don't care if you're a boy or a girl as soldiers. We don't give a shit about that. So
only if you're black or white for your community.
No, we just know you communicate with them.
I have to be a black man with trauma to be part of the community.
I did not say you had to be a black man with trauma. I just said you can be ADOS, you can be FDA, you can be. There's a bunch of different groups that you could be a part of to be dealing with.
What? Like Frank Hampton's Gun Club?
Do you know what ADOS is?
I have no idea what ADOS is.
Should have asked that. It's a descendant of slavery. Are you a descendant of slavery?
I'm sure if we go back far enough in the history.
Well, that's the thing. You don't even know. Like you don't even know and that's what we're saying. Like when I think I may have even told you I don't even know who it was I told. But
you're an Israelite.
I know stories from my grandparents, from their great grandparents that were slaves. I actually know real stories, not just my family was enslaved. No, I actually know real fucking stories that was fucking passed down. You know.
So you're traumatized by that.
I don't want to repeat history. I don't want to do the same thing over.
So you're part of a group that doesn't allow white people in it, and K Money calls people crackers, and you're calling me the racist.
I don't remember. I don't remember hearing her ever call you out of your name. So I'm not going to support that and sit here and defend or say nothing about that. What I'm about to tell you is K Money wouldn't have never fucking bothered your ass if you never mentioned her name. If you never,
but I didn't call her the N-word.
Excuse me. What the fuck is a cracker? What the fuck is that?
That's a derogatory word for a white person.
No, I thought a cracker was used for soups and chili and shit, like a saltine.
That got to do with you. Don't they serve crackers at the hospital? What you trying to say? You sick?
See, this is why Race Wars is going to be a hit.
Well, see, that's what we're trying to say. Like you,
I thought
like in our names,
Woods or rednecks or something was racist. And
I'm offended. I'm offended and traumatized by your use of this verbiage.
You're the one that brought this up.
How long has it been racist? Like since like 2023, like June 10th or something. It just start like yesterday. Did I miss that part? Juneteenth.
Yeah, my friend Jay said that Juneteenth is kind of all bullshit, but it's
We don't care what Jay says.
I don't give a fuck who the fuck.
Oh, he's my friend. He's a full black person. We know, not a half black person.
We already knew he was going to say that. We knew that's where he was leading to, and I'm sure that he doesn't understand it because he probably has a family that wasn't blessed with the information.
With a white mom.
He has a white mom.
You have a white mom. Is she suffering trauma from slavery?
Why does that matter?
Well, it does matter.
Actually,
you want to know why she probably is. You want to know why she probably is a little bit more than you, just because simple fact that her son is. So
let me tell you a story.
Could she be part of NFAC?
So no.
What the fuck AC got to do with it?
She wouldn't want to be in the NFAC or any militia. But let me tell you something real quick. What my mom had to go through, because at one point in time, I wouldn't have ever been able to be living. You know what I'm saying? Straight up. Like you kind of talked about on your Twitter, that little racist shit talking about there's no gray areas and all that shit. Yes. Yeah, my mom has had a gun pointed to her head simply because she was pregnant with me.
Because you're black. You're half black.
Because she messed around with a black man, right?
Yeah.
She got a gun pointed to her head because of that. So
she has trauma and she could be part of NFAC now.
There is trauma there for that, but see, you're taking it to a different.
I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to understand your people.
I'm trying to understand, which is cool. They're constantly trolling, but at least it's documentation so people can. Is documenting.
Is people racist?
You've been seeing
crackers not racist. People's racist.
I didn't say crackers was racist.
Boss.
As long as you've been living, because I didn't realize you was 41 years old.
Yeah, I look good for 41, huh?
I'll say I thought you was close to my age, but for you to be 41 and your birthday to being September 14th, so you'll be 42.
Mm-hmm.
Like a dating life going, the dating scene for a 42-year-old man in America right now. Is it a lot of young whippersnappers? He ain't getting nothing.
He ain't getting no point.
Under the AZ with all those Botox single moms.
When's the last time you got some? Like, be real.
When I was in jail. I told you.
Oh shit! It's been a minute though, huh?
The last time you was traumatized is when his sweat was going down your back.
You got titties tattooed on your back?
Titties? I don't do tattoos.
You don't have tattoos?
No.
So nobody ever made you get titties tattooed on your back?
No tattoos, except for Bubba.
What about a permanent marker?
Permanent marker?
Did they ever use a permanent marker to draw titties on her back when you was?
Why? You're so weird. When you get frustrated, you talk about like butt sex in jail and like
No,
throwing dookie and shit. Why
no,
is
no.
that?
I'm being dead ass serious because we just asked
And
you. I just asked you. When was the last time you had some
You mentioned
from a
it.
female?
You
And you
mentioned
went somewhere else.
I
with
had
it.
some titties in my. I had some titties in my face last week. If you need to know.
That's not getting some.
That's it. Man, you could pay for those. We talk about when's the last time you got some mushu?
Mushu. You guys would like to know, wouldn't you?
Well, I mean, hey, this is locker room talk. You know what I'm
It
saying?
wouldn't be that hard. It wouldn't be that difficult. I mean,
But
you're like a fucking mystery box. Like,
you're
like
blushing.
on the regular. Oh, no.
Well,
He's
I'm gay. I'm gay, so
So it should be
I don't really
easier
have
to get
sex.
line. Pride month just went by. June, you should have had you should have been crazy. You were like 7 days ago. It was wow. It was orgy with like 19 of us in a minivan. You should.
Well, I'm not. I know. He is that Boss Talk is really gay, and I feel a little uncomfortable talking about my sex life with Boss Talk.
Oh well, shit. I mean, I'm not uncomfortable. I was about to. We could have dug into it. I'm not uncomfortable.
He-
I'm not gay at all. You know what I'm
Well,
saying? I'm the type that I can have your mom, bro. I can have your mom.
yeah, that's why I'm not going to talk to you about my sex life. You're talking about having sex with elderly women.
No, I'm just saying. No, I'm not. Not that I want to. I'm just saying, bro.
Yeah.
Bro.
What did you say about my father?
I'm a player. Who,
What did
me?
you say about my father?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Who,
Yeah,
David?
yeah, David.
Oh. I was just saying. You know,
Say it.
like, yeah, a guy like me, right?
Yeah.
That's hung like a horse, and
Yeah.
your dad have an ED. Your mom, she really would. You know what I'm saying? She really. Yeah, she'd fall in love, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And do you want to follow this up with some talk about the Bible and God too now, like you did the other day, the stream you took down?
Oh yeah, you know.
Well, like I said,
I want to be.
Let's talk about the Bible now.
I want to be.
I used to have this saying on this show when I say like the little saying on this show, anything goes. At the beginning of my show, I would say that, and I said like I'm being for real. We can talk about the Bible, or you can show your titties. Even though I don't want people showing their titties on here because, I mean,
I remember you
can't do that on here. But I was just trying to prove a point that we can talk about whatever. So yeah. We can talk about the Bible.
Usually when I'm in church, people aren't talking about having sex with some guy's mother after talking about threatening to eat their mother's cat.
We're sinners,
Let's
bro.
go.
We're sinners.
Crazy different thing.
But I'm just a white cracker. So.
We're sinners. We're sinners. We're not gonna be perfect. You know what I'm saying? That's for sure.
So you have a Christian cross around your neck right now?
Ew,
or is that?
It's just gold.
I don't wear a crucifix.
Oh, skull.
Why the fuck would you wear a crucifix?
You said a skull? No, not skull. Gold. And what you probably seen me wear before was an ankh, not a cross.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think Christians wear ankhs, do they?
Who said I was a Christian?
I was a Christian.
Well, you were talking about God in the Bible.
Okay.
We never just spoke about the Bible. We was always trying to put you on Enoch.
Wasn't there a bunch of Israelites who were in prison in the Bible?
Yo, that's why I was telling you earlier about putting the locks on the AI and shit, because I never said I was an Israelite. That make me look like an Israelite. Not just because I be giving y'all the knowledge, like Miss Linda, or excuse me, it might be Miss Lisa. It might be Miss Linda.
Lisa.
No, it's Lisa. I'm sorry, but Miss Linda, Lisa trying to give y'all the history, like she was trying to give y'all the history. Motherfuckers only be mad at y'all about that. We just want y'all to know the truth, so y'all can, if y'all recognize it and then y'all understand it, then we can just go about our business, and you'll understand why we trying to study ourselves too.
You always talk this slow.
A lot of the education that you got was a lie. We disagree with a lot of the education. It doesn't mean that we against y'all motherfuckers. It's just that we trying to read.
Who's y'all?
Yeah.
Who's y'all?
You say
white people?
The race wars co-director. You and the other co-director. How about that? That's y'all.
Okay.
Yeah. you both co-directors of the race war. That's who y'all is. That's what I'm trying to.
The funny thing is, I think the other producer is black. That's what's funny.
Yo, see, black is still, that's an American construct, just like nigger was an American construct that y'all made.
Oh, Jesus, please don't use that word. Please don't use that word. You just said it with the hard R. Please don't say that.
Y'all used to call us color, and y'all motherfuckers is the
No, please don't say the hard R. That that triggers me.
Okay, I won't use the word no more. You still
all right, please.
But y'all called us colored in the 80s and the 70s and the 60s. That don't make sense. Y'all keep coming out with all these different demographics just to identify somebody. So
well, I think it's a black female that's helping me. And aren't you half white too, Mr. Black?
Stupid people.
Are you?
Sure, I got white in my blood just because
all right.
A lot of my family members was raped too. A lot of my family members was raped.
So I don't understand why you guys could say the hard R, the N-word, and you're half white, both of you.
I never said I'm half white.
I just heard you say it.
I'm half white in my family because my family was raped also when they were colonized. So I'm not 100% black either with my tone because there's still, if I look back, there's gonna be slave owner that like my grandmother. So I say that I'm 100%
in black. The AI. I'm not an AI expert.
Black person in America, you can't find one.
I'm not an AI expert, but I believe your photo was uploaded in, and in the prompt they used Down syndrome for yours.
What? So I'm just curious why you keep going back to that. Like no one cares about all that. I know you're
about what race wars.
No, about the AI shit. We don't care about that shit that got taken down off your channel that you're gonna, face consequences about. We don't care about.
What am I gonna go to jail?
No, you probably can get your channel taken down eventually if you keep doing shit like that.
For a copyright strike from a video that's open in the public domain.
The people that you keep involving yourself with,
who?
They're using you.
They ain't gonna have your back though. That's my only thing though.
Who's gonna come after me?
They're using you.
Nobody was gonna come.
No one's coming after you. I'm talking about as far as YouTube goes.
K no money, and her 10 people in her chat.
No. Don't nobody want to come after no confidential informant.
Yeah, no, you're gonna get a battery on a Leo.
Come in peace. Go in peace.
You're the idiot though, because you keep doing what you're doing.
I am an idiot. Idios. The etymology of idiot means not learneth in a certain subject. So there's lots of subjects I'm not learneth on.
So why isn't that
Idios?
Why did that video get taken down, and why isn't it up anymore?
Because she copyrighted a video that I took from the NFAC website, which is not hers.
So
it's in the public domain.
So if the NFAC,
how do you know who has the rights to that?
That's what I was
trying to say. You
don't know that for a fact.
I know it's not her.
You don't know that for a fact. You don't even know if she actually runs the website or not.
Does she?
That's what I'm saying. You don't even know.
Does she run the black Milton? I mean, it's a black Milton. It's the government has said that it's a domestic terrorist group.
No, it hasn't.
You know that, right?
They haven't done anything.
Check it on the
the government thinks it's a domestic terrorist site like the Proud Boys.
Check it on the militia list. No, it's not. Check it on the militia list. It has never done a violent act.
Militia list? There's no such thing as a militia list.
Yes, there is. There's legitimately, there's real militias that is documented.
That's and studied.
Why did Fred Hampton's Scum Club call out Grandmaster Jay?
That has nothing to do with what I'm talking about.
We're talking about militias, aren't we?
Ask them.
No.
Frank Hampton's Gun Club is a militia.
Go ask them.
That doesn't. You're right. They can speak for themselves.
Yeah, they distance themselves from Grandmaster Jay.
How do you know that?
Were they friends? Were they together at that point?
He made a video about it. It's on the internet. So if you guys want to check it out, Fred Hampton's Gun Club.
From him?
What?
You make videos about it too. Does that mean you're distancing yourself from him?
I'm distancing myself from a bunch of racists. Yes, I'm exposing them. That's why I'm the co-producer, co-director.
So does that mean
you wanted to start a race war?
Does that mean you were close?
how can I explain? Like, this is what's great. Why Race Wars is going to be great, man. Like, I'm not racist. You are.
I'm curious. Does that mean that you and the racists were close just because you're distancing yourself away from them?
Mr. Black, do you always talk this slow?
Sure.
Okay. I'll have to speed it up when I rewatch this.
So
I'm asking you a question.
I know you're in your feelings.
Are you high?
What is
it? High?
Bro, you're high. Your eyes look like, I mean, bro, your eyes are barely, oh, there you go. Your eyes have been like almost shut the whole time. I don't know if it's because your cheeks are fat or what, or someone punched you in your shit. But bro, the whole night, your shit has just been like barely open. But you don't talk about someone being high and shit.
Yeah. Well, he talks like he's high. It's like,
do you go? You're in DC?
Day, Junior.
Since all right, you live in your van, right? So
yeah, van life. Hashtag van life.
Which I understand, DC is a legal, city that you can smoke in or whatever. But is it true, like what AP says, like because you want to be getting her in trouble for smoking or whatever? But
yeah, she's driving around high,
and you
snitching
don't
on people,
and you don't.
I haven't smoked weed in 6 weeks.
But you're telling me that you've never smoked and drove.
I most definitely wouldn't say it online. I wouldn't snitch on myself.
I know what it's like.
I wouldn't film myself doing it either.
I used to be probably the biggest that you would ever know, right? So
yeah, but you don't have a driver's license anymore because of the warrants.
Like I said, you keep saying that dumb shit. He keeps saying I have warrants. He thinks he knows who I am. I keep telling him, bro.
So why don't you ever drive?
Warrants. Why don't I?
So why don't you drive? Yeah.
I don't ever show you of me driving.
Yeah.
I got videos on my channel of me driving.
Why don't you go live and film yourself driving? Prove me wrong.
You know why?
Phone in my
Prove me wrong.
Driving at the same time. Why would I show you driving, sir?
And you know also why I don't? Because your little buddy, right? Your little buddy, he's obsessed with me, right? This is what they do. This is what they do. If I'm in my car, they'll go online and try to find whatever car looks like that from the interior, and they're like, "BossTalk has this kind of car." Oh my god, and it's like these motherfuckers are stupid as hell. Fuck, So just because I don't show you me driving, there's how many platforms people have. Look, we do this shit at our fucking house or wherever. We don't podcasting ain't driving. I'm not you.
Yeah.
I'm traveling because I don't live in my car, bro. So that's why people have seen you drive. You know what I'm saying? Because you live in your car. Do you
ever have any backgrounds besides a white wall?
Yeah,
he's had his sign up. He done had his name of his show up there. He done had a whole bunch of he had the all red curtains up. Like
that's in the other room.
You need a little more. Like I'm the co-director of this series. You really got to change up the venue a little bit.
You got darkness behind you, and I got light behind me, bro.
Or is that racist?
No, listen. You got darkness behind you. I got the light behind me. Think about it like that. You got evil behind you. I got good behind me. You can look at it like that.
I got evil.
Yeah, you definitely
because you guys are saying the N-word with the hard R and calling people crackers.
I said the
I'm the racist.
I said it.
I heard you. Yeah, I heard you. You have white in your blood. How he's half white. And he says the N-word.
I said this before. I said my middle name was French. I said that.
Yeah, you guys are racist, man. That's why Race War is going to kick off.
My grandfather's great-grandfather's name, and it was his dad's name. And it's been going like that since then.
You're racist and you want to start a race war because you don't like K Money and you wanted to tell AP about K Money doing whatever you say that she was doing, and she said, I don't give a fuck about that. I'm focused on something else. And then you tell her that you want to start a race war. And yeah,
she's a snitch. Why you keep talking about her? She's a snitch. She's snitching.
Told everybody the truth about what you said.
Wait, hold on. She never told. Why are you calling her a snitch? You got
because she literally just snitched on Taylor Toronto. It's headline news right now.
Well,
you know that, right?
Mad because she
called the police and got Taylor Toronto, a man, arrested for it's on CNN, NBC, Reuters, C-SPAN. It's all over the news.
So who the fuck
she called the police?
Ain't that what you do?
Guy?
Ain't that what you do? Yes, you do.
No.
You call the cops on people. You tell.
I've never called the cops once ever on the live stream. Never dialed 911.
It doesn't matter about a live stream. You said you was a part-time confidential informant.
Oh, wait a minute. I did call the police one time in West Virginia.
Yeah,
because the sheriff didn't take the police report.
Not even just that. When someone smacks a camera or whatever, and you start saying "call the cops," regardless if you want someone to call the cops or if you do it, that's you deep down. You deep down want the cops to help you.
Well, because the dude called me a racist because I said keep it 100.
After they smack the camera out there, you ain't the type to get the money out their pocket for yourself.
What racist?
That dude would have beat his ass. The dude knocked the camera out of his hand. That's why he said, hey, "Call the cops." He would have beat his ass.
And what happened when the cops came?
Nothing happened.
Exactly why? Because I made a point to have the cops tell him that I was allowed to film.
No,
and I taught his ass a lesson.
No, all right, this is my.
I taught his ass a lesson.
It wasn't about teaching him a lesson.
And he tried to do the race baiting too, like you guys do. He tried to call me a racist.
What happened was when he slapped the camera, you got scared and you started saying, "Call the cops." But then you changed, your tone changed when he started walking off. If you didn't start saying "call the cops," he probably would have. He may have even pieced you up, right? But once he seen you wanted to call the cops,
bitch ass wasn't gonna piece me up.
Don't say bitch ass because you were scared. Please. That's why you said call the cops.
Well, the cops were there already. They were literally on the property.
Still, you was live.
So why was you so loud?
You know why? You know why I was there? Do you know why I was at the church?
Yeah, because of that preacher.
He raped. He's a rapist.
Why haven't you been back out there?
Because I don't need to go.
Because he was with his dick on his back.
Has he been arrested?
Right, so you guys support rapists?
Has he been arrested?
Why would that?
Yes, he has been arrested.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, they're selling the church.
Oh, okay. So that's why you're not going back up there. Is that?
Well, they're selling the church.
Okay. So that's the reason why you haven't went back, because he's been found guilty. Okay.
Well, he hasn't been found guilty. No, they're selling the church. So we were successful in what we were doing. You guys support rapists?
No.
Okay. So why are you supporting this guy who was supporting a rapist?
Maybe you gotta understand, a preacher. If that guy didn't have, we don't know if he had proof.
He raped a girl.
I don't know what. I don't know.
He got arrested. He got arrested for soliciting a 17-year-old hooker.
I can't speak for that guy.
Okay, great.
That's the point. You was recording that guy. He didn't want to be recorded, regardless if you had all the right. He walked up on you, smacked the shit, and you started doing cops.
He smacked the shit because I was calling on his preacher who raped a woman.
Okay, I understand that. But that's not why.
So why are you supporting somebody who was supporting a rapist?
Just saying, you can't talk about AP being a snitch when you are a snitch too.
Doesn't mean you can be disrespectful just because you out there protesting something. Don't mean you can be disrespectful.
Sure, I can. Okay. I don't respect rapists.
Okay, that's cool.
You still have. If you Mr. Black, if you want to support a rapist, go for it. Dog.
We live in America where everybody got the right to be free. So you are correct. I'm not saying that you don't gotta respect rapists. Don't do that. What I'm saying.
Well, I was being nice to him. He was laughing at us when we said that the preacher raped somebody. He started laughing, and I thought, oh, that's fucking sick. Why would someone laugh about rape? And so when he pulled around the corner, his tire went flat, and I thought it was fucking hilarious that he, after laughing about someone being raped,
I don't recall him laughing.
Got a flat tire.
Being pissed that you was recording him, and he said, "Stop recording, get that camera out my face."
Yeah, because he got a flat tire after laughing about being rape.
Well,
I mean, you gotta know the whole fucking story before you start fucking running into chops.
Regardless if that's all true, my point is the part that you wanted to get the cops involved.
Well, because I said keep it 100, and he said I was racist because I said keep it 100, and I was trying to keep it real with it.
You
Why are
wanted
you
the
trying
cops
to do all
involved.
that?
That's what I'm trying to say. You wanted the cops involved, but you want to call someone else a snitch. I don't understand when people do that shit.
I would just
But I didn't snitch on him. That's the thing.
I would just like for you not to call K Money out there in her name. I don't know this dude that you was about to get in the brawl with.
I know she's diabetic and she's about to die, and she has trouble with her sugar.
Hey, look,
no way. Diabetic people. Just because diabetic don't mean they're about to die, dumbass.
Oh my life.
She looks like she's about to die.
Like that.
Just because you might want her to, because she's about to get your channel taken. I understand.
Would she sue me for defamation for a video that I took from the public website? Like, you guys know how retarded you guys sound. Really?
Okay, so let me ask you this.
You guys sound like retards. No offense to retards. I'm sorry if I'm using the word retards, but you guys sound like retards. You don't know anything about the law.
Damn, bro.
I'm not asking you to leave me alone. I said leave my sister out of it. My fault.
If I'm monetized and I start playing a song of someone that is famous, they're gonna fucking tell me that it's a copyright strike or copyright claim because
Guess what? I'm not monetized.
My point.
That's the great thing about it, because it's not about money for me. It does matter.
It's public.
It's not commercial use. I'm not using it. I'm not using it for commercial use, buddy.
Okay, well, that's why you got your video taken down.
Yeah, and that's why there's a copyright
dispute.
That's why she's got 10 days to show proof that it's hers, because there's no proof.
She will.
I took it from the NFAC website.
I promise you that. All right. Okay. This is what I want you to do. I hope you post that video back up there.
Just on Rumble.
Rumble on YouTube, just to prove to people that you won, that you beat her or whatever. Because I'm sitting there saying you're not gonna win this.
Okay. Well, we'll see. It'll just take. Time will tell.
Yeah,
and I'll come back onto your channel and be like, look, I told you that she did not own copyright to that. It's out in the public domain. And I'm not going to lose my channel because you need more than one copyright to lose your channel.
No, I know. I'm saying what you're doing, you're leading on that path.
Mr. Black and you have to talk one at a time. If you want me to Mr. Black is like sitting here like
you don't dictate shit that go on this show, sir.
Well, if you guys just sound like two chickens, just ba 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 ba.
Okay, so then what did it sound like when we was all three talking? Because I was talking and then you started talking. So don't act like you don't be talking when other people are talking. Racist motherfucker. It just sounded
like a pimp talking to his bitch. Oh, I'm sorry, ho.
You guys are gonna make race wars awesome. We're starting with you guys. We'll drag other people into it.
I'm just curious. What is your plan with this race war shit? Help us understand.
Well, we're gonna get a bunch of black people and a bunch of white people to start shooting each other and create a civil war on your channel and K Money's 10 people on her channel.
No.
So wow, you just documented that on my show. Okay.
Yeah, you got it. You figured it out.
The revolution will not be televised. It will not be premiering at 10:51.
You always think it's a game. I'm being dead ass serious. You're talking about some type of documentary and all this shit. So
and then we're gonna get a bunch of like prostitutes and stuff to help out with it.
Shit that comes out of your mouth. Do you think before you speak?
No, not at all.
You really should.
Yeah. No.
I mean, seriously, is that your idea with race wars?
Yeah. No. Absolutely. Okay. We're creating a civil war.
Okay. Who is we? You and who else?
Yeah. Do you really think that I'm gonna create a race war? That's why you guys are so dumb. It's so dumb.
No, I just asked you because you want to say, "Oh, I hope, this race war shit is gonna be so good. I can't wait." Okay, I don't understand what you, because like I said, you already straight
He's
up
the one.
told AP behind the scenes, not on live, on the phone, off.
Yeah, that's what's so great about it. It was a joke. So now we're taking a joke.
It wasn't.
And well, we're taking a joke because you guys are part of a militant group, or you tried to be. You weren't accepted, but Mr. Black was, who doesn't allow white people in it.
Trying to attach us to
You got K Money.
No,
you got K Money, who is calling people crackers, and then you're calling me the racist.
And
that's why it's so funny. And then he's saying, right, Mr. Little Black is saying, using the hard R word with the N word.
You said you wanted to start a race war behind the scenes.
And it's so silly. You build ammunition on who? We have no animosity versus anyone, and you can't build any animosity.
We. Who's we?
That's what I asked you earlier.
Black people? Mr. Black?
Adolf.
Who's we?
Adolf.
What? Adolf Hitler? Are you just high? You're just smoking blunts?
ADOS, motherfucker.
So what is that?
I told you earlier. You really should listen.
It's another black militant group that white people aren't allowed into?
No, dumbass. It's a descendant of slavery. That'll be the last time I ever tell you that.
Oh, okay. So only descendants. So like, are other people besides black people who've been slaves allowed into this group?
That can include Brazilians, Jamaicans, Filipinos. That can include a lot of different groups of people.
Okay. So are Filipinos and Chinese people allowed into the NFAC?
Why are you saying it? Why does that have to do with anything?
It has everything to do with race wars.
No, it doesn't, because the NFAC ain't trying to get in no race war.
They want their own country, don't they?
I don't have no idea what people...
For reparations?
Even if they wanted their own country, that's not wanting a race war, dumbass.
They want a country for black people, correct?
Why would you think that?
Oh my gosh, this dude.
Well, isn't that what Grandmaster Jay said? He said either a country in Africa or something like Texas.
You wasn't
for reparations.
You took it the wrong way. He wasn't listening.
So explain to me what it was that he said then. He wants his own country for black people.
First off, Grandmaster Jay never thought that we would ever get reparations. He was answering in a nonsensical way so that people got an answer saying it was just to tell you that never will happen. And why would he why would America let the working class people that actually do most of the work inside their country leave when they don't have enough people to actually fill all the jobs once we leave? Like, it's dumb as hell. It doesn't sound right.
So are you saying that only black people do the work in America?
Well, but why would you pay for a percentage of your working class to leave your working class when you don't already have another working class to fill that position? Why that doesn't? It was.
So did he say it or not say it?
No, time out. What I said was.
Can you talk a little faster, please? You're so slow.
What the fuck up?
Listen faster, because you still not understanding, and I'm talking slow. That's terrible.
It's because you're smoking blunts. That's why you're talking slow.
Look. This is the crazy thing about it. You wouldn't even understand that I talk like this even when I don't smoke. You don't know me. You don't know how.
I know. Yeah, I just know that you work at Tesla's.
Because I'm not on here judging you. You keep trying to judge.
Are you sure? You keep calling me a racist.
I didn't call you racist. You're the only one using that word.
Oh, you didn't call me racist the last time I was up on the stream?
Dog, I asked you one question about race, and it's why are you running this race war? You brung up race when your name on here is Race Wars co-director. You're bringing up race. What are you talking about?
I'm calling out people who are race baiters.
And then I keep telling you it's ADOS, and then you saying all black. And I said black, they don't consider themselves black in Brazil. They don't.
Yeah, but I'm talking about NFAC because you guys are talking about Grandmaster Jay. You're a member of the NFAC? Yes or no?
It has nothing to do with
Are
that.
you a member of NFAC?
That's why I'm asking why do you want people to speak about shit like that? For what purpose did it give to you if we even respond to you?
Who's we?
I keep saying ADOS.
And see, you want people to
Descendants
answer
of
who we
slaves.
is,
So when you say we, it's the descendant of slaves.
you didn't want to answer who we was earlier. We don't have to answer who we is every fucking time you say who is we. You didn't want to tell us who.
I'm trying to understand who you're talking about. If he means like you and like YouTube buddies,
That's
like
what I
you
wanted.
little buddies, or if you're talking about NFAC.
I tell you who we is when you tell me who told you money was missing.
Oh, I'll tell you. From the Ozone account, or from the
The shit about K Money, motherfucker.
Okay, yeah, she's fundraising. They've raised over $300,000. Have they not? Oh, hold on. Let me understand this. You guys are this is fucking dumb. She's saying she's not fundraising, but almost every time she streams, she's raising money and telling people to donate to Grandmaster Jay's fundraiser. True or false?
You money was missing.
True or false? We have to get over that. We have to get over that. We have to establish if there's actually a fundraiser or not.
No, that's not fundraising.
The asking for money, raising funds for Grandmaster Jay is not fundraising.
If I say, hey, y'all go donate to GMJ, that is not me fucking fundraising. That is
you're not raising funds.
Don't forget about GMJ, y'all.
You have no
you're
idea
not raising funds.
You have no idea.
Fundraising, raising funds.
You have no idea what K Money's Cash App is. You don't see it. You don't know what it is. But you know what them links is, and you donate what $2-3 every time you go.
I donated $30. How much money have you donated to the Grandmaster Jay?
I'm not
more than you
on here. I've already about this.
So I'll go on the gifts and go, and I'll see your name on there, Boss Talk, Darren. Darren Harris.
Find a way.
First of all, you asked him, and again, my name isn't Darren Harris.
Hey, right, that's good.
Scott Hostetter.
Yeah, you'll see my name on there, Scott Hoxter. I actually donated to Grandmaster Jay.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
Yeah, you was just trolling.
You never seen my name on there. I promise you. You might have seen my wife's name on there once or twice because she donated money on her own.
Mm-hmm. So you donated money when K Money was raising money providing the links for it. Yes or no?
Nope.
So K Money never asked for money on her stream for Grandmaster Jay.
She's never asked for money.
Is she asking for people to give money to Grandmaster Jay? Yes or no?
Is she asking people to donate money to Grandmaster Jay?
Okay, so she's helping raise funds for Grandmaster Jay. True or false?
If that's the case, that doesn't mean that she's in that she.
Yes, but we got to first establish this because she's saying she's not fundraising.
No. This is not answering who told you that money was missing.
That, and you also are saying that she's in charge of the money.
Money missing from what?
Yeah, right. That's what we're saying. How does she steal money if there's no money missing?
Well, I'm trying to understand what was missing, where.
You're the one that brought it up. You should know.
Because I'm trying to understand and better answer your question. So was K Money raising funds? So there is a fundraiser for Grandmaster Jay, correct?
No.
There's not. I can't answer your question if you guys can't even tell me that it exists or not.
There is money for his books, as in far as DOC, and there's money that goes directly to his legal fees.
Yeah.
There's no
There's a fundraiser for the legal fees. Yes, true or false?
If you want to send money to his lawyer, go ahead, send money to his lawyer.
Is there a Gifts and Go or a GoFundMe?
No.
There's no GoFundMe for there's not a GoFundMe with over $300,000 for Grandmaster Jay. Is that what you're telling me right now, Mr. Black?
Is this nigga talking about did this nigga hear what the fuck I just said?
Why are you calling me the N-word? Huh?
No. I'm gonna tell you that one more time.
I'm very offended that you're using the hard R.
But you can start race wars?
Well, I am. Look at this is why I'm creating race wars.
This is the thing. This is the thing, boss. It's so
Oh.
silly. How can he start a race war because I'm using a word that I can fucking use? And if
you're allowed to use it. White people.
And if any
Can
of my
Darren use it? Can you
if any
use
of
it,
my
Darren?
brothers see this,
Damn right.
I apologize when y'all see.
Can I sing a Tupac song?
That fade, but at the same
Am I
time,
allowed to sing a Tupac song?
listen, check this out. Check this out. So what I was really saying is I was answering your question and I told you no, because we didn't already start paying legal fees already. So if that was the case, whatever fund or fee fundraiser thingy you seeing, we didn't already start paying legal fees now.
Who's we?
Motherfuckers have been going to court already.
Who's we?
So if anything, that $300,000
Who is we?
tapped into, they ain't been
Who's
doing
we?
for pro bono like for the past 2 years.
So you're telling me I'm lying? I'm lying about the $300,000 raised for Grandmaster Jay in the GoFundMe. Is that what you're teling me right now?
We're saying that
Is that
you're
your fucking
lying
position?
about saying that she is in charge of the money and is stealing money. That's what we're saying.
So you're saying that you won't tell me if there's an actual fundraiser for on this platform.
You're not
But-
getting it. It doesn't
I'm
matter.
not getting it. I'm not understanding it because you're telling me that it doesn't
matter
exist.
if there is a fundraiser or not.
It does matter because once I establish
that there's money stolen, that's all. That's what we're that he
first we have to establish what fundraiser we're talking about, and you guys won't answer the fucking question.
But you say that you already had that figured out.
I have the information.
Okay,
But
but
you
now
guys are both a little slow.
Information. No, we're not slow. We're saying that there was no money stolen. You say you haven't figured out. Okay, tell us what money was stolen.
Okay, but we first have to establish what fundraiser, you dumb fucks. You guys are so dumb.
I'm not going to attach her to a fundraiser or something that she's not attached to. So then,
okay, the one she's literally live streaming every day saying, "Give money to this GoFundMe account for Grandmaster Jay's legal fees."
It's simple.
Does that fundraiser exist? Why is it so hard to answer the question?
Now,
I feel like I'm dealing with a bunch of retards here.
Which fundraiser did she steal from? That will kind of narrow
down. Listen here. No,
you listen.
What fundraiser? Is there a fundraiser or not? Why can't you guys answer the question?
What fundraiser are you talking about? That'll probably help.
Didn't you fucking donate $30, motherfucker?
Yes, I did. That's why I know it exists.
There's that.
Oh, okay, so that fundraiser. So we are talking about the same fundraiser. Yes or no?
In charge of that?
Okay, so we're asking.
Just answer the fucking question, you fucking idiots.
We're saying she stole from.
Yes, that is.
Okay. That's the one you're saying she stole from. Okay. How much money did she steal from it? And because if she did steal money, I'm sure a lot of people would love to know what you got.
Yeah, I know, but we first have to establish if you guys believe that that's a real fundraiser or not. Is it?
That is a link sent directly to the legal fees.
Okay, so it exists.
It exists.
Okay, I mean, was that fucking hard to answer the question?
No, because you're asking dumbass shit.
I said that.
You're asking the stuff that you already know the answer to. We know that you donated a little $30 to it, but the whole point of all this was
all right. Now we've established that fundraiser is real.
Okay, look, we already answered that just a second ago.
Yes, so I know. We now can move past that. Now that we've set a goalpost in the ground, we can move past.
How much? Yes, let's move past and tell us how much she stole.
All right. And this is the same fundraiser that K Money's been telling people to donate to. Yes or no?
Now you spell it. Quran is spelled with a Q. Anyways.
Okay, maybe. I don't know. Let's just say that is. Okay.
This is your friend. You don't know if your friend's asking for people to send money to Grandmaster Jay's legal fund?
It probably is.
Okay, I already knew that you having people but you just said it right. That's not fundraising. My friend is having people send money to Grandmaster.
Okay. Yep. I know that. I 100% agree with that.
Now that you said that, I agree with that completely. So I was wondering how she could possibly steal money in between there.
Well, we're getting there. We're getting there, guys. It's a long process with you.
No,
I was wondering if she was like,
the fuck it isn't.
Or something.
You're telling me it wasn't even like you guys couldn't even establish that the fundraiser even existed.
It was a fundraiser, like we got people selling Girl Scout cookies or some shit.
What do you think a GoFundMe is?
See,
I don't have no
GoFundMe. You don't think a GoFundMe is a fundraiser? Are you guys that fucking stupid?
No, you're fucking stupid and slow.
Oh my god, you guys are like.
You
don't think a GoFundMe is a fundraiser?
30 minutes.
I don't have that.
And you still have not been able to say how much money she's stolen, how you figured that out, because we would like to know. Because you said about the defamation and all this shit.
Yeah,
this is what we've been talking about. That you're gonna
get there slowly
because you're lying, saying that she stole money and all this shit. How much? And I mean, we would love to know.
Can
you tell us, or are you gonna keep deflecting?
You think establishing if there's a fundraiser?
You're laughing because you're deflecting. Keep deflecting.
Well, I know that. Okay, do you want me to answer your question or not? I'd be happy to answer it now that we realize that the Gifts and Go is a fundraiser and she's asking for people to give money to.
We've been needing
that's why we disagree with the fuck you said.
So Catherine Thomas is K Money's real name. Catherine Thomas.
No.
Catherine Thomas.
But go ahead.
She's got like 4 different Gifts and Goes that she has. One for raising money for people in Haiti, flood victims in Louisiana. Then the 2 people that do the reviews on the internet, that black couple, they all have her name on the fundraiser.
How much money she stole? How much money did she steal?
Haiti, excuse me. It's Haiti. Okay. She's raising money for victims in Haiti.
And how much money did she steal from that?
Well, I'll have to go and look at the GoFundMe's.
Man, I can't believe
I don't know the numbers off the top of my head.
I mean,
you know 4 different things.
An estimate, since you know that she stole or whatever, like
thousands of dollars. Is that a good estimate?
Thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
So, okay, just because she raised it,
why don't you ask her?
I mean,
next time you got K Money on here,
but you, I haven't seen anybody but you say that she stole.
Yes,
and I think there's some channels like Black and Media. I think he's been putting some stuff out.
That Black and Media is a fake motherfucker, and we know who that person is. They're making fake AI. So first of all, since with the fake AI, their word is nothing. Anything they post doesn't mean anything. Like, no one can believe anything they fucking say. They said they're forming a community. They just want people's information, their name, their address, shit like that.
And like, Watchdog, I think, put it out.
It's the same person.
Who's the same person?
Black and Media, Watchdog, all that.
Oh.
You know it. Stop fucking playing.
I don't know it.
Yes, you do.
I think it's a girl. I'm not sure.
Regardless
I don't know.
if it's a he, she. You know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about. I've been telling you this. I've been telling you, bruh. You're communicating with these people. You're posting their videos, showing all this shit. Watchdog, bruh. I've already exposed. They know. They're obsessed with me and all this shit. We've Watchdog and all that. They hit up Doofus, acting like NFAC, right? GMJ had to come out and say they don't have nothing to do with us because they was trying to say that there was some scamming shit going on and all this. They said they were black. They had, you know what I'm saying? No.
So hey, hold on. Let me get this right. You do know I agree with you about Doofus, right?
Yeah, we know you don't like Doofus either.
Yeah, we know that it's an AI video, correct?
Yo, I want you to stop.
Doofus didn't make that. Your buddy did.
Did I say the video was real or fake?
You said it was fake, but
okay.
I believe you're saying it's fake because you want to act like you don't have nothing to do with the people that's making the AI, but you do.
Yeah, but I've said it's fake because it's fake, correct?
So Black and Media is fake then, right? Because they're the ones that's posting
It
it.
might be. I don't know.
But you just said a second ago, as you said something about Black and Media, as if there's somebody that you can trust, and as if they're.
Well, I don't know if I trust them or not.
The reason why you know it's fake is because this motherfucker be talking to him beforehand, and they both know it's fake. He probably came up with the idea. He might have.
No, I could hear that. It doesn't sound like Grandmaster Jay,
Fuck
but
all
it
that.
also doesn't sound like Gay Money or Mike and Jazz. TNT, Mike and Jazz aren't talking to Grandmaster Jay either. It sounds like everyone's lying.
Let's not bring other family members into this, man.
What family? Is that the black community? Is that what you're referring to as family?
I keep saying ADOS.
We
saying black.
Well, who's is boss? Boss and is Jazzy?
When's the race wars gonna start?
Is Mike and Jazzy part of the ADOS?
Why don't you open your ears and watch their videos, and you'll see exactly what the fuck they're part of.
Are they? Just tell me. I don't want to watch their videos.
Well, and shit, you ain't never gonna learn, man. Hey, well, like my man FYBJ man say, do your homework.
That shit hit different.
That shit hit different.
You guys are fucking slow.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's all right. But you continue with the race wars, and we'll be making more AI characters for you. And
who's we?
Oh, it's the white community.
The white community.
Europeans. Yeah.
I love y'all, man. Y'all bringing the grill.
It's not all of them. Who specifically?
Maybe having
just albinos, specifically just albinos. You have to be 100% white. You have to have pink eyes.
Hey, I got a few albinos in my family. Actually.
Me too. You would think they're white.
You both have you both have white people in your family and albinos.
Yes.
Bro, listen, the black race can make any color.
The black mother can make any.
It's like Jekyll Island.
The black race can make any color.
You know the history of the Moors?
Yes, sir.
And about breeding the albinos to make the white people.
Moors didn't breed albinos.
You don't know the creation story of the Moorish nation?
No, I know
the creation of white people.
I know the history of the Moorish nation, but I know that he or the Moors weren't the creators of the albinoid. No.
That wasn't the creation story of the Moors.
No. You need
that albinos were brought into an island and bred the blue-eyed devil.
You need to look up somebody named Yakub, the big head scientist.
Yeah, he's the one who bred the blue-eyed devils, right? That's what Malcolm X talked about.
Yeah, no, blue-eyed devil.
First off, black people can have blue eyes too. You go over there and you'll see a lot of dark.
Yeah. Have you read Malcolm X's biography?
So what? We don't see no blue-eyed devils. You going off?
Have you read Malcolm X's biography?
I have read more than Malcolm X's biography.
Okay, good. So you know that Malcolm X and Farrakhan called the white people the blue-eyed devils, correct?
It has nothing to do.
It has everything to do with this conversation right now.
No, it don't. What I'm telling you.
Yeah, because in jail, my Mo friend.
There is no creation of you. So when you said only albino people, as in white people, I said, well, we are.
Where do you think the blue-eyed devil came from?
It doesn't. Us.
It does matter.
Created blue eyes.
It does matter.
It does. Blue eyes if a black woman.
It's the creation story of the Moorish nation.
It ain't the creation story of the Moorish
nation. Yes, it's how white people, the blue-eyed devil was created. You guys need to do a little research.
It's further back than the Moor nation. That should go way further back than the Moorish nation. It should go back before they had names.
Icelli was Mo. Mo. They call him Mo in jail because he was Moorish nation.
In charge of it, just like y'all try to say, well, the Moorish nation enslaved people too. They always take the hit for everything. Let them. I'll let you have that knowledge. Like I said, look up Yakub, the big head scientist. I'm not gonna do all your homework for you and just give you my knowledge because you're
just gonna sit there and smoke hot. You're just gonna smoke weed, talking all slow, and deny that there's a fundraiser, and then call me the N-word, and then say I'm the racist, and then I'm creating a race war.
You couldn't tell us how much money was stolen or how you figured it out.
Well, because we couldn't even figure out if there was an actual fundraiser.
Yes, we
and
did.
Then you
got that
and then you can't figure out if,
and
then you guys don't even believe that a Gifts and Go or a GoFundMe is a fundraiser.
We already said
it's literally a fundraising platform.
We said we let it be known that there was something. There's something out there.
You guys have a good night.
You're a bitch, bro. Go start them race wars and
we got it. We're gonna start it. It's gonna be lit.
You're gonna get taken off of YouTube. You're gonna get punked and all this other shit like you normally do. I exposed you tonight. You know, everybody I'm sure has probably seen that. You know, he said earlier. Look, if somebody says that they're gonna off somebody, and when I say off somebody, I mean. You know what I'm saying? I just don't want to use the K word. You know what I'm saying? So
don't use that word or that word. We ain't doing all that. Yeah, but
yeah. Or I guess you can say slay. But you know, if somebody says that they're gonna do that to somebody, but they're joking, it does not matter. And I know I've already mentioned this before. It doesn't matter if they're joking. People can take that seriously. And use that in self-defense. If somebody says that they're gonna do that to somebody, why would they sit there and wait to find out if they're being serious? If they're like, hold on, I'm gonna go to my car, I got something for you. I'm about to do you in. Why would you get on the line and then they go to their car and then they really do it? Even if they're just playing around, but they got a serious look on their face. Because every time this bitch made motherfucker, the fat fuck that wants to start a race war, every time he has said shit like that, he has had a fucking serious look on his face. Like there's no joking. So I'm 80% of communication is body language. 80%, maybe more with certain other people. And every time he says something like that he wants to start a race war or this and that, he is serious. And then today on this show, he said that, and he brought it up. He said he wants to start a race war so that black people and white people can start knocking each other off. He said
no smoke with no white folks.
Yeah, we aren't saying that I don't want no fucking race war. I don't like racism.
That's what I was trying to say, because he trying to tie all these groups into that shit. And to be honest, like I was just trying to say, like, we don't have no animosity. I've been saying that. I've been trying to document that so people don't feel like, oh, there's some hidden hatred behind it. No, there ain't nothing. We don't want nothing to do with that shit. And that's why he keep on saying, y'all don't want your own country or something like that. Like, nah, chill. Like, why? He was answering a question about reparations. Like he said, y'all trying to take it to a different level. And that never what it was. What happened? Why couldn't he have a reservation? Why couldn't it make it seem like it was a reservation? But y'all make it seem like it was so aggressive or something like that. Not that reservations are good. I'm not vouching for them. I'm not saying I agree with him. I'm just saying, like, damn, y'all make it seem like he was trying to do something crazy or something. He was just answering the question of somebody in the chat. So don't think that we got a problem and you trying to attach a group that hasn't done anything violent towards any other race before. So why is everybody tripping on us about that shit? So that's all I want to say. We don't want no smoke. We never carried ourselves like that. We protect ourselves. That's different.
Anybody can hit the link. I know at first I really was only gonna allow just me and Fat Fuck to talk. But I just allowed Black on here because we was talking about K Money and shit. Mm-hmm. But I'm not gonna lie, at first I was just gonna drill him by myself. But I know there's
you're doing that. That's the only reason why I hit the link too. Because I mean, and I was chilling in the background because I really just wanted to defend my sister. Like I was telling her before, just leave her alone. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm up here to defend her because she ain't supposed to get no argument with no man. It's supposed to be men out here defending her because it's a man out here accusing her. You know what I'm saying? If it was a woman, then I wouldn't be on no woman chat or on no woman panel defending no woman. You know what I'm saying? Or yelling at no woman. You know what I'm saying? That's not my position. But when it comes to a man is attacking a woman, it's supposed to be men that come to her defense. And then he over here saying she can't walk, she can't die soon. Like, mashallah, she keep living for a long time. But you tripping that you would say that and still be attacking her like that. Like, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to attack any elderly in his family or nothing like that. So to feel like you want to swing at, or not swing at, you want to, virtually attack a elderly woman don't even make sense. Not saying that she even that old, but I'm saying like that just seemed like a weak person to me. You know what I'm saying? It's people your age. You about to be, what you said, 42 in September or some shit like that?
Yeah, nigga's gonna be 42 September 14th. That motherfucker was born in 1981.
Yeah. Yeah, so yeah.
When I talk about he knows a lot about me, I know way more about that bitch than he knows about me.
Mm-hmm. Right, so who we got? Ooh, my fault. I'll pop my camera on. Make you more careful. It's sad.
Stands for Samuel After Dark.
Oh, I say, I'm sad to know you. I'm sad to know you.
I like that song.
Hell yeah. Shout out to X. But
Samuel, can you hear us? Actually, it's not working. Cause yeah, it'll show like if somebody, when they come on, it'll show their connection. Like like for example, mine and Black's. All right. It says 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 4 bars. Just and it'll show. And okay. Now he has a connection. So I'm gonna bring him on.
I got a good connection. I ain't gonna cap. But I've been looking at the chat the whole time, so it be distracting me because I be reading.
Yo, can y'all hear me?
I'm talking. I just be. What's good?
Yeah.
Hey, bro, I just got one thing to say, man. What's up with your mods, bro? I don't know if you know who I am, but I done, donated to you and everything. They timing everybody out in the chat, bro.
Honestly, I don't know what's going on. I've seen some shit. I did comment because I was trying to speak to the little but I did
comment to them. That don't mean nothing, bro. They still doing what they doing. That's what I'm saying. I said one word and got timed out.
I mean, like I said, I haven't really been paying attention, but I did say for them to, cool it down.
You say nigga or something in the chat?
Yeah. I already said it. If while I'm talking, I'm not reading. I just saying I can't multitask like that. But I already said, like, if look, my mods, there's certain times they delete shit that I don't that I wouldn't delete. They delete it because it offends them, not necessarily it offends me. And I've already told most of my mods, like, look, if it ain't nothing too bad, like, let it go. Like, if it's yeah, like if it's just too much, yeah, okay. But yeah, there has been shit that was deleted today that I'm like, there was nothing wrong with that, And and there is, some people don't understand, there is like, you can accidentally fucking delete some shit you didn't mean to delete.
Hell yeah. And then don't come back.
Yeah. Like, because if right when you're about to, because you got to click the message and hold it down. I've done it where right when I'm about to hold that message down, somebody else sends a message, and I click the one that moves up,
to remove,
and I don't realize it until boom, I remove it or put them in timeout, and it deletes the wrong one. So that does happen sometimes. I'm not saying that's what's going on tonight, but yeah, I'll publicly
to
say
be honest, as a mod, you can check somebody's profile out and shit like that. So we'll try to see if your profile was created, 2023, just 7 days ago or something like that. So yeah, unfortunately, we just sometimes it's just checking you out, we cutting you off. I ain't mean to cut boss off, but we just be timing y'all out just because we was looking at y'all shit. If you keep looking at the chat, you probably might see somebody apologize right after that. It's probably a sorry towards you, but after we time you out, we can't at you. So excuse me.
But yeah, to the people that is timing out, y'all, look, y'all can't. I don't want y'all just blocking shit because it makes you mad. Look at it as an overall thing. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, y'all know what something real bad is to where it don't need like on some racist shit, some docs and shit. But if it's just someone just saying, I don't like boss. It is what it is. That doesn't, to me, I wouldn't delete it. Okay, they cannot like me. You know what I'm saying? Now, look, anybody can hit. Well, let me say, reword that. Most of y'all can hit the link. There are certain people that aren't allowed on my show for multiple reasons, but there's someone in the that just hit the link. So yeah, anybody can come up here.
Go ahead. Not to cut this person. Not to cut this person. But while DOA was on, it was some people in here trolling using words. So we try to cut people off with the trigger words. So watch the trigger words too, that they're just gonna get the video banned because y'all saying fire emoji or something like that. Don't do that shit. But okay, my fault.
No, motherfuck. We're not going to use those words. I'm old enough to be both of yours mother and probably DOA's too, so be respectful. So,
I'm respectful as long as I'm respected.
You know what? You guys are both respected. You're highly respected.
For sure.
So I think my concern is we got to get beyond race. I mean, there's more. What about the disabled?
I don't disagree with disabled or nothing like that. I never had no problem against that. He was trying to, go in defensive. We defend certain people because he protests something. It was that we just don't like you individually, not necessarily the things that he protests.
What did you mean though about the disabled? I'm confused.
So we've got populations that are disabled.
All right.
We don't have strong advocates. We have people of mental health that don't have strong advocates. I had a brother myself that had a paranoid schizophrenic, lived most of his life in a mental institution. But I think it's not about black, white, red, green, whatever. We the people have to come together, and I know you guys got something going on, and I'm thinking if you three, I was listening to you guys, if you three are the future of the world, I'm scared.
Well, you got to understand, and I don't mean to sound negative, but the world is when we all pass away, our kids pass away, when the world ends. I don't know if you're religious or anything, but when the world ends, it's going to end in a negative way. There's good and evil, and there always will be good and evil. This is how I kind of use it as an example. There's good and evil, and there always will be. So there's a side. There's always sides. Just like politics, there's sides. They want you to pick a president, blah, blah, blah. There's always sides. So just like race, it's sides, what color or whatever. So, I don't want racism, but at the end of the day, it's there. And that's what we be trying to tell people, bruh. We see racism all the time. We can look at a person that is racist, and you can tell by the way they look. They're looking at you. they don't fuck with us at all.
Hey, boss,
Yeah.
out of respect, have you ever walked into a restaurant with a person in a wheelchair? A person that's got cerebral palsy, who is
Yeah, I have.
frightening human being, and you walk into a restaurant in Washington, D.C., and they have to move the furniture because if you want to call racism, that's racism. This human being
That's discrimination.
Well, it is, but it is, and that's exactly what we're talking about, discrimination, whether it be race. I'm trying to bring you guys to a broader level.
No, I understand what you're trying to say. You're trying to say discrimination is racism in a way, and if we can put discrimination on a platform for racism, as in the breaking down a barrier for color. And as far as an advocate for disabled children, at least, I completely understand you on type of things in America that we need to fix for disabled people around the country. But
Mr. Black,
we were just trying to. I mean, as far as
Mr. Black, would it matter if that person was red, black, blue, or green?
No, see, like that's what I'm saying. As far as with disabled people, that's when he was on here talking about race. Like I admit before, we don't have no ill will or malicious intent versus any race. If I see a disabled white man or a disabled Asian man or Indian man, or it doesn't matter, I still feel the same way. That's still an elder to me. So as far as I will respect that person the same way, but for him, it seems like everybody is his toy, and that's what was disrespectful to me and for my elders, or the people that I respect, and that's why I was telling him to leave her alone. So I understand what you're saying about disabled people. I don't disagree. We still need to. I'm agreeing with you. Like America needs to do, the world need to do more as far as that aspect. But I don't know if we can tie that in, because
I think we can, because I think it depends on how you focus on what you choose to keep your topics at.
But I mean, see, like if we was to try to use that discrimination as in racism as a handicap, yeah, I think we're trying to get past that. We want to heal past that part. Like we want to understand the world as it is right now. We, instead of always being shocked by racism, actually understand how the system is working, because it's not like it's taught in public schools for us to actually learn as adults. And he was trying to make it a specific thing. Maybe we all going through shock that we just learned this knowledge that, you know what I'm saying, like everything happened and we're recovering from that shock. And he's not even agreeing with that. He's just thinking that's racist just because of that. And it's no different than being raised by a good family and then realizing that, hey, they treat autistic children a little different in the world than when you're at home, and they got to go through that shock.
You know what? I think you just hit on a great point, because if we can get past the colors and get to the heart, we all have hearts, right? Whether you have a disability, whether you have a color, we all have a heart. And I don't know. Sometimes I think Mr. Race Wars or whatever. I mean, I sometimes I think he's just playing you guys. I mean,
we never fashioned that. This is something that he fashioned.
But hey, Mr. Black, don't play into it. Like when you do that, you give him a platform. Does it make sense? I mean,
See,
Well, either way though, like we're trying to get shit checked because like this race war shit and all this other shit. He goes on his platform talking all this shit. So really, that's all it really is with this YouTube shit. If I'm speaking on somebody may speak on what I'm speaking on. And then boom, like for example, you hit the link and we're talking about it. So that's just kind of really all it is. You're not Vaughn, are you?
What's a Vaughn?
No, it's a name. Like I was wondering, are you Vaughn?
No, I'm not Vaughn.
Okay. You know who that is?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not sure. I mean, I've watched many different live streams. So is it a person that live streams?
Yeah.
I have watched that person.
I've basically been seeing that name in the chat right here.
I don't live stream. I've never chimed in. I did chime in earlier. I did not use my real name.
Oh, but say, what's your handle? Because I know it's not concerned. What was your handle in the chat?
It's Kimberly Fortney.
Kimberly Courtney?
Fortney.
I thought you said Kimberly first. No?
I did.
So it's Courtney, but you said Kimberly?
Nope. It's Kimberly Fortney.
Okay.
Why are you laughing?
Yeah, the reason I brought up Vaughn is because I don't know if she's in the chat or some shit because people was bringing her name up, but yeah, I definitely wanted her to hit the link because I kind of wanted to check her, put her. We're not necessarily check her, but
y'all can check me out. You can check me out. I'm clean as can be. But I am concerned because I think we're so stuck on race, and there's so many more things to be like.
We're not necessarily stuck on race.
Hang on.
We could have easily been talking about UFOs right now.
Yeah,
it would have just been perfectly fine, and we could have just been talking about other conspiracies. I'm not big on race just because my name is Mr. Black. It's just what people like to call me when they first see me. You first see me, you see the tall black guy. So
and also there's racism still going on, so that is still a big issue.
You make it all
right. I don't know if you experience racism. I know, but do you experience racism?
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah. I've actually worked under black supervision and been the only white person in a team that was
terrible.
Actually, yeah. So if you guys want to talk about that, we could do that. That's
well, I'm just saying. So as long as we're on the same page, we know that racism is still around. That's what we're saying. It's not like this whole show is about racism. It's about it came up, but it's about a few different things.
So like black. I will tell you something. That was one of the hardest times, but I will tell you that black supervisor, and I hope you don't mind me using that word, she took me to a level of height in my career that made me the best person I could be.
Okay. That's what's up. That's why I said, what department or what level were you working at?
I was in customer service. I was actually doing we're doing like call center work.
Oh yeah. So she made you earn it. And now you better for it.
Well, but I was the only white person on her team of 10.
So she made you earn it.
She made me work harder than the others.
Okay. So you have to earn it.
Okay, and I earned it. And
you know how to replicate it. You know how to do that again.
I'm grateful for that person being in my life, but I also want you guys to know I have a.
And hey, look, that's the crazy thing. I've said this on the show. I'm happy for some of the most racist people in my life that I've ever met. Push me to a different level. Made me do different things. Made me become a different person. Sometimes you gotta just say, like, I'd rather people that be on one side of the fence rather than people that's on straddling the fence. Those people always make me nervous.
if I can add to that, I have a son-in-law that came from South America when he was age 14. He's now 44. He's married to my daughter for 14 years. They've been together for over 20.
You got a grandson yet?
I have a 13-year-old grandson.
Hey.
But what I think what I'm trying to say is
solidified now. That's all.
I'm old enough to be all your mothers. But what I'm trying to say to you is I've watched him struggle through a system too. Because maybe he didn't speak the English language as such, but he had the most amazing customer service. So he was never judged for his work endeavors. He was judged based on, I mean, if you guys want to call it race, we can call it race, but he's been discriminated against. So it's, and he is finally excelling and has overcome all those challenges. It's been his determination, his endeavor, never giving up. So yeah,
So you got motherfuckers saying a hoe is a hoe in the chat. That's why people be tripping when they blocking people and then they pop up saying people getting blocked. See, you try to say disrespectful shit, and people why are you calling females hoes? Like, you're not calling Mama Red or nobody no hoes in this. We respect these people.
Mr. Black, are you speaking to me or are you speaking to the chat?
I am speaking to chat members.
Thank you. I was like,
You ain't mentioned none of that. I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to cut you off.
I was like, I didn't
before
say that.
Jeff cut you off. I'm sorry. I don't even know if Jeff was about to cut you off.
I didn't ban anybody, by the way. Sorry to cut you off. I am not blocking or nothing.
Yeah, he not. I'm reading the chat while she talking, and I'm seeing people being disrespectful.
Hey, Mr. Black, don't do that. Just focus on me and what I'm saying. That's half the problem. You guys got to quit. You got to like drown out the noise. It's noise.
See, I'm actually a moderator.
It's gray noise. It's noise.
And
regardless of noise in the comments on here.
Stay focused on the conversation. The conversation is, I'm talking about a son-in-law that's been in this country legally for 25 years. And he is an amazing human being. He would give you anything. And he's still being discriminated against. So when we talk about race wars, it's beyond that. I'm watching people with brains that are brilliant, but they sit in a wheelchair. I'm talking about people, we get behind like disabled, and they do have things that are really odd about them, but they can still be really brilliant people. If you get beyond and get them the right help.
I don't doubt that. If anything,
hey, Jeff, mute your cough.
Yeah, I just don't think that she's going to. I think she's going to be the one that impresses me the most. But anyways, shalom, Jeff. I don't know if I've spoken to you before.
I just want to come up and say, boss, great job showing Ant for his joke of a war he's trying to start. Mr. Black, nice talking to you again. And he doesn't speak for all of us. Not all of us want the race war. We're all human. We all believe the same.
That's what I was trying to say.
There is no race differential, and anybody who believes there is stupid. We're all human. We all want the same thing.
That's why when he was talking about the blue eye thing, I'm like, since I know my history, I don't think of people with blue eyes and blonde hair like that. Like, he thinks
that do, though. That's the fucked up thing. That's why we're even talking about all this.
Yeah, that's the only reason why we was talking about race is because of him. And I was trying to explain to him why that I don't disagree with that. And then he was trying to tie that with Malcolm X and NFAC and all these groups. And I'm sitting here like, I'm just telling you that I know my history, so that's why I don't feel no type of way.
And Mr. Black,
And I was acknowledging that I have white
Black,
immigrants
I
too.
will never deny you your history, but you cannot deny anyone their history.
No, I didn't deny him his or mine. No.
I mean, history is history. You can't deny a person that's been in a wheelchair that's trying to fight for their rights their history either.
I'm not saying they struggle.
I don't think anybody's trying to deny anybody's history.
Yeah, I wouldn't try to. That's what I was trying to tell him on judging things. I was like, okay, just like you were saying that people were calling you out of your name. I'm getting used to that that's a new thing to me. I'm sorry that that's offensive. If I didn't knew that there were advocates for other things, where I am, I'm not going to be specific. Where I am, we're advocates for certain disabled groups around here. As far as like my family, like there's groups and things around here where we actually are a part of that we try to help and support. We help. I don't know what other people do, but I don't broadcast things like that because I would never broadcast where me and my family gonna be online like that. But there are things in people's communities where they can't help and try to donate or help and try to do to help.
So why don't we do more of that? Boss Talk, this is your podcast. Why don't we do more positive stuff instead of like focusing on like drama?
On this show, anything goes. So we can talk about like what we're talking about now, or we can talk about anything. I mean, that's what I want people to understand. On this show, anything really goes. I said at the beginning for a reason. I'm not trying to sound disrespectful. I'm just telling you, like on this show, anything goes, regardless if every show has something negative in it. There's gonna be something positive in there for sure too, you know. And that's why I used to say we could talk about the Bible, or we could talk about titties. I used to always say that at the beginning to let people know I'm being serious when I say we could talk about or any on this show anything, you know. But it's just is what it is, you know. It started off with
but hang on.
Hold on. I was talking about. It started off with me exposing people that were doing certain shit, like beating on women, raping kids. You know, me exposing all of that shit. You know, and it went different ways on my channel. So that's why I say on this show anything goes, because it's I've done all types of shit on here. Had all types of people on here.
Well, I was saying like he don't know this channel from nothing because we don't support none of that stuff and things like that. And even before the arrest, me and him was friends. Me and him was on his platform. Excuse me. So for him to be saying like things like he wasn't invited and I was, like, I remember, and he's not, to like say that, but we've been on this thing for years. I mean, he's been on here like almost 4 years strong now, I think. Yeah.
Well, 2020 is when I started.
Oh, well, 2020 about to start. I'm almost 4 years strong. But anyway,
all right. Yeah. Well, I look forward to.
So it's been a lot of different topics on this show. So it hasn't always been race, like I wanted to end up saying at the end. So, but like you were saying, I like the demographic that you add into the game, though. I didn't think of discrimination. And, I hope that everybody advocates more for disabled people around the world, but I don't know if there's a national foundation for people like that. I wouldn't really say that. I would kind of try to stick to local ways to help disabled children in your community, because they already said there's 1 in 4. So if it's 1 in 4, it's 1 in 4 in your community. You can help somebody around your blocks or something.
To your question, Mr. Black, there are multiple organizations out there that help the handicapped and the disabled in different aspects of life where they need the help.
Is it like foundations, like national foundations that do 10% to the actual child and like 90%?
Oh no, they do more than 10%. They actually give them about 80%.
Okay.
because they don't believe in
That's
paying
what I was worried about.
officials higher up more money than what is needed for the people that are disabled or handicapped. They spend more money on the disabled and the handicapped because that's where it's needed. And yes, they're foundations.
Okay. That's good. I'm glad to hear it because I was really not aware of it. I thought it was only more local stuff. Right?
No, they got them locally. They also got them nationally.
Hey, Jeff, when you get done, I'm going to chime in.
Knock yourself out. Go ahead.
All right. So I've been doing this for 27 years. So first off, if people want to get involved, first off, it would become like a youth child. Get involved in your school system to sponsor a youth, be a part of that. There are youth organizations, especially in the state that I live in, where you can do that. You can advocate, help.
I coach.
Well, and I just want I've got one that he's in a wheelchair. He's got multiple sclerosis. He's created his own foundation now. He thought he wanted to be a teacher. He mimicked my daughter in a classroom. While she's got other disabilities, not physical disabilities. Hers were more learning disabilities. But she's an amazing teacher, and he wanted to be a teacher. And so she brought him into his classroom. And like, how are you going to navigate? How are you going to navigate through like all these chairs and whatever you need to do as a teacher? So he has created his own organization, and he speaks all over the United States, works as an ADA advisor, goes into companies to say, hey, this desk won't work for a person in a wheelchair. This phone system won't work for a person that has a hearing issue.
Mm-hmm.
See, I think that's way more positive than like spinning off. If all of us could get together and work towards those kinds of positive things, that's more helpful. And that's why I think if you go back and look at the messages, I'm like, I'm out in 20 years. I'm gonna die, right? I mean, I'm 60. So when I'm gone, you guys get through the world.
Things.
In real life, though, like offline, I'm a community person.
That's why I said offline, and I'm never going to promote those things because, like I said, I'm never going to tell you those things that I will bring my family to. But offline, like I said, really advocates for different things in my communities. So, like I was trying to say, like I hope you don't say that 2-year marker, like shit, like it can be 5 years, it can be 10 years, it could be 20. Chill. Don't say that.
You're right. You are correct about that. I'm just generally speaking. But it's going to be the impact that you leave on society and the world and the legacy that you create. And do you really want to be this chat? No.
I mean,
no.
I mean, it's I don't honestly I don't care what a person thinks about me for real because I know what I really do and like in real life, like on here, for example, there's fake names. Boss Talk is a fake name. You know what I'm saying? Even though I come on here and I'm real about the shit that I do and say this YouTube shit, like there's a lot of it that is just straight bullshit, you know. But in real life, like what you really do in real life, that's you. Like but people, the way people look at me on here is not really how I mean, they may say, he's a coward or whatever. In real life, I'm not no coward. You know what I'm saying? There's people that say I don't coach kids, that I don't teach martial arts, and that I don't do this and that. And I'm like, look, I don't care what the fuck these haters saying that that's not because I'm my own boss.
And I changed kids' lives before. Like I actually made an imprint and an effect on somebody when they grow older. They're gonna take some of this shit that I gave them already. So what the fuck you say for 10 seconds in this chat or what took you a half an hour to type don't fucking matter.
Yeah,
Sorry.
same with me.
And hey, Mr. Black, that's why I clicked on the link, right? Because I could chime in a couple of times in the chat, but I chose to come on a stream because I think you guys have a heart of passion. And I think it's going to be for whatever the cause is. I mean, don't let your passion be directed one way or the other. Like, choose your direction in life and make it a positive direction to make a greater impact on society.
I think that's what he was saying, though. I think that's what he was saying. Like, he is making an impact on his.
Who's he, Mr.
I'm
Black? You
saying
have
Boss is saying that he makes an
okay.
impact on his community right now, and he is a pillar. Like, it is children, and he is focusing on the future, and he's gonna make the future better by the impact that he's making. And I
When
think
kids see me,
that's
when
Boss.
kids
I
see
think Boss says shit. That's Boss.
when parents of the kids that I've coached see me, their eyes light up for real. Oh my gosh, you know, what's up, coach? Blah blah blah. Like, I hate it whenever you know, there's girls that was on my team that were really good girls, you know what I'm saying? But every year I can't have them on my team, you know. So when they're on another team, matter of fact, the last 2 games I've played against kids that was on my team in the past. Last season, the season before that type shit, and you know, their parents is like, damn, like, you know, I wish they was on his team because, and I'm not trying to brag, I'm a good coach for real because I care about the kids, I care about the parents, you know, just the community in general. I really want the kids to succeed and to want to be in sports because I know if they're constantly involved in shit like that, it's going to keep them out the streets. It's going to keep them away from drugs and shit like that.
Hey, kids that play sports, stay out of courts. I mean, I am so proud of you for all those endeavors.
Yeah, I mean, I was that person too. I mean, don't get it twisted. Like I've admitted, I was in the street life too, but I was a starter throughout my whole life. Every sport I've played, I've started. Once I got into junior high, because I was fighting like a motherfucker. I had to go to certain like boot camps and shit when I was younger for fighting and shit. So when I got into junior high, the coaches had already kind of found out about me. Like, okay, yeah, he's a hard ass, right? So we gonna have to be. They was like, we gonna get you mentally tougher because if they're like, get on the baseline, get ready to run. I'll be like smack my lips. Okay, well that's another one you gotta run, and then I'll smack my lips again. Like, man, fuck this shit, you know. But if I wanted to start or play, I couldn't get in no trouble. So if I got the trouble that I did, it was out of school, you know, like we would fight in the locker room and shit. Like I was not about to get no fucking trouble because I really wanted to play basketball. You know, I've seen a bunch of people with talent, but they gave that away because they wanted to be bad and do street shit and all that. No, my goal is to literally teach these kids that this street shit, and I understand people want to get the respect from their kids, but you know, no, my goal is to teach the teenagers and under, man, you can get your respect in many different ways. You know, I had people for real, that feared me for real, and they never even seen me fight. You know, I don't want people to fear me at all, but there's all types of ways to get your respect. You don't have to go out and shoot up some shit or nothing like that. And this is shit that I tell certain kids that I can tell are already like just the other day. There was a guy that works at the facility where we play. We play at different facilities. This guy pissed me the fuck off, you know, because he runs across the street. He goes and gets him a cigarette, you know. The kids was outside still throwing fireworks and shit. This is like 2 days or something after or a day or two after the 4th of July. I'm like, first of all, this is like a place where you're not supposed to pop fireworks at places like this, So there was a lot of kids out there. So I'm like, I'm surprised he ain't stopping him. He ain't saying shit. He's sitting there smoking a cigarette, just looking at him. And I'm like, this is crazy. Well, I don't know if someone threw a firecracker and it hit another kid and it hurt. I don't know. Before you knew it, I mean, these kids was probably, I want to say 12, about 12. I don't even think they were even teenagers. They was around 12 and under. Two kids just started throwing hands. I was literally about to leave. I'm literally about to leave practice. I'm backing up. I said, y'all see this shit? They're fighting. And then before you know it, it's a group of people fighting. They're jumping. Some of them started jumping the dude. I mean, they for real, like, fucking him up. The dude that works there just watching. And I'm like, see, when people let that go, yeah, I understand we grew up fighting and shit, but when you just allow that shit to happen, I mean, he's working at a fucking facility where kids are supposed to be doing something better for themselves, and he's sitting there just watching it. I yell, "Are you gonna fucking do something?" So I put right in the middle of the fucking driveway. I put it in park. I'm about to get out, scare all these kids off. There was a couple teenagers there too, and I'm like, okay, look, Memphis, you don't know. So I had that thing on me, and I'm not gonna lie, I would hate to have to defend myself against a teenager, but the teens around this bitch ain't playing. So they probably was the kids. Some of them probably had guns, but I thought that too. Okay, I'm about to go up here and try to get them to get the fuck on somewhere, But there's some teenagers right here that might be their little brothers. They might not like that I'm walking up telling them to get the fuck up out of here and shit. Because I'm a coach and I'm respected as a coach around here. So I'm thinking that as I'm getting out the car, okay, I gotta be prepared, because if they're like, nah, fuck that, you don't let them fight, and they pull out a gun or something, I would have hated that situation. Out of nowhere. I don't know if somebody called or if they were just passing by and seen it. As soon as I get out the car, I'm walking in front of my car thinking like, okay, when I tell these motherfuckers to, stop doing what they're doing, I gotta watch these teens. I almost got hit by a fucking cop. An SUV cop just ran right in front of me, and then there's a regular cop car right behind them, speeding in with their lights and shit. A bunch of them start scattering like roaches. Some of them stay there. They hop up out the car, and kind of jam them up. The dude that smoked the cigarette, as soon as he seen the cop, oh yeah, he turns it and then goes in the building, and I'm gonna say something to him, when I see him again. I could have, but I don't want to be around cops. So I went ahead and left. And when I see him again, I'm gonna check his ass, because he's as a person that's working around kids like me, they have to do background checks for you to be able to be around kids. So I'm assuming I know he got a background check done on him. So okay, what comes with trying to be an example for a fucking kid, working at a boys and girls club or whatever. You need to be a fucking role model for the kid.
All right, well, hang on. Please tell me you don't use that language around the children.
No, but like I said, first of all, even if I did or didn't, the parents fucking love me. The kids love me, so whatever it is that I am doing and saying, it's clearly something
but I don't have to say those words to express my emotions.
Well, I can, but I can. You don't have to, but I can.
No, but
but that's what I'm saying. Like you're taking this like somewhere else. Like whenever I'm around a kid, when I'm around someone else's kid, I know how to talk. I'm just saying. On here,
you know what? I'm proud of you.
Are you an adult? You said you're older than me. So this is why I can say whatever I want. One, this is my show, and we're all adults on this motherfucker. That's why I'm saying whatever I want. How I speak, however I want to speak. When I'm around kids, I know how to speak. You know, I'm not gonna go in there and just ruin their brain with a bunch of crazy cuss words they never heard. You know,
But okay, boss talk. We're talking about a situation that you just diffused. If
no,
you're
I didn't
using that,
abuse it. I was about to, but the cop
okay,
rushed in
all right.
before I
I
could.
am so glad you just clarified that.
Well, I
I'm
mean,
so
I
glad.
kind of clarified it before because I said as soon as I was about to walk over there, I almost got ran over by cops trying to speed into the parking lot to get to them.
Okay, all right. Thank you for clarifying.
But even whenever I would have tried to split that up, I would have tried to split it up in a way like letting them know they don't need to be doing all that out there. But in Memphis, I mean, I don't know where you're from. It doesn't matter. You know, I don't want you to have to say if you're uncomfortable. But Memphis is a different beast.
I'm going to tell you, Northern Virginia.
I don't really know much about Virginia and how like if there's bad. I mean, I know there's bad neighborhoods everywhere, but Memphis is like you deal with this type of shit everywhere you fucking go. You know, like you could be in the greatest neighborhood in Memphis. You hit one corner and bam, like they're gonna be like, oh, you in the hood now. You know, but for real, like
well, at the end of the day, you know what? Thank you for all you're doing for the youth, because I think at the end of the day, that's really the most important part of this conversation. And it's going to take the youth. When I say that, I mean, we get to certain ages in our lives, and that's why I'm concerned. But thank you for stepping up. Thank you, Mr. Black, for stepping up. Like going out there, being a part, being involved, doing what you got to do. I mean, that's the amazing thing. And it's really just about helping youth to become better people for the society of our country.
Yeah, I mean, like, it also depends on where you're at. Because someone just said, like Jeff just said, basically it's like that everywhere or some shit like that. He said it's like the anywhere boss. Basically, what I was saying. No, it's not. I've been in so many cities. You know, yes, there are bad places in a lot of like there's bad neighborhoods everywhere. But what I'm saying is like Memphis compared to just your average like let's say a town that got like between 50 and 80,000 people. Like yeah, there's gonna be some bad neighborhoods and shit, but not like what I'm talking about in Memphis. Memphis is, I mean, yeah, I know they got Houston, Atlanta, Chicago, other places that are bad. But no, not like what I'm saying. Memphis, if you've been and really been there, you know what I'm talking about. Like I know it's like that other places, but I'm just saying, like for example, like when I hopped out the car to go when I was gonna go break up that fight, it's not like in a smaller town where if they're just fighting, you can walk up on them and just say, "Hey, y'all get up out of here, stop!" And then they see an adult and be like, "Oh shit, let me take off running." There's someone here. There's an adult here. No, these are kids that are brought up around gang violence and shit that you got to try to correct because their parents, some of them, ain't giving a fuck. They're just like, go outside. Leave me alone, go outside. But when they go outside, all they see is violence and shit like that because their mom or dad or whatever just says go outside. And they don't, monitor them while they're out there. And that's why I said, yeah, I see I know there's a few teens out here that might be holding something, so that might be their little brothers. And they're literally everyone just sitting there watching. Besides the little kids who's all fighting. So yeah, like you said, do I talk like that around the kids?
No, all right.
Like, there's certain kids you do got to talk differently than you do other kids. You can't talk to every kid the same way.
I didn't say that.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying. Like,
I get that.
And I was just.
And I'm really proud of you. I'm really proud of you for like staying engaged, doing what you're doing. I think that's huge in your community. I hope that spreads over into other communities. And yeah, I mean, I think that's when you get over like all the other things. I mean, there's human beings in this world that need a little more extra help. Maybe they didn't have the parents that other people had or whatever. So I think you're doing a great job, and I thank you for that. And I'm not going to like stay on forever, but I am kind of concerned. And maybe I chimed into this conversation later in the game. But I do appreciate where you're going, what you're doing, and keep up the great job. And we'll do the same here. We'll do the same here in this area.
All right.
So I totally respect you. I totally respect Mr. Black. Maybe, yeah. I'm looking forward to another one of your podcasts.
Is this the first show you ever watched?
Probably in lifetime, yes.
No, I'm talking about.
I can't say I haven't listened to one or two after they've been live. Like I've listened to one or two.
I got you.
Makes sense. Like listening to after the fact. So
if you don't mind, how did you find my channel? Like whose show was you watching that to where you found mine?
I have to think about that. I don't know. I think because of some of the different channels that I've watched, I think it popped up. It popped up in my YouTube. I've got premium. So depending on like certain things that you watch, different things pop up. And I think that might have been one that popped up, which was a couple of months
Definitely
ago.
have premium too, but I'm over here making popcorn, so that's why I'm super duper quiet at the same time.
You guys got to be like hours behind me.
Where are you from?
Virginia.
It's like an hour. I'm Central Time.
Yeah.
Eastern Standard.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's 1:13 where you're at.
Yeah.
12:13 here.
Yeah.
You're not that bad. And
Right,
to be honest, for boss, it's kind of early.
So you know what? Keep up the great job.
Mm-hmm.
And I am. I hope you bring up something in regards to disabled people, something that's not like that affects all colors, all races, whatever. Something that's really something we can all get behind.
And
Because I think you have a great.
And I promise you, individually, me and boss are doing things individually for all races of children.
That's awesome. And I can promise you, I have spent 30 years doing the same thing. Actually, probably 40 years doing the same thing. So, like all kinds of things, mental health, mental, physical, learning, all kinds of things. So I'm
not gonna sit here and say I'm a teacher. I'm not gonna sit here and say that.
Well, you know what you are. We're all life teachers.
I was saying, in the layman's terms, I guess you can say I'm a teacher. But no, I want to take credit for that. I don't want to take credit.
Every human being that walks the face of this earth is a teacher, and you choose how you get to teach. So keep that in mind.
Right. Okay, I can see that. I like using the word guide instead of teacher, but I can
sure. That. Yeah, that's probably more politically correct.
I like to use the word guide. I guide very well. I try to guide wisely, I guess.
Okay, and I think that's why I came on as a concerned person about guidance. So you guys keep up the great job. Have a great night. Focus on the positives, not the negatives.
I appreciate you as as a female willing to pop up if you're using the actual your real voice, I guess, because a lot of people.
No, it's my real voice. I'm not doing that crap. I did not use my real name, but I did give you guys my real
Well,
name.
obviously, I hope your parents didn't name you Concerned, or you would definitely be like one of the.
Well, they probably, but hey, Mr. Black, they probably should have.
Why is
Because I
that?
am.
That's how you just grew up, just very worried all the time.
Just like really aware of like life and the surroundings and caring about people, no matter what the race. Yeah, I mean, you got to be concerned. I mean, you'd have to be like really in your own silo, not to be able to like.
And
Go ahead, sorry.
those type of barriers break racism a lot. People are just concerned about people. That's all we all should be concerned with. And when he says, "Oh, well, she's raising money for Haiti and asking for people for money to buy," I'm like, "Well, that's a good thing. She's helping people in this area." I'm like, "Well, that's a good thing." I don't understand why he's promoting bad things. Like when he says, "Oh, I was protesting a person such and such," I was like, "Well, I mean, I don't disagree with that. I disagree with you speaking badly on an elderly woman. You know what I'm saying? I think that's very cheap of you as a 42-year-old man coming down."
And Mr. Black, I think I'm coming in without like a lot of knowledge about any of that stuff. Came in at a point.
Also, you know, one of those like J6ers or something like that. Sorry, they randomly hop on here. You never know.
Well, that's a different conversation. Like,
Oh.
well, it is. It is a bit. There are points of that I think I believe every human being that is a United States American citizen is due process. And I would hope you do too.
True. I do. I believe in our rights. Yes, I believe, except for the 13th, but besides that, well, I mean, we got some things to work on. But yeah,
I mean, I hope you understand and know the Constitution of the United States of America.
Yes, that's what I'm basing.
I hope you stand in the blessed country that you live in and fly the American flag.
Yes, I love this country.
Okay, so it's to me, it's not about J6. It's not about like I don't even know half these people you guys are even talking about. I could probably go Google them. I don't. You guys talked about some Grandmaster J and some K money person. I don't even know where to fall into all this.
It's about a lot of stuff. Like it is about J6 because of what happened. I talk about it because I think it's kind of funny that the same people that did participate in the insurrection or whatever you want to call it are the same people that wanted to talk shit about the protesters in 2020 and say all of them are bad and put them all in the same category as looters and all that shit, and then they do that, so yeah, those are the same people that say that they're patriots and all that, but then they do that to America.
So, boss.
Yeah.
So I don't believe everybody that was there on January 6th was an insurrectionist.
Well, that's me either. But my point is, at all the protests, almost, I mean, there are so many people that would just put all the protesters in the same category. Say, oh, well, Black Lives Matter. They're they like to loot and burn shit down. Okay, well, not everybody was doing that. Matter of fact, the cops was even doing that. But that's another story.
You know what? I agree with you. I agree with you, and I think this country is so divided that where the hell are we going to find, like, and I use the cuss word, guys. I use the cuss word. Where the hell are we going to find the common ground
Do you use that
before we
around
stand?
kids? Sorry, I had to get that one in.
Well, actually, I do. And so I just want you to know, if I say shit in front of my grandchildren, it's sugar, honey, iced tea. So if you say shit, it's sugar, honey, iced tea. So they will correct me. Again, you just said sugar, honey, iced tea. I said, yeah, I did. So I'm not a perfect person. Don't, no, I'm not claiming that. But I just think there's greater, grander things to like get behind. And we all have our passions.
Exactly.
Right? I mean,
Exactly. That right there. Because I was gonna say that everybody feels the way they feel about certain something that they want to talk about. Because whatever you think we should talk about, someone else may want to talk about something different. You know.
but no. Talk about that. But I think you've got a great platform and you've got a great presence for what you're doing to make a difference in this world on a positive note. Not staying focused on like drama. So much of this is drama.
Well, I think
Positive drama too.
The most sensitive topics get touched on here, and I think it draws a lot of drama because I think like exposing like abusive men and stuff like that brought a lot of drama here, or to this channel or to this platform, like exposing other type of people and demographics here brought a lot of different people and drama to this platform. But I don't think he should change the way he carries himself because the exposure that he gets, like it actually reaches a lot of people. Like he don't have to contact certain people. Certain people already know that information because he said that shit already, and it's trickled down. And I think that he should keep conducting himself the way he's been doing. I mean, even people that
I think as you
turn
both
back
grow
around.
and get older,
Huh?
I think as you both grow and
He
get
just-
older,
He's
you'll
dealing with
see a greater sense for the greater cause.
Oh, for the
of
greater
human-
cause. I mean, I understand, but I feel like his potion has been working. He's dealing with a troll right now, and a troll that has nothing much to stand on. He's still getting people's names wrong and stuff like that. So, like, I don't really think he knows who he's actually speaking about and talking about. So, as of right now, why should he change what he's doing? Like he said, he winning.
How's he winning?
As far as discrediting somebody.
Why would you focus on a negative instead of like trying to focus on a positive?
All right, so if you was to get beat up by a man, right? If you was to get beat up by a man, and that man,
you don't know that I haven't been.
I know. I'm just saying
I haven't been physically abused, right?
But let's just say that man had a platform, and then he goes on his platform and he downs you. He says, "Man, that woman is crazy." And say he he really did some fucked up shit to you, and because he has a platform and he can go on and speak on it, and you can't because you don't have a platform. Now people hear his story, but not yours, so they all believe him. Now you look like the crazy bad person. This is the type of shit that I've had on my show, where guys have more platforms, and they all believe the guy.
All right, so you know what? That's the part I don't know. So yeah, I mean,
I came on this platform, and I only came up here in defense of a woman that is older than me, and she don't need to defend herself, like I was saying earlier. When it's a man attacking a woman, men are supposed to come in defense of that. When it is a woman that's chatting about her, then she can defend herself. I won't say nothing about that. I'll be sitting here and I just disagree, and I have my own different perspective. But the reason why I am somebody and others are, as males, are coming to her defense is because we respect this woman and we don't feel like she need to be arguing with no grown 42-year-old man. We can argue with you and you can stop talking about her like that. And that's what I was.
Gotcha. Like I said, I came in later in the conversation. So
But
my
I
bad.
gotta say,
My apologies.
you said that you've only like maybe watched a couple shows.
I have only watched a couple. I
So
apologize.
for you to say that a couple, how would you even know that my show is negative? I mean, the two shows might have been negative, but if you haven't watched any other shows, how can you really say that my show is negative?
I'm not basing like the past. I'm basing like what I listened on tonight, and that's why I came on.
Yeah, but you're saying,
I feel like I had a lot of great positive things to provide, and I think you as young men understand that I had great positive things to provide. And I think it's a growing point for all of us. So yeah, I mean, I think you guys are doing like great things. Keep it up. Keep doing what do.
Well, shalom, my fault. I hope somebody else pop on, man. You know, it be people that be scared to pop on while I'm actually on. But
Yeah, no, I've been telling people. I mean, there's over 100 some people. At least one.
damn,
You
you can
know,
see that? That's crazy. You can see that. That's wild.
you
But
can't say
anyway,
it.
no, hell no. But I mean, it's cool. Like, I mean, I'm not I'm not the admin or whatever like that. That's why I be telling people, man. They be just thinking like we super. They feel like I live with you. I'm not even gonna repeat where you live because now they gotta just do their research even more, do their homework. FYB, do your
Yeah,
homework.
that
Fuck
shit
it.
hit different.
That shit hit different. Fuck it. You know what I mean? No. But yeah. So, but no. I just think it's crazy. Like I was just trying to get the information on him about that. Like, quit discrediting this lady because because you thought she was in the wheelchair. Now you know she can stand up. Now you scared of her now that you know she got leg mobility.
Bro,
Like,
it's crazy because if she goes after him for defamation, I mean, hey, he brought that shit on himself because in my opinion, he's doing it because he don't like her for whatever reason. In my opinion, it's because of the guys that and when I say the guys, I'm speaking on just the people that made the AI shit, and whether it's a guy or female, I'm just gonna say the guys or them or whatever. So they I feel like may have told him some shit, which of course is lies because he cannot say how much money was stolen. If he's saying that there's all these fundraisers, okay, which one did she steal money out of? Which one? And trust me, if he
that's
was
what I
that
was trying to
source
get.
was
That's what I
from,
was trying to get to. I'm glad you said that. That was really my main goal about all that shit earlier. Asking, I'm like, who told you that? You know that there was money missing because nobody. I mean, no confidential person that actually is in communication with him ever said that. But you saying you got a direct, y'all saying y'all got a direct connection with him. But nobody else that ever had a direct connection with him is saying that the funds is not going to his legal funds like they've been doing. So, for anybody that's new, that's a listener that's finding this out, all his legal funds have been going directly to his lawyers like they should be, his legal team. Um, do not quit hitting the links that K Money are posting on her page because they are the most up to date links and they are how you can give money directly to him. I don't know what he's speaking on as far as gifting goes. We do not give out gifts. If you want to decide to give something, donate something to his legal fund, please do. And as far as follows on, and I'm not doing no fundraising, just like Boss ain't doing no fundraising on here. I'm just telling you that there's links out here that go directly to what they talking about. And You can donate directly to them, and that's what you should do. As far as with this AI and all that shit it's trying to tell you to do, like this fool just got done telling y'all earlier to it was fake. Don't I don't know where he trying to have y'all donate that money to. Do not do that.
Speaking of that, Gia, she's in here, and we spoke about this. Gia, I would like to know, have you changed your stance on the AI stuff? Like, has anything popped out that has made you be like, now it's starting to seem like it's not real? Or do you still think that Doofus actually had a interview with GMJ? Because as I've said from the get-go, without even having to show y'all proof or anything like that, that the shit was fake, because like I said, there's people that talk to GMJ, so if I'm being told by somebody that directly talks to him that he never talked to Doofus, that's why I can come on and say, yeah, it's fake. Plus, me and Mr. Black was on the phone when that video came out. We was talking about how fake it is before we even really got the fact of it.
Another thing, K Money also drops links where you can talk directly to Grandmaster J himself. So if you ever in her chat and you want to figure out how to talk to Grandmaster J directly to yourself, K Money will drop that link. So if Doofus ever did his homework, or if DOA ever did their homework, they will be able to do this stuff.
I doubt DOA would be able to talk to him.
Well, I mean, at this point, now that y'all went to the extent of like doing the AI and supporting the groups that support, like now it's different. I'm saying, like, if y'all would have did y'all investigation before y'all dropped that shit, Doofus and the others that may hear this later, if y'all would have did that and just came on, I mean, just on a peaceful level, just trying to understand everything, maybe you probably would have learned something. But now I'm not sure how things will go for you. But yeah, y'all could have did your own investigation and just asked, like, hey, how do I talk to him directly? Somebody in the chat would have sent you a link, like, boom, and you would have been able to figure it out yourself, like, and then ask questions after you've gotten to maybe a past introduction. I mean, that takes knowledge too. Can't just be some silly fanboy trying to get a commercial or a video clip, because he's not just calling everybody back with his short time frame of phone time. So don't think that that's just availability just because you got contact information from somebody. People actually got family and stuff that they need to check on. So that's all I want to say as far as that. He like, why can't we just get audio of him? Just because this is a way that bringing this up would be a waste of his time. He still has legal battles that he got going on, and you want him to delegate time to people that things is going on YouTube.
And who does he think he is that he has to prove anything to him? Like,
yeah, to him. That's why I thought it was super silly. Like when you were saying earlier, like, yo, me and you ain't, and I'm like, you humble, you. That's why I fucks with you. Like I said, you call you that people got a problem calling you boss, but you actually be humbling yourself a lot of times, and they don't realize that too. So that's why I'll be like, yo, like he ain't even popping his shit. He's saying like, me and you don't get enough views for us to be approached about this. If we the two biggest groups that's talking about this shit, like, and on top of that, like you said, on the other side, like we don't want no smoke with the other side. So I understand how he gonna get us two to end up starting something with everybody else and the 10 people in her chat. Why is he even bothering us, our groups? Can we get to the bottom of that, bro? Can we get to the bottom of that? Because that is driving me crazy.
and G, yeah, I understand that. You say it's not your gig. I understand, but you spoke on it. You know what I'm saying? And you spoke on it to a degree where you stated your opinion about it, and
Let me see.
I'm like, okay, so, and then you're like, well, you know, he's not that type of guy. I mean, and Doofus, yeah, I even said it. He isn't the one that's making the AI shit, but for him to really truly believe he's speaking with Doofus, you know, and you say you like proof. Okay, well, you know, and just like Ant, he says, well, y'all aren't excuse me, y'all aren't showing proof that it's not GMJ. Okay, well, they aren't showing proof that it is. If y'all go to that page, that's BLK in media. They're the ones that's actually sending Doofus the material, the all the bullshit. They have a video. It's a short, and it's of it's I guess a picture or maybe a video that they edited, but I think it's a picture because you know how you can like put a fake mouth on somebody and make it the mouth move. So it's like a picture, and the lips does not go with the words. I mean, it's complete AI. So if y'all that's all it should take. Y'all watch that video and see that it's really not GMJ. It's the AI voice that's supposed to be him, and then they used the fake lips to talk about it. You know, but I just don't understand why. I know a lot of y'all don't give a fuck just because y'all don't know GMJ or y'all
y'all really
watched any of this, but it's just the fact is it can be done to y'all, and it might be done to y'all. You never know. You know, I that what it is they're going after people that they don't like. They're making these AIs of people that they don't like. So that's why I said it could be done to you. And honestly, if it is ever done to somebody that is on here saying that it's fake or they don't believe it, I'm honestly gonna laugh about that one because you know, when they go on there and start posting dumbass crazy shit about the people that really think that we're lying when we say it's fake. Like, why? What would we? I mean, why would we lie about it? If it was really a interview from GMJ, I mean, we would.
The crazy thing is this is exactly what Doofus would love to be able to keep on promoting is a race war. You know what I'm saying? You know how he's a fear monger. That's why I'll be like, man, do not play into his fucking arms about that shit, because that turn him on and just keep building it up. Like, you know, he's getting out soon, and soon as he gets out soon, it's gonna start. It's gonna kick it off. It's gonna initiate something. No, it's not. We don't have no animosity versus anybody. We love all. We love all. Like she was trying to say, people's human beings. We human beings, y'all human beings. We agree. Well, I take that back. We all are part of mankind, I should say. I take that back. We are part of mankind.
Let's get some more people up here, y'all. Like, I mean,
I could step down and just keep chewing on my popcorn. I can get out the way. You know what I'm saying? I want people to come up there too. It'd be interesting. I just hate when I pass out at 3, 4 in the morning because I've been listening, and then somebody get on here and they want to talk about history. I'll be pissed because I'll be rewatching it in the morning. I'll be like, oh, so you motherfuckers wanted to get on here and make some documentation. But it's all good. The truck.
Bro, it'd be wild. Like, there's times where I'll be like the show, the momentum, in my opinion, or at least for me, it kind of feels like it'd be starting to die down.
Right.
And I'd be like, and like one day, it was recent. I'm like, y'all, if if y'all is good, like if no one else is want to hit the link, that's cool. And I was like, if not, I think I'm about to call it a night. You know, I was really about to close it out, and then shit changed. Like it was like boom, boom, boom. Couple people came on here, and then shit hit the fucking fan. Like, you know, and next thing I know, I'm 3 hours. It was 3 hours later, and you know, I think I was
the live you just did. Not to cut you off, but the live you did just not too recently. You had started a little late, but that bitch went for a minute. I was surprised. I was like, damn, he did that in a minute, and that bitch just turned out to be something crazy. And it was like it went from you just being on there to you and somebody else, and then it went to like 6 people on that bitch at one time. It's like fuck.
That's what I'm saying. Like, and it just be random like that. And I understand people don't want to watch long shows like that, but I'll be telling people, I'm like, look, when y'all only watch like an hour, y'all there's some shit that y'all miss. You know, like whenever I was telling people that fuckboy Ant, when he admitted to being a confidential informant and admitted to wanting to start a race war, a lot of people didn't see it because he didn't come on and say that until like the 5th hour of me being live.
Right.
You know,
which is crazy. Like, you gotta start like once you start spending a little time on your show, you gotta start clipping that up in shorts and start.
I almost did that.
That's why I was telling you. That's why I was telling you before. I was like, he said that shit in hour 5 of your show. But
yeah,
I also wanted to say though, like a lot of people do like long shows though, because the simple fact, like, yo, a lot of people work long shifts like me. You know what I'm saying? I work 12-hour shifts. You talking about I'm a fucking janitor. Janitors don't work 12 hours. That'd be lit if janitors work 12-hour shifts. They'd make a lot more money, probably. Anyways, but yeah, so like people like that like longer shows rather than shows they gotta keep changing every 3 minutes or every 5 minutes or every, you know what I'm saying? So
yeah,
like me, if I'm not listening to this show or something else on YouTube like Drink Champs or, you know, Joe Rogan because it's longer, then I'm on a podcast because they're longer shows than this. And you call this show a podcast. Funny thing. So this is why a lot of people actually probably lock in on this a lot more than they do. Because you don't even consider yourself a streamer, a YouTube streamer. You consider yourself a podcaster. Different gig. He does research, and that should actually be checking back. Ooh, the popcorn and the research. Yeah.
Bro, that motherfucking chat, bro. Like the chat, man. If only. Like they would just actually come on here. You know, instead of only 10 people being on here, well, no, that would be impossible to have. In my opinion, it'd be impossible to have more than 10 people. Because every time I have 10 people, even 8, 6, it never works to where on like one person like let them talk and then the other person like, especially if there's like if it's a half and half where some agree, some don't. You remember how Kirky Durkey used to be? Like I used to have to be like, bro, I'm gonna have to.
Oh yeah, like damn, that dude used to be the worst, man. Shit, he'd still be here right now. He'd probably be agreeing with DOA. He probably was like one of Ghost Soldier's little 008.
He was, you know, literally up until he passed away. I'm talking about, no, I take that back. They was having some little issues or whatever right before, and he was like, he was literally saying that he wanted me and Gold Soldiers to give him $1 million or he's gonna sue us. And I'm like, what? Then he's like, you got a day to give me $1 million. And I'm like, bruh. And then that day passed, and he's like, now you got to pay me 5 to 10 million. And it is, bro. It went up to like 40 million, and he's like, y'all, do you think I'm playing? Because he was trying to be extra, like try to say that like his wife apparently, I'm sure it was somebody probably just trying to switch lanes, and it was almost a wreck. He tried to say that I don't like at that time. Remember, you was up in the north, so he was thinking some extra shit. He's like, oh, boss talk, or the other motherfucker that I was just talking about, that we had something to do with his wife almost getting run off the road. He's like, y'all trying to have my wife knocked off. What?
Oh no.
And yeah, like but
yeah. Stop trying
sweet.
to have your bad day tied into my bad day or my good day.
Yeah, that shit was crazy. And then cause I remember him saying, if you don't pay me by this day, it's gonna go up even more. And I'm like, bro, why don't you just sue me? Like if that's whatever it is that you're gonna do, because bro, who has 40 million just to here you go because someone's trying to say like blackmail him or whatever, but yeah, like I thought it was crazy. He just stopped. He just stopped like saying I didn't see him in nobody's comments, nothing. And then boom, January 4th. Matter of fact, I think that was 2 days before the insurrection. Now that I think about it. Because I know for sure he passed January 4th, but as far as the year, I don't know. I can't remember if it was 2021 or 2022. But I don't think it was 2022. But yeah, that was pretty wild, popped out of nowhere.
That's crazy. Yeah,
And,
it
I
did.
was just,
But I kind of knew he needed help after a while. I was recognizing.
yeah, like I know a lot of the viewers on here, y'all was probably like, who the fuck is that? It's just
Past troll that passed away, and we actually giving him a remembrance right now. So, I mean, I want to say fuck him, but at the same time, that's a shout out to him just because we gave him his little 2 seconds of memory. I don't know if any other platform has given him a reflection right now. So that should say something about this platform. We actually speaking about somebody that declared us their enemy.
Yep. Man, I have not even really read the chat. I guess I should just read the chat and then respond to what the fuck, because y'all ain't, nobody's, everybody's wanting to, they rather be in the comments, I guess, which is whatever, I guess, do what you do. I just figured, like they say, well, I know actions are louder than words, speak louder than words, but on here, your words speak louder than the comment. So if you really want something to be heard or talked about, you can come on here. You don't gotta show your face. I know that for those that I know that's new, y'all don't know my old rule. You couldn't come on here unless you showed your face.
I remember those days.
But it got to where there were so many people. It's like I would come on your show, but I just don't want to be doxxed, and and I'm like, okay, I feel you. All right, so.
Baby, I can just charge you real quick. Thank you. But how are you doxing? Like, they be calling people chuds and all this stuff. We don't even get to know their words, and they keep calling us our ADOS words bad stuff. Like, is chud a white only thing? Like, can you only be white to be a chud? Like, I don't know what that is.
Hey, Ant Boy. Since you're here, hit the link. You don't gotta turn your camera on. I want to ask you something. You know, or a few things actually. But directly to you. Not just speak it or say it and then you answer in here or whatever. Fuckboy said that Chuds is racist talk, so he's a Chud.
I'll even mute up for a bit of it. I'll mute up and let you yeah, for sure. Since you up here.
So different definitions of Chud. Mama Red said a Chud is someone that disagrees or likes Trump or likes America, or she put American flag, so the patriot type talk. I don't know. I think it's just crazy. The people that's like, oh, patriot this, patriot that. They love America and shit, right? Okay, you love America, but like with Donald Trump and shit, they did what they did on January 6th, but they love America. Okay, so in my opinion, for someone that's like, oh, I really love America or whatever, then I feel like then that would mean that regardless if they don't like a president, well, they love their fucking country, so they should love the leader of their country, right? That's how I kind of look at it. Like it should be, if Trump wins, this is really what I've been like wondering how our country will go. If Trump wins, right, and gets his last 4 years that he'll ever be able to get, what the fuck are they gonna do after a Trump? Like Trump can no longer ever be in there. What are they gonna do?
They already practiced once.
Well, yeah, but now they still have faith that he's gonna come back and that everything is gonna change. Oh, what? Okay, what? Change for 4 years or whatever?
Nah, he gonna become emperor after that.
I mean, I'm gonna be real. Like,
I know.
He could win. I feel like he could win, but okay, after that 4 years, what are they gonna do? Now, I mean, they don't have to like any of the presidents or whatever, but if they're patriots or whatever, I mean, like, just because they don't, I don't know.
They haven't even thought that far.
It's
They haven't even thought
confusing.
that far.
Huh?
I said they haven't even thought that far. They like, we just gotta get him back in office and then he'll be president forever. Like what?
That's what it seems like that they because once he's done, yeah, I wonder, like, because this shit is crazy. Like,
The devotion. But this all happened because we have one black president. What happened when we got another one? It's gonna be crazy. We better not have a Latino one, nigga. Fucking jeez, or one on the other gender spectrum. They gonna be they gonna flip their wig. Don't do that.
and G, like or anybody on here, like, if they've listened, they know that I didn't vote for Trump. I didn't vote for Biden, because that's one thing that I've noticed that people think, is that if you don't like Biden, then that must mean you like Trump. Or if you don't like Trump, then that must mean you like Biden. That's the problem with today.
Fuck with neither one of them. I didn't
Hey.
vote for neither one of them.
Well, not just a problem with today. It's a problem with voting, I guess. Like, and you know, when you go to vote, and then boom, you only get 2 choices or whatever for president or whatever. Well, it was 3. I think it was. Yeah, I think it was just 3. Whenever it was
independent or whatever they always have, maybe.
Well, like when Kanye was on there, I'm trying to think how many people, like when that actual voting thing happened. I'm trying to remember how many people was up there.
I think it might have been about 4 to 6.
I don't even know if there was 6. I don't know why. I feel like it was just them 3. I could be wrong, but you know that and bro, this shit blows my fucking mind when there's only one person running. Like whatever they're running for, there's only one person on one name on that list, and it's like, why even have to vote for them? You might as well, since they're the only person, you might as well just say, well, you already won. We're wasting time having to click their name or whatever. You know, like this is shit stupid. It's like, okay, if a person is only wanting to vote Republican,
yeah, that's if you align yourself with one specific voting party, and that's why.
But that would be possible because, like I was saying, if there's only one person running for something, and then they're a Democrat, but you only want to vote Republican, now you have to vote a Democrat in or whatever, you know. And I'm sure everybody that's voted had to have done that, you know.
Yeah, but and like you said, that's the problem with voting with a 1-2 system. It's dumb as hell. But there's no that's really what the structure was built on, picking 2 people that you dislike, and you pick the best out of 2 people you dislike, and that's why a big group of people disagree with just helping that system continue on, you know, and that's what that is. Nothing really big to explain. I hope it's not hard for people to understand. For some people, they choose not to support, further support a system that wasn't built for them to succeed. Don't see why it would help them succeed if it's only helping people that ain't trying to help them out succeed. We don't need to participate. Y'all still are doing everything y'all want to do as far as participators. Not y'all as far as a race, gender, or anything. Just the other people. I understand why people that's trying to get gender rights and stuff like that doing the things they doing. You still need things. I already decided that the answers for me ain't gonna come from voting. More personal respect. A cultural respect, I should guess.
Williams, are you using the voice cover? Which voice cover are you using?
Or is it not Shalom? Because
R. Williams.
It is that dude.
Is my mic working?
Captain Crunch.
Yep. Yeah, we can hear you. I mean, we can't now. Everything got quiet, but
Sorry, sometimes it's it doesn't work or it's too low or, you know.
what's good though? What you got to add?
Are the volumes okay now?
Yeah, you're good.
Yep.
I'm getting feedback from something. Just 1 second. So, I had a list of things that I was kind of curious about, but I wanted to comment just real quick on the control of politics. There is a really bad dichotomy right now in politics where you're voting for one party or the other, but everything is supposed to simplify. You're supposed to participate in your one of the two parties, and also promote local representatives, and that's supposed to help change up the chain. Of course, that's a long generational process, and I think a lot of people have fallen out of love with it, and also have don't trust that process anymore.
Yeah.
It's the toughest process ever, because when you talk about a local and like a national level, and when it's not being followed, or how the process is actually explained to others, then of course it's not going to work, and people are going to fall out of love.
And it makes sense that we see things like we've got to return to a Shakespearean society. You've got.
I think things should be methodical or theoretical. I think things should be actually followed as written down and executed as written down. I think,
But it's people making that work. I mean, if we had something mechanistic like maybe not an AI, but something very mechanical, that you did this, you did A and B happened. I mean, Ant is an example of someone who went through and dealt with a very corrupt police force in West Virginia, and he tried to figure out where the boundary of the law is, and he found that, in fact, the sheriff's department in that county was incredibly corrupt. And when he walked across the line to another state, the state police there were very, very different. It's the same thing in politics. You've got imperfect people having to make this machine work, and it's not a machine. It's people. It's and imperfect people, corruptible people. And a lot of people don't trust it anymore. They want to get rid of it. They want to topple it, regardless of your political leanings.
when you do the A and B thing, it ends up resulting into bad situations. Like, oh, if you do this, then this results. Okay, well, what happens when hundreds of thousands of people decide that we'll just take B option rather than the A option? Then you'll up the B option something further, and then up it again, until it just calls to, oh, when you do this, it's murder. Well, that's the reason why you want different.
It's like sports teams. You've got, you're gonna, and you're gonna make concessions for your team and what they're doing because it's for a greater cause, you believe. And the two-team system is, it's a huge issue. We've seen it with previous iterations of republics, and we're still trying to hammer that out.
It's true.
But at the base core of it all is culture. It's how we're all interacting with each other. It's passing down knowledge from one generation to the next. And that's really difficult. And again, you can, after a few generations, you've got people who forgot what they were trying to build together. I mean, let's just face it. We celebrated the 4th of July. That was a fight for freedom, not for women, not for minorities, but for white men. And it could not have happened. The revolution would never have happened if the agreement was that they were only going to fight it for white men.
Been fighting for
What about white men?
something. I thought it was no taxes. My fault.
Yeah, I mean, essentially, if you look back, you have merchants, many of them who have owned printing presses. There's actually a number of research projects that have been going on about looking at the pamphlets from the day. And you see people saying, your rights are being taken away, your rights are being limited, they're going to destroy our way of life. Look, they don't respect us, which is true. I mean, those who were colonizing the New World were seen as lesser, not just citizens, but lesser people under the crown. inferior products being made under the crown. So of course they wanted.
I mean, yeah, because the crown sent their criminals over here. They didn't send their prominent lineage over here. They sent most of the people that filled up the bottoms of the jails that they didn't want to feed anymore when they were already starting to be starving.
And that's historically accurate of many other governments. I mean, Rome would, of course, you were either put into a gladiatorial situation for your life and killed for entertainment, or you're put in the front of the military. I mean, the U.S., there was the affirmative action Supreme Court ruling recently, except they said, oh, it's okay for the military. And of course, there's a significant need for minorities in the military. If you are an immigrant, one potential pathway to citizenship is through the military. One potential pathway for poor Americans to an education is through the military. So, never mind giving your own people a leg up so that they can earn more and pay more taxes, which makes fiscal sense. We're going to make sure that they go into the military and we can control them. And in some cases, it's possible that they enter the military and maybe they don't get citizenship. Maybe they get kicked out. I mean, that's been a serious threat recently.
But if they are served 4 to 10 years to join to get their citizenship in America, and there's one less chance that one of your children die out there in the field or something like that, put themselves in harm's way, is that not a bad thing?
I mean, if it's in defense of the country, but what is that? I mean, I watched when the Iraq invasion happened. There were so many excuses that were given for the invasion. I mean, there was you had the excuse, oh, we're gonna they have chemical labs on these railways. Well, anyone who knows anything about the railways was screaming about this because these are leftover railways from the Ottoman Empire, and I mean, you could barely have tea, afternoon tea on the train, without spilling it all over yourself. Never mind have a mobile lab. And of course, they knew that there were nukes because, of course, the U.S. has receipts for that. They gave it to them. It was part of supporting the Ba'athist Party to help control politics in the region, which the U.S. also does in Latin America. And of course, sorry?
I was saying they be doing that shit all over. They want more dominance.
I mean, it's anyone who reads basic U.S. history, foreign policy history, gets to understand that that's been the strategy. I mean, this isn't a secret.
With anything that you were saying, though. I'm listening to what you're saying. I wasn't disagreeing. Like I don't know. I'm not aware.
I want to make sure I don't. There's a lot of people come on and talk over things, but this is what we're seeing is that slowly over time the U.S. said, okay, we need to see the vision that the original creators are trying. But of course, they couldn't get buy-in from all of the colonies without saying that we're not going to protect women's rights. We're not going to protect minority rights. We're going to protect the rights of white men. And because they leaned into that, they said, look, we'll have a country and then we can do better in the future. And slowly we've had the march towards that. In fact, at the beginning, there's a little miracle that happened thanks to Alexander Hamilton, which was
you forget free labor.
Well, yeah, I mean, if
the future, or were they saying because every time everybody threatens to get paid more, they just bring in immigrants. Yeah. So is that system actually been fixing itself, or just bringing in replacements every single time?
Both. I mean, if you want to read about it, I'm not really 100% communist, but if you read what Marx wrote about the division of labor, his criticisms are right, his solutions were shaky. But in the North, you had more labor-oriented institutions. In the South, you had creating items, textile work, and stuff like that. In the South, you of course had famously cotton. And a lot of that went to England, and they wanted to do away with northern merchants that were selling goods from the northern colonies. And so the South said, look, if we're going to give up one of our biggest clients, we're going to need some assurances. One being, we need to secure our labor force, our slave labor force. But I wanted to tie that into some things that a previous talker was saying. Looking into the positive. I mean, things have gotten better, but we are at a point where people don't trust each other anymore, and we're seeing return to a Shakespearean society where people are arming themselves, where there's fights in the street. We've got tons of Mercutios getting killed out there. We've got the House of Capulet and the House of Montague. We're fighting each other, and we have people who walk across the aisles. We have star-crossed lovers out there. We have Democrats and Republicans trying to live together in the same household. We've got people who are have family members that are incredibly racist, and they're trying to find ways to live together. And of course, there are people who've become disillusioned. The words of Malcolm X are echoing again through not just Black institutions, but through and militias, but through the LGBTQ community who don't trust that their rights and their life will be guarded.
Why do everybody quote Malcolm X? Because he spoke out about Democrats. He was, first off, that don't mean that any side is equal. That would mean that you need to come out with an alternative. And he came out with the alternative that we need to love ourselves first. And he was as far as the Black nation. So when it comes on that, when I came to defense on what I was saying, I don't see why I have a problem with that, and why y'all not focused on the system that y'all created in the first point. The Republic, you mentioned that in the first point. That's one of the first political standpoints y'all ever made. Y'all fixed that. We can't come up with key points on that. We had a different denomination, and they work well for us.
The one biggest point that Malcolm X believed at the time was he said, or he thought that Martin Luther King had his head in the clouds. He didn't think that white America would accept Black Americans and would never be seen as equal. And so that
we're not. That's the thing, though, because we're not seeking to be equal to anybody, especially equal to people that will do such hateful and mean things to other people. We don't want to be that. We don't want to be equal to that. We don't want to do equal that. We don't want to do 500 years of nothing to nobody. So why we don't want to be equal to these people at all? That's why they keep on asking for equality. We don't want to be equal to y'all. We don't want to put the same pain out that others did. Stop saying that. We don't want to be equal to you. We're not trying to see that. We just want to be left alone so we can heal. We just want to heal.
Yeah.
When people get defensive,
absolutely.
We say we want to heal.
And I think the principle behind the Constitution, Bill of Rights, was this idea that we could create a system where we don't have to agree with each other. We could build something together. And we're at the point where people are saying we don't want to build things together, and it's getting really pretty bad out there. And it kind of
building things together also has brought the economy and also the structure the way it was. Mind you, granted, and I normally don't say this in front of people, but we have more Black businesses, Black-owned businesses when we were segregated. We did better in segregation. We made more money. We had our own Black-owned cabs, Black-owned hotels, Black-owned a lot of things. Black-owned a lot of neighborhoods just because we segregated. Black-owned barbershops just because we're segregated. So we made a lot more money back then than we did now. Our dollar lasted a lot more in our community faster than it did now. Now we got.
And there's a history. There's a history where those communities were attacked because of
a lot more communities come into our community just hire money from us all the time because they know we spend money now. We actually became.
That's probably why they allowed us to come together so that they can be like, we got to take this money away from the Black folks. That's why they did like the Tulsa shit in other places, but
Yeah,
yeah,
for some
there's like they're getting too powerful.
people, disagree
I mean,
on.
there were. Sorry.
No, I was just saying, like, for some things, you would think that I would feel like it was a bad thing, and I don't feel like it was a bad thing because looking at hindsight and looking in, black people were doing better during segregation than they doing now. They suck on the same person's titty that they did before, and then everybody's sitting here with like, look, you had the first this, the first that, the first this, the first that. Like, fuck all that first shit. Y'all should have did that the first year it was out. First year segregation was over. It should have been that. Since then, I don't want to hear all that shit no more. What I do care about is healing from the situation that we've been going through. And once we get that, once we figure out get our culture back, then people can stop being so threatened by us. You wonder why a fucking injured dog fucking lashes out every once in a while it's eating or something like that, and you wonder why it's upset. It's because it's just healing from his old shit, and he was trying to say it was trauma and all that. I wasn't trying to blame it on that. I wasn't trying to blame it on all that. I was just trying to say that we need to learn our history so we can restore our brains from how mentally fucked we just were.
I completely agree with that sentiment. I'll say that we didn't get the experiment to see Black Wall Street rise without the damage that was done to it, because, of course, a very racist community saw this rising insular community and sought to destroy it physically.
Look at Nigeria right now.
Yeah, I mean, the history of Africa is a great example of, the horrors of colonialism that occurred is just horrendous. And then, of course, people who were brought across to the New World and were not allowed to have a culture or history or have any knowledge of their ties back to where they came from. And then, of course, generations born from that trying to create their own culture, having it usurped, destroyed, trodden on, restricted. It's saddening because we don't know what it would look like. We've seen Irish communities come in and create insular communities, build their communities, and then flourish and promote their culture. But other cultures haven't. First Nations are another example of this.
You don't believe other people was already? You don't believe we was already here? You believe we were brought over here?
I think there's a lot of theories about
Theories.
North American origins.
North American. You think you think this all wasn't already a piece by itself already? That's funny.
Well, no, I mean, there's of course the theory of the two land bridges, and when did people cross, and what occurred there. I can only speak from what the documentary and archaeological archive shows us currently, and that's also a problem because that was built by Anglo influences. That was built by European anthropologists, and that has to be reviewed now. That has to be rediscovered, has to be looked at again, and there's a lot of experts working hard on that.
So you don't think like historically that's been passed down like word of mouth through family members?
Or what do you think happened?
That's why I'm curious on. You telling me what other theories are? Curious on what
I mean, as far as human population of North America, the current evidence that I can draw from, again, it's something I was given evidences for, and it's the conclusions that are drawn by people who've spent more time than I on the topic, was that at two different periods there were land bridges, ice bridges that opened up from
land bridge. It wasn't called North America. Sure, North America is definitely around like the 1290s, 1300s, maybe.
And of course the question of when did the Vikings come over? But of course there were people here long before that. There are instances where you find, again, I'm not an expert on it, but you see West Coast evidence of early First Nations and East Coast evidence of early First Nations, and you see a filtering down through the continent. And who knows, we may discover something that throws that into jeopardy, and we have to learn more from the evidence that we have. But I wanted to get back to the question of building towards the future, because segregation is done with. We won't see what
do you believe, as far as, do you believe we were brought here, or do you believe that there was 99% of the population here was already here?
How do you mean?
I mean, when you said as far as people brought over here for slavery, I think I don't feel like a lot of people came to America, as far as North America, for slavery. I think a lot of people went more in the Caribbean, South America, and way down there in the other parts. I don't think that all black folks that were here were here. No. I was just saying, as far as that goes. So
I think it's different, because America has always been fucked up, and they use this man to do some fucked up shit.
I mean, we have documentary records of the importation of African slaves into the Caribbean and whatnot. Of course, sugar plantations and things like that. We have documentary evidence from the Spanish. We have documentary evidence from the British.
Here too, right?
Yeah. So that's kind of what I can go by, was the average number of people on boats that came in, how many boats came in. I mean, there's documentary record of that. Beyond that, I'm not entirely sure, because we don't really have a lot of evidence to back that. Is it out there? Maybe.
I mean, yeah, there's evidence, but you have to just go to other cultures to get the evidence of, as far as like that, like even with information from like Mansa Musa and his travels, or his brother's travels and things like that. And then going
richest man in history.
Huh?
Richest man in history.
Richest man in history. Mansa Musa wasn't. Well, I guess you can consider him the richest man in history, because he was the richest person to actually flaunt his riches, I guess. I mean, his brother, he inherited all the riches from his brother. He didn't conquer anything, so he didn't make himself more richer, his kingdom more richer. He just exposed the world to it and showed everybody that he had money. But yeah, I guess you can consider him the richest man in the world, for sure, ever, for sure.
Rough calculations from, again, what we can glean from the documentary record. But I want to point out that we'll never, I'm going to go back to the idea, we'll never see what an insular Black community in the U.S. could produce, because, of course, America continually destroyed it. I mean, there were also significant troubles for instance, Irish immigrants. There's some discussion of that in the chat, but it wasn't anything like what Black Americans dealt with, or what First Nations dealt with, because they were forcibly separated from culture and their history and their lineage. And
we're not trying to have a new Black Wall Street. That's why I've been trying to explain to people. We didn't want a state. We didn't want Texas. We didn't ask for any of that shit. We didn't say we wanted any of that shit. So as far as that goes, all we just wanted to say is we wanted to just have a safe space online where we can gather and we can pop our shit, and then we'll go in public like everybody else. When they want to go protest or something like that, or when they want to go march or something like that, we want to have the ability to be able to go march. Now, people get into the demographics of who can and who can't join our group, and I keep telling them it's ADOS, and since he's not a part of that group, he feels offended, and there's nothing about that. We want to keep the page bigger, or this platform on bigger shit, but these Motherfuckers always thinking about small shit, and it ain't about small shit. All this shit will be
Yeah.
in the future.
Well, I mean, I've only read again what has been published from media that I can access about GMJ's group. It's something I've been kind of interested in since I first saw Boss Talk talking about it.
I'm reading it. Half of the response be the response, and then half of it be answering people in the chat that say shit. Because, like I said, I'm reading and I what's the name? I got the chat over.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
There's well, it's kind of what I wanted to go into is this idea of what's being built together. Of course, segregation's gone. The Dixiecrats, Democrat Dixiecrats of the South are no longer. In fact, the Republicans that fought against slavery is for the most part over. But there's a lack of trust, and GMJ's group was interesting because my understanding, please correct me, I'm here to ask this question. The origins of it came from seeing repeated denial of basic. People seeing severe wrongs.
No, you was on the denial of basic human rights. You was almost there. You was just supposed to stroke that. So when that lady was on here earlier and she was talking about disabled children or disabled adults, and when you say that somebody is being denied their basic human rights for them to function and live, then I definitely feel like you should come to defense to that, and that's what I felt we have. And when he was mentioning earlier about us being on some, I mentioned we were on a group page as far as a documented and referred to, credited to by CNN and all these people, a documented militia page as far as people being on a hate group list or being like a passive militia group. And we have not been on a hate group. So as far as when he's mentioning people, as far as those specific groups being malicious or want a race war or something, I'm like, none of the people on this side want any problem with anybody on that side or anything.
Well, that's what I've come to understand. The protests that GMJ's militias, the NFAC, have gone to, they've been a formidable presence. They've been it's a warning, sort of. And I
see, that's my thing, though. And I don't mean to always defer, and I don't mean to always come in defense.
Sure.
It's not an NFAC thing, GMJ thing. Why are we always that's not the first thing we want to even be mentioning? Why is that always in our conference? That's why we get so defensive. Because me and Boss Talk is here as our individual entities as ourselves. We a fucking army on our own. I'm a walking militia my damn self. So I don't understand why you gotta attach his name to the conversation that I'm going through or having with you or Boss here. He don't need the Panthers when he talking to you. He don't need you know what I'm saying? So as far as that goes, we don't need those names to be brought up because I don't need them in defense of when I'm speaking. Now I can speak for myself as far as myself. I'm not always speaking for, and I don't speak for the NFAC. Only one person does.
Right. The reason why I brought it up was because, of course, I've seen from the sidelines the drama between, for instance, Defender of Vance, the doofus thing. There's also this, as it's been highlighted in the drama, there's a YouTube page called Watchdog that, of course, gives out a bunch of information, whether it's true or not, I'm not sure, and it is a clip of Boss Talk talking about, well, for instance, there's a interview with Doofus on that channel that talks about how you tried to get into the militia and they had various stipulations for why you couldn't, and I know you've mentioned before.
Hold on, you got an interview that Doofus took down on their page?
Yes, I think they probably saved it. It might be the person that DOA is working with.
What was the reason? I'm just because I want to see if it's the right one. What was the reason they said I couldn't be in the NFAC?
The comment in the interview with you was that that you had a white mom.
No, what?
My understanding in or maybe I misunderstood that interview. My understanding from things that are published that I can read online from news groups was that their requirement was that you had a black father to join the militia.
I have a black father.
Right. So,
so how would that make sense? So
no, I mean, there was another suggestion in the video that said that it was because of your. It hinted at previous interviews that you had done. They had decided that maybe you weren't material for the militia. It's just curious to me watching this happening because I see a lot of old rhetoric around the breaking of trust in our in the U.S. and communities in the U.S. and people are wanting to defend themselves. You don't need a militia to do that. You can form your own community, but it's a story that I've been kind of interested in because we have multiple communities in the U.S. who feel that trust has been broken. And the country feels like it's breaking apart.
Going to shoot all the time. What if you like going to hunt? You like collecting guns. That's what you're forming your community that like collecting guns.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So like, you know, sometimes militias ain't all what you think it is. And like I was telling you before, this militia ain't what you talking about. What your mind is based upon, because that's not why he wasn't allowed into the militia. And to be honest, it probably was nothing that he said inside the interview, because in the interview he was just being completely honest. It probably was just what it was worded and going to this specific person, which they wouldn't tie it to that because the specific person wouldn't want to watch the video or promote the video if it mentioned his name inside of it, and that's what it really was about. But
the reason I'll tell you all the real reason so no one's confused. It was because Doofus made a title and I wasn't a member yet. He made a title and said, new NFAC member comes to talk about the positive things that GMJ does or something along those lines. But he called me a new NFAC member and I hadn't even became a member yet. So because of that, of course, that got GMJ's attention. So he's like, wait, there's a new NFAC member this going live speaking on about for the NFAC type shit, you know? So
yeah.
Because Doofus put that title, it fucked shit up. Because in the show, all I was doing was like because like the questions that Doofus was asking was shit like what is it that you like about the NFAC? How do you think it's gonna help the community? What do you like about GMJ? When did you first come across him? All that type of shit. So there was nothing that I was saying that was negative to get me kicked out. It was simply his title, and people took it the wrong way. You know, I don't know if GMJ even listened to the video. I just know because I think he thought maybe I was acting as if he thought I was acting as if I was a new member. So he was like, no, because of this show, you can't be in the or you will and will never be in the militia. So it was all Doofus's fault. Nothing on me.
Well, it's something I was interested in. I don't have you may have explained it before, but I may have missed it. And it's a story I think that would be good to
like. The misinformation is so crazy as far as our small and that's why I've been as far as like to leave us alone, because we just a small community, and we just want to be great, just like every other community want to be great. We're not poking the bear at nobody else. You don't see NFACers or even the Grandmaster Day poking at people or blaming people. We're not here to blame people. We use this to, when we describe to y'all the history of things, telling y'all what's the truth in history. You just went down history, and I didn't say it because most of the shit you said was true. When I say something, or when Miss Lynn says something, or when Boss is saying something, 9 times it's true. Go look that up. You know what I'm saying? Go do your homework. That's all we'd say about that. But as far as that goes, we all try to do our research. We know where we're coming from. Shit. So don't discredit us. Check out the other people that actually do their research and see what they got going on. See if they actually factual. They should.
I mean, it's something I've been curious about because like I know DOA and someone who came on with the initials AP, who isn't the other AP, was talking about finances and proof of finances, and it's like that's fairly simple to prove.
No,
it's very difficult to prove that to a general public, but
yeah, about to
or rather,
phone call with Master Day on recording it for DOA. I'm about to give lessons. From the leader. I'm about to just take the knowledge they can kick me on a short time frame. Now I'm on the phone. But what's good, Jeff? My fault. I ain't even.
I just came up to talk to R. Williams real quick. Been a while since I've talked to him. How you doing, R. Williams?
Doing all right, Jeff. I've been watching some of the drama unfold.
Well, you happen to touch a subject I'm very interested in about militias.
Right.
Do you understand our Constitution says that every American has the right to form a well-regulated militia, but it doesn't say who is the regulator of that militia?
The history of that is the formation of militias for the protection of the country, mainly from outside invasion.
Oh. Based on what? Based on the history of how the government has dealt with militias.
Are you meaning
because of course, remember
domestic or foreign?
Well, the Constitution does not say. It strictly says the American people have the right to form a well-regulated militia.
And there's a context
to it.
Any
well-regulated militia could be a militia of Americans regulating themselves to be a militia to stand up for this country.
Yes.
It doesn't pertain to the government regulating it, but individuals themselves can regulate it.
Yes,
and the Constitution clearly states all it has to do is be well-regulated. It doesn't say by who.
And there's a historical context to how that's played out. For example, there are a number of militias that took part in rebellions that were put down by the government.
Well, because the government doesn't like militia. They can't control a public militia.
That's why they took down GMJ.
And it's all about control.
Yes, actually, his flashlight supposedly blinding a sniper. I mean, it's kind of interesting. I haven't seen the picture of the moment where that may have happened, but
no. It's supposedly a protester, sniper, flashlight. None of that. That's all allegedly. There's no.
Yeah, he did.
Here's the funny part. They're talking about how this flashlight blinded somebody. How many times has somebody been pulled over at night, and the first thing the cop does when they walk up to your door is blind you with a flashlight?
But that's the thing. It wasn't a flashlight. He's been accused of pointing a firearm.
Yeah.
And there's no proof. Well, besides a picture of a gun being pointed in the air. That's the only proof. They have body cams there in Louisville, so they don't have any body cam footage of them looking over the building and he's pointing a gun at them. None of that.
Well, what was reported was the gun was pointing at the sniper. The sniper noticed because the flashlight hit
them. There was no sniper though. Like we gotta remember that. Like we can't be saying that because.
Yeah, no, that's what was reported. Whether that happened or not, I mean.
I mean,
So now we're
it
talking about a sniper that got his feelings hurt because somebody lit him up.
Sorry, Mr. Black, I couldn't hear you.
I said, was it a 911 call? What report said that? Besides it being for,
This is what's being reported in the general media about the case.
Oh, in the general media. Oh,
Yeah,
man.
I mean that's yeah.
Basically, with the information you just gave, you're telling me a sniper got his feelings butt hurt because somebody saw him and lit him up with a flashlight, so he decided to cry wolf.
I mean, it wouldn't be the first time that something like that was used as a technicality to put someone in prison.
Well, yeah, these are not cops with feelings.
A black man being able to aim a weapon with a flashlight and not at a sniper as
and not be shot.
And not be shot.
Yeah, no,
that would be
I've seen,
and we should document.
We've seen
books and put that in.
I've seen worse from other organizations. So I mean, the fact that that's what they went on is, I don't know for sure, but to me, maybe someone was out for them. Again, it's not the first time something like that's happened.
Well, they've been trying to shut GMJ down for years because they don't like what he's doing. That's a proven fact.
And I'm not even trying to sound racist. Any black man that is able to speak, and not just speak, but speak knowledge, and be able to bring black folks together in a positive, because he wasn't just saying, "Oh yeah, let's do malicious shit." No, he was teaching spiritual shit. He was trying to lead them on a good path. That's what drew me to him, was the spiritual shit, not the malicious shit. That came later.
He was talking about all types of different things. We were studying the moon and astrology and a lot of different things and a lot of different topics, not just even religion or nothing like that. So when the militia thing happened, it was because like a lot of people, like somebody spoke on earlier, it just was a lot of human rights being violated where he spoke out about it. So
I mean, boss, if you look at history, anybody who tries bringing sides together has been silenced.
Yeah.
JFK didn't believe in the games the politicians were playing. He was a president for the people. They silenced him. Martin Luther King was trying to bring the division down and bring people together for both black side and white side. He was murdered. Malcolm X tried doing the same thing, and look at the hell he went through. Anybody who's trying to get rid of this divide, somewhere along the line, somebody silences them because they don't want that. They want to divide. That gives them the control that they need to be able to do what they're doing. And it's all about control.
There's a theory in politics. There's a political theory that doing that is easier to administrate than doing what the people generally do, which is attempt to network and to create a life for themselves. I mean, you saw this again in Iraq, where you had tribal society intermarrying and weaving together a social network of support that was becoming, their nation. And a lot of the conflicts between minority groups were starting to fade away. Of course, under a brutal hand of a dictator, one that was, placed there by influence to be placed there by other countries. But people do that. You have, given a period of economic growth and relative peace, people will build a life in their communities, and that will spread. But of course,
look at
that brings that brings a lot of complications. Now,
look at the massacre that happened at Tiananmen Square.
I mean, fair.
People wanted to get people to come together. So what they do, they had one hell of a massacre right there in Tiananmen Square.
China's an interesting case because Republicans actually believed at one time that if they tied in the Chinese economy, that people would earn more, the middle class would rise and would demand more democracy. And that tends to pan out throughout history. And this is where the question of class struggle comes in, where you have a disappearing middle class. You have a tendency towards what's called an equilibrium revolution. So people picking up forms of aggression to dismantle a government or to reform the government or to just outright violent revolution, which often breeds a much worse, much more dysfunctional government. And for the most part, people don't want that.
We're trying to function inside of society's borders. What we want to do is heal and then become productive members of society. People complain about how much crime it is in our communities, and people complain about how much we are a burden on society and our finances. And we want to fix our community by educating them further and making them better as far as finances, how we can help with export, import, be more valuable in things that we can build and create. And then people discipline us and they discredit us and they come at us in a bad way. And it's like, shoot, well, I just want to teach them something that their ancestors already knew. Just because I bought land and I teach them that they already know how to pick cotton and fucking do tobacco from long ago. So I reteach them. Now you mad at me because I retaught them something that they already supposed to be already fucking knowing. That's not my fault.
That happens on both sides.
Yeah, but that's no different. But that's what I'm saying. I'm not upset with the other side, because they've been engineers and things like business wise, been taught things from the past, generationally, whether it was business wise or something like that. I'm not mad that y'all got the upper hand in that. That's what I was saying. Like, can we practice a little nepotism for a second? Because that's what we've seen y'all have done for a while, and I don't disagree with it. That's why I was saying, like, it's not a bad thing that it's all black. It's just, damn, my children are black, so can I practice a family thing for right now, like the Italians did, or any other race of people that came did, like the Irish, the Polish, or anything? Didn't they tell people about their history overseas? And they educate them?
The funny part is there's a lot of us that actually don't want the divide. They want people to be treated equally straight across the board, no matter what the skin color is. But
there's a lot of disagreement on.
We do want that. There's a lot of controversy that goes on with it from both sides.
There's a disagreement of what that looks like. For instance, there's the theory that with people like Boss Talk existing waters down culture, waters down something that's mythological that's there in the genetics. And it's not true. I mean, we're all the same species. Our genes are expressed differently. That's the science behind it.
That's what I was trying to tell him earlier, that the Queen Mother can make any shade. And when he was talking about where the blue-eyed devil didn't, Farrakhan, Honorable Farrakhan, and Malcolm X bring up the blue-eyed devil, and I said that there's black people in Africa with blue eyes, green eyes, whatever shade eyes you can come up with, they have them. So I'm like, I don't think of it like that. So
my understanding of that term is it was a description that that Asians gave Westerners that came to trade. So of course, my context is completely different. But Jeff, people disagree on how this happens. I mean, from a sociopathic economic point of view, we'll put it this way. If an American citizen is captured overseas, the U.S. government will spend about $1 million getting them back, because that's what they'll recoup in taxes over their lifetime, as more or less assured. Why can't we take that $1 million and invest it in that person, in their education, in their well-being, to bring them to a place where they can contribute more in taxes, build more for their community and more for the world around them? It seems like an incredibly small investment. Meanwhile, it's something like $50,000 to $70,000 a year to keep someone in jail.
May I? I want to respond to Zella real quick. According to Zella, the Second Amendment doesn't say anything about a well-regulated militia, the way I put it. So I'm going to read exactly what the Second Amendment says. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. It doesn't say anything about governmental interference. It does not say anything about governmental interference. It does not say the government's the only one that can have a well-regulated militia.
Yes, but how that militia is used. So if that militia is used in a rebellion.
Well, if you think about it, why would the American people form a militia? Because they have a corrupt government.
No, that's not the purpose of the Second Amendment.
Sure it is.
No.
How do you figure? It says to maintain a free state.
I believe that militias can be called up as a wing for the American defense, but
yes.
I'm not sure how that can be governmental interference. As far as like the National Guard fails and there's a well-regulated militia that they can.
Yeah, but that's the government controlled. But who controls a tyrannical government?
The governor, parliament, is who that
that's what I'm saying. The government.
That's why the Constitution allows us to form a militia to handle a tyrannical government.
You're conflating the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution.
Jeff, to your defense, I'm not saying that 99% of the time they don't control. The government has no input on the militia. I'm saying that the governor or a president can call a militia and act them, like deputize them to be like mercenaries for the military or for the American government. That's what I'm trying to say. They can do that.
Well, like I said, the whole purpose of the Second Amendment from our forefathers was because our government was basically built on the fact that it was ran by we the people, not politicians who decide to make it a career, and that they were supposed to serve a set term frame and fresh ideas come up at the end of that term.
Actually, it was built on
somebody doing it for 40 years.
It was built on a confederation of states.
Yes, and they had term limits, so fresh ideas came out of the streets every so often.
The Confederation of States had their militias and were called upon for action, for defense. And the agreement was that the Confederation would defend the nation, and that was the purpose of the militias. Historically, militias that were called up in rebellions were put down by the government. Is that a tyrannical government?
The militia philosophy still rules. If we got a tyrannical government, do you think our military is going to stand up to our tyrannical government that is ran by the tyrannical government? No, they're not.
Likely not. But the United States
we're able to make a managed militia to help deal with that tyrannical government.
So
but the key to all this is the fact that it's a well-regulated militia. It's not a bunch of hotheads saying, I'm a militia, I'm going to go take on DC. Because that's not what you do.
There's a regulated militia. In fact, a well-trained army and well-supplied army in the Civil War that was marching to the Capitol.
Yeah.
To take over what they believed was a tyrannical government.
Yeah, look what happened to them.
Exactly. This is my point. The Second Amendment does not protect and was not meant for militia in a rebellion. That is conflating the Declaration of Independence and its declaration against King George, England.
Well, King George doesn't live anymore.
Yes. The context of the Declaration, a lot of people take it and they apply it to the Second Amendment, and they say that we should have a militia to take over a tyrannical government nearby at home. And historically,
unfortunately, our government doesn't even follow the Constitution or the Republic. Because it says simply, "We the people, of the people, by the people." They forget that.
So we have an agreement in the union that we are working together via the mechanisms of democracy that we have created. And there are many mechanisms to be able to challenge authority, and where found illegitimate, to dismantle it. There are people who don't want to go through those channels and those mechanisms and to build up their communities and foster change. And instead, they want to collapse. They want an equilibrium revolution, and they want to form a government in their beliefs and their image.
I don't think it's that much. I think what it is getting rid of what they classify the one percenters, the lobbyists, big pharma, people that are putting money in the politicians' back pockets to get the politician to go against the American people. And the only way you can actually fix that is you start at the state level and work your way up. Because a lot of people don't understand, if you fix your state level, you're fixing DC at the same time. Because the people in DC come from the state.
I completely agree with the sentiment of building up your community and creating political change. The biggest problem is we have a lot of different people who are struggling against that. I mean, we've been watching some of them who have been getting nowhere with the politicians, and they say, "Oh, it's too corrupt," and all this other. But they're a small demographic. If they were a significantly larger demographic, they might be heard. And of course, money does talk, and money can be used in a way to represent a large population. Now,
you know, as well as I do, if you got two people to go talk to politicians, you're not going to get absolutely nowhere. Well, now, if you show up with 500 people, you're going to get hurt.
Let's look at voting populations, percentages. I mean, you've got some states where maybe 2/3 of the state is in fact voting, of the eligible voters, and maybe half of that, or maybe a portion of that, actually got the governor elected, or federal representative elected. You've got disengagement from the public, and this is a cultural issue.
Well, the problem with that is now, and on everybody's mind, whether you're a Democratic or Republican or an independent, on everybody's mind is the biggest problem we have right now that exists. How legitimate is it to go vote for who you believe would be good to represent you in your state and in DC? How legitimate is your vote actually going to be? Is it going to be actually an honest vote, or are they going to try rigging it to one side or the other? That's the biggest thing going on in everybody's mind right now.
No one believes that they can produce a third party. No one believes that they can promote party reform.
There is a third party. There's actually three parties. You got the Democrats, you got the Republicans, and you got an independent. Independents don't ever win. Maybe an independent needs to win.
So, Boss Talk, Mr. and Mr. Black, have you voted for a governor before in your state?
Yep.
Have you tried to talk to, or have you ever registered within a political party? Whether, of course, we've only got two, but and have you participated in discussions with your local representatives to create change within that party? And if not, what's your opinion about it?
I think talking with them is all bullshit. They already got their agenda, you know. I believe, of course they're going to come out and talk to you so that they get your vote. But at the end of the day, they have what they want to do. And, I mean, just like a president, they're going to tell you what you want to hear. And then even when Trump won, there were so many people saying, I never should have voted for him. I regret it. The people that thought Biden was going to be good, they're like, I wish I never would have voted for him, and it's just how it is, and with voting, they want to say, oh, you have to vote and shit like that. And it's like, okay, so we have to vote. So When you have to vote, you have to pick somebody, you know.
So regarding presidential elections, it's selecting, of course, the least of the evils, and a lot of people are disengaged from that. I've got friends on both sides of, the Canadian and U.S. border. They say, oh, well, we elected Trudeau. No, you don't elect your prime minister. The system forces you to focus on your local representatives in order to change the federal party. And I feel there's something that's lost in the U.S. where there's such a focus on the president when the power, as Jeff pointed out, is much lower in the chain than that. The power that they receive comes from local representatives and multiple states coming together with their concerns and promoting those concerns to the federal government. The fact of the matter is, it's pretty dysfunctional right now. I mean, people aren't communicating with each other. People aren't communicating. I mean, if you can't communicate with each other, how are you going to communicate through such a complex political system?
But Art Williams, you know as well as I do, in Canada, they don't have the same system we have. Here we actually elect our president. Canada, you elect the party, then the party decides who's going to be the prime minister.
Right. That's why I said you have to focus on local federal representatives to create change. What I didn't say was the executive branch, but yeah, they don't vote for their executor, for the national executor. But I think that's something that's lost is the grassroots movement. And there's been so much disillusionment that people are just kind of hiding from the task. In a lot of the U.S., I don't know if it's the same for you three up here, but American U.S. history in high schools tends to stop either in the 50s or 60s. It doesn't continue from there to show what happened after desegregation and some of the horrors that occurred in neighborhoods and in the real estate market. And
it goes farther back now than that. They don't make it to the 50s and 60s anymore. They've taken that away.
Focus on the battles, not at why the battle was being fought. And
because
so the discussion...
A lot of people don't even know. A lot of people think 9/11 was the first attack on American soil when it wasn't. That's how bad our history is. Because you got Oklahoma City, you got Pearl Harbor, you got Boston. All those happened before 9/11, but people don't know about them because people don't talk about them. That's our history. If you can't remember history, all you're going to do is repeat it. And that's what this government wants. They want us to stay in this constant circle. They don't want us to make that circle become a straight line and we actually move forward and everybody is happy. They want us all to be divided. And they're achieving exactly what they set out to do.
Well, something I want to point out, and I don't want to completely insult the guy, but it needs to be said. Defender of Ants comes up here and spouts ignorant racism because he doesn't know that history.
He's a fool.
He doesn't know what other people have gone through, what their parents went through, what their grandparents went through. And I'm really sorry to everyone here that had to hear him talk like that, because that's the result.
Well, it's like when people talk slavery, the first thing they do is accuse white people of being slave owners. That's not the case. Antonio Johnson was the first slave owner, and he happened to be a black man.
I acknowledge the history of my family. Half of my family were textile workers. And what did they work with? They worked with cotton that came from slave fields in North America.
And a lot of people are afraid to actually look into the history of something other than their race. And I think everybody should look into the history of every race, so you have a full understanding of what everybody goes through.
Well, there's also a misunderstanding of what race is, which is a European anthropological assumption, mythology that was created and taught, along with, shapes of heads and all this other crap. Of course, that was done away with scientifically with the discovery of DNA and the sequencing of the human genome. But of course, culturally and socially, we haven't caught up to it. And we lump things like culture into this idea of race, and we're all humans with different backgrounds and different stories that we tell, and we tell the stories in different ways. But we
I
should
don't
be able
think
to work
culture
together.
plays a part into it, because there's people from every walk of life that goes through every culture that other people go through. You got, and I'm not wanting to disrespect anybody, but you got poor black people, you got rich black people, you got poor white people, you got rich white people, you got poor Chinese, you got rich Chinese. Everybody goes through it. It's a balance. It's just not a cultural thing. Because you got the ups and downs and the cultural aspects of it in every race.
So, do you know, have you ever looked through the history of your own family, where they came from?
Yes, on both sides.
Are you,
Irish and Indian.
what do you
I
know?
went through both.
How do you feel about that history?
I didn't agree with it. I wish I was born back then, because I would have fought for it. Because a lot of my Irish side of my family were slaves.
Do you feel that it gives you, that it's part of your identity now? It's something that you draw on?
It gives me a better outlook on how to look at people, and not how to cast somebody because of their skin color or their background throughout history, but to look at them for who they are, and they're entitled for who they really are. Not what happened in their past, but what they present today.
Hey, this is me, and I appreciate all the conversation between Jeff and R. Williams. I think there's a party we miss. It's called the Uniparty.
Well, I talk about the independent party. Because
No, it's called the Uniparty. The Uniparty is where the Democrats and the Republicans have joined together to create a whole bunch of crap to divide all of us.
we don't classify that uniparty. We call that the NWO fools. Because they call themselves the world order.
Well,
I call it the investor class.
You can call it whatever you want to call it, but it's doing its job.
Well, they're fools. And the problem is, people in America have forgotten that these people are supposed to represent us and what we want, not what they want, and not what somebody with $1 million puts in their pocket wants, but what the American people want.
Got a question for both of y'all. Does Walmart represent what you want?
No.
Nope.
Do you go into a Walmart ever?
Nope.
Nope.
Have you gone into Walmart?
Nope.
I haven't been in a Walmart for 5 years.
Fair, but you've been in a Walmart before.
I have. I have.
What did you like about a Walmart at the time?
Well, it was the closest thing to my house.
Fair.
And probably the lowest prices. But the reason I don't like Walmart, if you look at Walmart, what does Walmart say?
One-stop shopping, discounts. We got everything you need.
Look at the name Walmart for what it actually says.
I would think a more accurate reflection would be Amazon.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Fair. Amazon would be a good example.
Amazon is a better reflection of today. I mean, especially
I shop at Amazon. But if you look at the name Walmart,
you shop at Amazon. Okay.
It says martial law.
Who doesn't?
Yeah. Well, and yeah, actually, Amazon is probably the better example of this, and Bezos is definitely one of those 1%ers. So the reason why I brought up Walmart is Walmart, has the rollback, little meme that they do, and of course they raise the price of an item before they do that, and the person going in, most consumers don't know that's happening. And I think it's a pretty good representation of what other institutions try to do. And the thing is, there are people who, where their parents told them this is happening and how it works and how to, function around it and deal with it. And that's a culture. And then there's people who are raised and didn't know that. And when they see there's a deal, they go, oh yeah, I could get that. I could save money. And then of course, my dad comes in and goes, oh, well, you could save more money by not buying it. But of course, then you have people who say, well, we should go back to
RW. That's been going on for years. It's been called lost leaders. I mean, that's been going on forever. hundreds of years. I mean,
And then you've got people who say, let's go back to the cottage industry, and then I'm going to go to 50 different places to get 50 different items that I need for the week. And you realize that if your time is valuable, you've just wasted a whole lot of time and money.
I'll just use Amazon.
Now, Amazon and Walmart, it's not a conspiracy that they're trying to increase profits this year, is it? It's not a conspiracy that they're trying to increase their stock value, pay dividends, higher dividends. None of this is a conspiracy. Pensions are wrapped up in these investments, and we're all, there's a group of people in the U.S. that are tied into this investment class sort of culture, and there's people who can't afford to even enter it
because they don't get the appropriate COLA.
But none of this is
I'm going to say to you guys, it depends on where you work within the organization. So I've got an next door neighbor that is a truck driver for Amazon Prime, because people are now out of COVID and they hired a bunch of truck drivers to deliver stuff. He's been laid off. So, I mean, I think we're all in control of the government. The government, did they create this pandemic?
Well, no, hold on. We're getting into all sorts of different things. I just want to focus on Amazon for the moment. Did this person have any stock in Amazon?
No.
No investments in Amazon?
No.
Because if they, okay, fair. So someone who couldn't enter into that class of U.S. investor.
Just a high school education.
Fair.
So we're not talking like high level. Yeah. And that doesn't matter to me, because that doesn't matter.
Fair. I mean, there's some
reality and the totality of it. Inflation increases. People increase their wages for their employees to help them live better, supposedly. In the process of raising those wages, they now raise the price of the products they're selling to offset the raise of the wages.
Okay.
And the American people actually don't get the COLA increase that they're supposed to get every year.
Jeff, might I add that there was the president of the United States that raised the minimum wage to
$4
X
times
dollar
in 2 years. 4 times in 2 years.
All right, I'm just saying. So when you do that, the McDonald's cheeseburger becomes a higher price
because of the labor cost. Yeah.
Now,
and every year, the way it was set up is every American was supposed to get what they call a COLA, cost of living expenditure. It's supposed to go up every year. There's a lot of years Americans haven't gotten it, but yet the inflation has gone up, prices have gone up, but their cost of living expenditures have not gone up to match it.
So of course, and the market made determinations, like for instance in the switch in the 50s, saying, well, families aren't buying steaks anymore, and you said, oh well, the switch to ground beef was actually a personal choice. They like ground beef more than they like steak, so we shouldn't factor that in. So of course people are doing with less and less and less, and again, this is not a conspiracy.
Nope.
At all. This is basic economics. We squeeze where you can.
Yeah, it's called supply and demand.
Because that's people's jobs to squeeze where they can.
Also, Social Security only goes up by the COLA. I mean, they only raise your Social Security payment based on what the inflation rate is. So if the inflation and the inflation has been under 3% for a number of years, go look at the inflation rate. So your COLA on Social Security was under 3%. Now all of a sudden they got like 6%. Well, that's because the inflation rate has gone up. People don't understand that.
Well, and since World War II,
5%.
Since World War II, taxes have come down significantly. The entire economic landscape has shifted and done so over time, and generation to generation, passing on that knowledge so people can fight it is quite difficult. Is that a conspiracy? I mean, maybe people are using it to their advantage.
No, it's the control of the government. I mean, that's
who in the government.
It's always about control.
I'm talking about Amazon. I'm
All right.
talking
Well,
about
all right. Let's go
I'm
back.
talking about the industries. So if to offset inflation, the quote idea is that's not talked about in all cultural spheres in the United States and class spheres is that you put as much money as you can into a company that's doing well. That's where your savings go, and they go up as the economy grows, and that offsets inflation at the very least, or potentially has a big payoff.
It's supposed to, but it doesn't.
Okay. And it specifically doesn't for poor communities. In fact, it really doesn't generationally for poor communities that have been shat on. Excuse my language, but that's what's happened. People who have been under the boot of that same, of the biases
They
of our,
always stay under the boot.
you saw it in the real estate markets where at one time, if you're Italian, you're seen as dirty, olive-skinned people who are coming in. Catholics, ooh, Catholics. We don't want them in our neighborhood. They're going to go across the train tracks. The Irish, we don't want them. They're going to across the train tracks. Black people, we're going to put them across the train tracks. Hispanics, we're going to put them across the train tracks. And they're going to have, they're going to be in the
RW. I cannot disagree with you any more than anything that you've said in regards to that.
But here's the funny thing,
I don't know where you live in the United States, but I live in the suburbs of Northern Virginia.
I'm not talking about right now. And yes, I know. I mean, I think I know who you are, but this is something that's historically happened. I mean, from my grandparents' generation, even before that in the United States. And, my grandmother, for instance, gave me when she died, she gave me a chunk of change that I was able to put in the stock market when I was in high school.
But
and it's given me advantages that other people don't. And I recognize that.
You mentioned real estate, Williams, but here's something that you didn't talk about. Good example dealing with real estate. People who live in California bought their homes for $50,000, $60,000, $70,000. They're now selling those exact same homes for $2, $3, $4, $5 million. They're going to other communities where people don't make that kind of money because of Hollywood. And they're jacking the price of property up to the point where nobody can afford to buy anything.
How are they doing that?
Because they come in, well, I just sold my house for $6 million. Your $120,000 price is too cheap. So people raise their price up because California comes in flashing their money. And now people who live and work in the state, because Arizona does not have the same minimum wage as California, can't afford now to buy the property that just got jacked up because the people come from California.
But Jeff,
so I'm trying to ask for a mechanism here. I'm trying to ask for a mechanism here. So translation.
I live in Northern Virginia. I can sell my house for $800,000, and I can move to a state where it's cheaper. Just as your example.
Yeah, I mean, I could go to places in Michigan and get a $80,000 house, nice house with an unkept yard, and but no industry around, no nice restaurant around.
You won't be able to.
So
that's what's going on in the real estate market. Give it 3 years, you won't be able to.
Yeah, because we've got an acceleration of population, and we've got people saying, "Oh, what we have to do is kill the population," and they're not seeing the big picture here.
The problem is from people in higher minimum wage states that can afford higher priced houses. Like in Hollywood, they pay $1 million each for a house, no big deal. They come over to a state where the minimum wage does not match what it is in California. And they say, well, your prices are cheap, so now people are raising their prices, and the people whose minimum wage hasn't changed now can't afford the higher price. But because these people coming from another state with millions of dollars can afford it, that's okay.
Okay, so what's the price of an object between two people? What's the price of a thing? It's what you two agree on. And what you agree on is based on the environment that's there. You've got a huge population density. You've got thriving industry. You've got vertical development going on. Yeah, of course, property values go up. That's not a conspiracy. It's not government controlling that.
RW, the only thing I would disagree with that on, in our area, we've got a lot of people coming over from they're Middle Eastern. They have a lot of oil,
Okay.
so they can come and like
Spend buku bucks.
all right.
so-
So I'm going to be honest with you. We put our house on the market. They were able to come in and offer $100,000 over our asking price.
Congratulations.
$100,000 of the appraised value of our house
Okay.
price.
What's the
So-
problem?
Well, no, I think what I'm trying to bring back is it's not just about the people that are here. Like, I think Jeff's talking about the people that have been here and like
Sure.
Have
if
been
you want a house,
struggling to get a house. Now they can't.
Yeah. I think loaning practices are pretty unfair, yeah. And I think that people don't want to have to pack up and move because the property value went up and they can't pay the taxes. I
They can't
understand
even pay
that.
to move.
Yeah, where are they going to move to? Now you've got a market that's historically in the U.S. when you have a market that is incredibly toxic, that is dysfunctional. There's an organization that often used to come in and used to help with development because it's their job to secure the well-being of its people. And you pay taxes into that. You're a shareholder of that. You have representation in that, just like the Amazon worker would if they had bought stock in Amazon. They could go to a shareholders meeting and raise hell. And if enough people with enough shares raised hell, they would be heard. Theoretically. So here's the thing: is the mechanism of this is of course you've got people with money moving into a nice area of a city, well developed, lots of services, and there's very little that's pushing into outer development and expansion. A significant portion of the U.S. is empty of people and isn't being developed.
AK money.
And there is one institution that historically has helped with build that up. In fact, the investment in roads to connect small villages together did two things. One, the Walmarts of the world encroached on their village and said, hey, we've got this guy over here and he's figured out how to make what you make, what your little cottage industry makes. And he can make tons of them for even cheaper, which can improve the lives of tons of people. You're now out of business. Your village is out of business. Your cottage industry is done. Is that a bad thing? Well, yeah, it was seen as un-American. Same thing happened to the oil industry. The oil wildcatters were overproducing, were producing with tons of waste. I mean, you had towns that were coated in oil. People were coated in oil. From the day you were born, you were coated in oil to the day you died. And it was seen as un-American when they were forced when they were bought out by large industries. And of course, there's Standard Oil came in and created an Acme company and started beating the crap out of your company and taking it over. And it was ugly. It was seen as un-American.
You're on a great rant, but here's what I'm going to tell you. We have watched this happen in our community over the last 15 years.
Mm-hmm.
We've got all these people coming in from other countries. The area that we live in, they don't care for their yards. We actually landed. We actually went for a drive today. We were like 20 miles away from our home. And we sat there and watched people from a different country place their trash out in the driveway. They didn't put in a trash can that was like a 5-step walk. So what we're watching is a lot of people coming in from other countries that have no respect for the United States of America and the great country that we've built.
They never will.
Hold on. They have no respect for the country because they put garbage not in a can out on the front.
Well, no, it was in the
I mean, come on. Is this a municipal issue or what?
It was in a parking lot of a Walmart. They ate their food and then they took their trash and they placed it in a parking space.
I hate to say, but I could go to the most American, third generation American, neighborhood, and I'd see the same crap in a parking lot. Come on.
Not around here.
I mean,
we love the USA.
If you want to
keep America beautiful, girl. Beautiful.
Okay. Places in Southeast Asia have done the same thing, and they implemented massive fines.
That's my point.
So implement them. Go to the municipality and say, listen, we need fines for people. Sorry, K Money.
But you guys give me a headache. It's a back and forth thing.
I was gonna
Is
say,
the
if y'all
infamous
don't mind
K-Money?
real quick, just because I know y'all's
Passionate.
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 Yeah,
That's what I'm gonna say. You're passionate.
How you doing, K Money?
I'm doing good, Jeff. How you doing?
Doing good.
Well,
Great.
K Money,
That's good
I
to
don't
hear.
know who you are, but apparently I do now.
No. Okay.
She's very well known.
Nice
So
to meet you, Money. It's the first time I'm meeting you. I've heard a number of things from a very
No, don't listen to what
ignorantly
you hear.
racist
They don't know
person.
me either. They don't know me either.
Yeah,
So
fair.
Nice to meet you all.
K Money, like earlier, did you happen to catch?
I'm starting to watch the beginning of it now, and I want to correct a couple of things.
For sure, for sure.
I'm going to correct this much. I am American that lives in Canada. I have dual citizenship, so they keep telling me, well, she's Canadian, she's Canadian. I live in Canada, I do. And I heard him saying that I'm in a wheelchair or
Yeah, yeah.
I'm going to explain where he gets that from. We know who's behind the AI, and that's where he's getting all his information.
Mm-hmm.
But when they doxed my apartment, I have a neighbor that has one of those, I don't know what you call them, scooters where you sit down and you scoot.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's parked outside my apartment building, so they figure it's me. I am not fat. So these are people like DOA. He's getting his information wrong. I'm gonna call out this dude's name, Joker John. That's who it is. He's been after me for years. He put my address out there, my picture of my building. He actually Google Earthed my building and seen the scooter in there, and they assumed it was mine.
K Money, you
Have a
sound
good night,
like
Earl
my
Williams.
great Aunt Helen, and I loved her to death.
I didn't.
Well, see, I don't agree with doxing because doxing gets people hurt.
Oh yeah, but it's illegal to dox somebody and put your address and full name out there. That's illegal.
Well, I've watched channels where people have been sitting at home with their families and get swatted, and because of gung-ho cops, they've been shot because of having a cell phone in their hand.
Yeah. Well,
And the only reason is because somebody doxed their address.
Right. It's dangerous. But
These people just don't get it.
A lot of people, like, I don't know any of you up here. I'm only up here to clear my name. Apparently, I'm a racist now. I've never been a racist. I live in Canada. We get along here. There's a different demographic here in Canada than there is in America right now. We all get along. I do not have a problem with white people. I have a problem with racist white people. That's all. Just as white people would have a problem with racist black people. Now, I've been deemed a racist, a thief, and everything else, which is untrue.
And then there's racist Hispanics and racist blacks and racist Indians and racist Asian. I mean,
in general.
we could go the gambit across
It's
the whole.
racist in general.
Well,
Yeah.
You can go from neighborhood to neighborhood, and if somebody doesn't like the way you look, they're going to call you a racist.
Well, what I don't get is why this guy is lying on. Well, I know why he's getting.
I don't get why you guys are focusing on him.
Well, he's slandering my name. He's
But
using
the more you give him attention, the more you
not
give
giving him any attention.
We just don't tolerate disrespect.
I'm striking him and I'm hitting him with defamation. Oh, I'm going. I gave him the opportunity to take down those lying videos twice, and he just refuses. And he wants to make another series. So we're going to end this series now, okay?
Because he's using it to make money.
If you've got nothing to hide, then hide nothing. I mean,
I am not hiding nothing, but I will not have my name defamed, my character defamed out there. I don't roll like that. I'm not giving him any air to breathe. But I will give him the opportunity to just shut it down himself, which he obviously doesn't want to do.
He won't, K Money. He's using it to grift with.
Hey,
Oh,
K
okay.
Money. K
That's
Money.
all it's about to him is how much money can he get off of what he's doing.
K
Oh,
Money.
that
What do you
angle.
think about Walmart? Like, what's your thing about Walmart? What do you think about Walmart?
You have to understand, I'm in Canada, but I don't deal with Walmart at all. I don't
What
deal with
about
any of those.
Amazon?
Oh, I stopped dealing with Amazon. I don't shop like that. Why? Is there a problem with Amazon
Well,
and
well, no, that was kind of where we were in the conversation. Like,
oh, I'm sorry, but I don't even frequent those. I don't frequent Walmart. I don't frequent Amazon. I did shop. I like how Amazon sends you stuff, but
I
I
do
don't.
too.
I didn't like
It,
how they just left it at the top of your stairs and anybody could take it. Once they took a picture, I didn't like that, so that's why I stopped with
yeah, but
Amazon.
that's not necessarily their fault, right? You can't blame them for that. I mean, that's
Well,
the
no, COVID. Nobody would come and knock on
well,
your door and say, "Here's your parcel."
that's kind of like the Amazon pirates that follow the Amazon truck.
Okay, well,
But
Well,
yeah,
I took care of my Amazon pirates. They didn't like being electrocuted.
but I just want to change the conversation because I'm not gonna be up here for a long time. I'm usually not up here this long. But I was watching the beginning part of it. I'm going to go back and finish it, Boss Talk. But it's obviously this person doesn't know me at all, obviously, and he's getting his information from, and I'm going to call the AI pirate out, Joker John. That's who it is behind all this shit. He goes by many names, Bagger Yaga, Ghost Soldiers, all of those names. But that's fine. I don't care what people do. Just don't come at the organization, Grandmaster Jay. And what they've done was they've impersonated Grandmaster Jay. If you'll notice, they're not making an AI voice in his voice anymore, because isn't that against the law in America?
Yep.
They still been doing it. I don't know if you've
They're
seen
still
it.
doing
I
it,
haven't.
just
Oh,
not
I
as
haven't
often.
seen it. Please send
and
me the link.
that part of the conversation I'm lost in. I mean, sorry guys, I'm gonna
I know.
And K Money,
Yes.
he's doing what he's doing because he's irrelevant, and he knows he's irrelevant, and he's trying to make himself relevant.
Well, I don't see, if you guys can send me the links to these new AI voices of Grandmaster Jay, of them impersonating him, I would appreciate it.
Do you have Doofus's link?
Doofus has sent another one? He made another one, Doofus?
He got a couple over there on his channel.
Oh, no. We know about the ones from before, but I'm saying in the past week. Like, Boss, have you seen any new AI voices? Because I know they're using a different voice now.
Not on his. But yeah, I know they're trying to put different bullshit out, but different names. But I know I know they tried to say it was a private meeting with GMJ on a call.
Didn't Ant just put that out?
GMJ has not been on social media for over 3 years, period. So those voices are not him. It's them impersonating him. And what they want is Grandmaster Jay to come on my platform or for me to do a call with him. It's nobody's business. That's never going to happen. Never. So I don't have to prove anything to them. And
hey, nice to meet you guys. I don't understand most of what you're talking about, so I'm gonna check out. Everybody have a good night.
Have a good night.
You too.
K Money, I know GMJ, when he's ready to put out something, everybody's gonna know.
Well, he has put out statements through his
attorneys,
home team, but what you guys have to understand is Grandmaster Jay is fighting for his freedom right now and has been since day one.
Yeah.
So he's not going to be talking to anybody or doing any.
No, he's been concentrating on his court hearings.
Exactly. No, it's freedom. Court hearings and everything is appeal. I'm going to say it like that. So we don't have to prove anything, but these guys are coming out here just spouting hot air. So, yes.
Well, I do know this. When he does get out,
Oh yes.
Most of these people that have been doing this stuff
Yes.
are going to be wondering where the hell they're going to get the money to pay for it.
Yeah. You're right. You're right. When Grandmaster
It's
Jay
just not going to. That's not going to be cheap for them.
is when he's freed and coming back to us, he will straighten out everything. Everybody will know what was going on from then. But if people think that they're going to hear from Grandmaster Jay or his legal team, no, he has not and will not.
Well,
But
they will when he gets out, and it's a lawsuit against them.
I'm fighting to stop these AI voice, stop them from using my material of the NFAC in a bad light.
So
Period.
DOA was trying to say earlier that he's like, that wasn't her material.
Yes,
That
it
came
was.
from the NFAC website. And I
No, it
said,
didn't.
even if it did, how do you know that she didn't send it to the person running the NFAC website? And how do you know she's not the one running the NFAC website? You know, he don't know none of
You
this
don't have
shit.
access, first of all, to the NFAC website.
See, and see, he don't know any of this. He just wants to
No.
paint this picture
Yeah.
that he thinks he knows a lot about you. And I
Yeah,
kept
you know.
asking him, I'm like, prove, okay, tell us how much money she stole.
I didn't steal anything. I have never fundraised. I have never had a GoFundMe. I don't know. I know where they're getting it from. Joker John. I went through all this with Joker John years ago. Took Joker John's page, so that's why I'm targeted by them. But just like Joker John, Ant, or whatever you call him, I will have to do the proper means. I gave him opportunity to just take down the video. Just take it down first.
He thinks
I don't
it's
have to go
funny.
through all this.
He thinks it's a joke. So,
Yes,
so
he does.
for
But
real,
it's not a joke to me when you're trying to tell people that I'm stealing. I know
Right.
my people don't believe none of this,
right?
and I don't care what the other people think. But when you're defaming somebody's character, and then you want to contest me taking down the video of my video in your page, okay, so it's on. Let's go.
Boss, I want to thank you for letting me up. Mr. Black, you have a good night. K Money,
Yes, dear.
I'll let you and Boss talk. And I got to do this because you're in Canada, eh?
Okay.
And you have a good night, dear.
You too, Jeff. Thank
All
you.
right, later, bro.
Mr. Black went to sleep because he would have said hey already. He passed out. I'm sure.
Yeah, I've been messaging him like,
I'm sure he
you
passed
know,
out. You know, I don't come up on platforms often. You know that. And not for a long time. Sorry if I shut down your
no, you're good.
but I did wake up. My spirit woke me up and I said, what's going on? I know Boss Talk going to talk about it. Yes, okay, fine. This dude contested it, so that's why he's allowed to go live right now. So, okay. But if you think I'm just going to curl up, he's wrong. I could prove that's my video. I could prove he's defaming me. My name is K Money for a reason. Are you talking about $300? I'm going to pay $300 for a lawyer, whatever. You don't know what I'm going to pay. You know nothing. Okay? But I'll tell you this. I'm not going to let you slander the NFAC name, Grandmaster Jay, John Fitzgerald Johnson's name. You're not coming after us like you're doing. We aren't racists. We're trying to fix our community. Why do you have any business in this? What are you doing? Mind your own business. But like Jeff said, he's trying to make money. That's how he's making money? Is it really? Wow.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Wow.
Like I mean, just so he talks about people that don't have jobs and shit. He lives in this van, and to make money, he be going and traveling to different protests. He is a confidential informant.
Oh yes,
right?
I know that. I know that.
And you know, I had to show a few people the little recording of him speaking with the FBI. And I was trying to break that down to show people, like, bro, this is who y'all's dealing with, you know. And finally, he came on and admitted that he's a part-time confidential informant. And but at the same time, with him saying that, he wants to call this other chick and other people snitches. I'm like, you're a snitch.
Mhm.
You work as a confidential informant, and people ain't understanding. We don't know what his handler is wanting him to do, what his job as a confidential informant really is. Besides, I know it's informing his handler, but he's already said he wants to start a race war. Earlier,
Yeah.
which you'll see, he literally said he of course he wants to try to say he's just joking. With a straight face, he said, yeah, he literally said he wanted to start a war so that the black people and the white people will start killing each other.
Fighting each other. That's crazy.
He literally
That's
said that on here, and I'm like, wow, you really gonna admit that and expose that about yourself on my platform? Okay, then. So he just keeps telling on himself over here, but hey, that's good for me because I'm learning a lot more about him. So as other people, so that they can stop fucking with him. See, me, that's kind of what
Here goes for me. I don't have time to entertain none of these stupidness because it's stupid. It's there's a bigger picture out there. COINTELPRO is in full effect right now, but I'm not going to have it. I'm going to defend myself. I'm going to defend the people I support. Period. So, people that are coming out here lying and impersonating John Fitzgerald Johnson, Grandmaster Jay, no. We have to shut that down. And that's the ultimate goal, is to stop that. They already duped Doofus, because Doofus was gullible and believed he was talking to Grandmaster Jay, which he was not. So, and, but what I'd like is for everybody to stop talking about Grandmaster Jay. That man is fighting for his freedom. Okay? So what they do is they use everything off of social media platforms against people. That's what they do in courts. So this is why we just need to shut this down and let the appeals process go through. That's what I'm going to say. But that I'm going to let everybody know on Boss Talks Podcast. DOA knows nothing about me. You see how he gets information while he's speaking up here? It's Joker John feeding him information. I am not fat, y'all. I don't know where they come with K-Money's fat. That makes me laugh. I'm not fat. I am not in a I don't know what you call those contraption where people that can't walk sit on those scooters.
Electric scooter.
Yeah, electric scooter, because I explained to you before. They doxed my apartment building, and my neighbor, he has a few of them, actually. He has a few of them. And I'm an older woman, so you never know. God forbid that I won't be able to walk and I'll have to use one. And so what if I do have to use one later in life? I mean, it's all a joke to people, but it's not funny, okay? It's not funny. It's all a joke. But if you guys have any more information on them making any more AI videos on Supreme's name or voice, please let me know, because I need all that information. Okay. But yeah, I'm going to go back to watching your video now, Boss Talk, because I didn't catch all of it. I see him up there and he's laughing like it's funny. You think it's funny. You think, first of all, you think I'm Canadian. I am Canadian, but I'm also American. How about that? I understand I'm in Canada and I took down the page here in Canada, but they're wanting me to file in America. Okay, so be it. He thinks he's running free, but what he doesn't know is I'm up for this challenge. Oh, he doesn't know. He's taking information from Joker John. I'm going to call him Joker John, because I know who that person is that's making the AI voices that just won't stop. COINTELPRO at its finest. But just know this. I don't mind you using, or anybody using, my material from my page in a good light. But don't try to make it seem like we are a bunch of racists. No, we're not. We have to fix our community. Within our community, we will defend ourselves. That's it. That's it. You know, I hear about making America great again, and I'm just a Canadian. Oh, I'm a proud Canadian and a proud American. I don't know what's going on in America. I don't like what's going on in America because all I see is them killing our people in America. They just push down another older, elderly black woman in the ground. Like, who does that? We have a bigger problem at hand here. And that is the powers that be, the police, they're trying to fix themselves. I don't know what they're trying to do, but it doesn't seem like it's getting better. It doesn't seem like it's getting better at all. I don't know what you're throwing out there, Jeff, but okay. I'm going to just leave it there just to let people know that what comes out of DOA's mouth about me is all lies. I have never fundraised for anybody, not even Grandmaster J, okay? I have never done a GoFundMe. Years ago, that person, Joker John Bagger Yaga, tried to put me on I don't know what, GoFundMe, but I didn't care because it wasn't me. They wouldn't talk about me, but they tried to make it seem it was me. Okay, fine. Do you guys. I don't care. But just don't use my material because I will hit you with a copyright. And I'm going to show you now. I give you the opportunity to take it down first, and you don't want to. You want fair use. It's not fair use for you to slander my name like you're doing. It's not fair use for you to impersonate Grandmaster J. That's not fair use. What is that? That's illegal. That's what that is. But I thank you, Boss Talk, for bringing awareness to everything and showing me who the players are, because now I know who you are.
Already.
Okay. You have a great evening.
You too.
And I am not a racist. I am a proud black woman that loves her people, and only we could fix us. So we're trying to fix us. We have a lot to fix in the community, but we don't need help from outsiders to come in and try and start race wars. No, that's not happening. Thank you, guys. And I will talk to you. It was funny how to get up here. I didn't even know I had to make a new avatar because, you know, I want you to see you. It was me, you know, it's me.
Already.
But you take care. I don't know how you do these 5-hour lives, bro. Whoa. Anyway, you take care, my brother.
All right, you too. Talk to you soon.
Now. I'm going back to watch the beginning of your video, see what this fool got to say. What else he's lying about. Okay, honey. Bye now.
Bye. Wow. Shit, y'all. This is, like she said, 5-hour show. I want to say this is the first time, this show at least, that it's just been me on here since like the first hour, maybe hour and a half, something like that. Because I know little fucktard hopped on here. No, he hopped on here pretty fucking quick, it seems like. Yep, within the first hour. No, not even that. It was within the fucking first 20 minutes. I think he came on here. about the 21 minute mark. I'm talking about Ant. So it's at 5 hours and 14 minutes. So we almost went 5 hours with just panel talk type shit. And literally this, I mean, yeah. So normally it don't happen like that. Like we'll have people up, and then eventually everyone will get off, and then I'll come back like this, and then someone else might hit the link, you know. But honestly, I'm gonna keep it real. I don't want to sound rude. If someone was to hit the link, I guess it would have to be. It would definitely have to depend on who it is, because I know like I don't know who it was by the name Pimp. But they never said anything. I think they came up 2 or 3 times and didn't like hop in, say anything. So, excuse me. Like I just feel like if you're gonna hit the link, yeah, I mean, at any time y'all can just, I mean, I understand some people may y'all want to show respect and just wait for a certain person to stop talking, but I've been on multiple panels. I've had multiple panels where if you just let a certain somebody talk, they'll take over the whole show, you know. And today, which y'all know, I turned my camera off multiple times. I was handling business throughout the house, and y'all didn't even know it. I'm eating all types of shit, you know, while discussions was being had. You know, I of course, even though I was walking out the room, I took my phone, turned it up so I could hear what was being said, type shit. But yeah, I was just moving. I'm like, okay, they're talking, which I'm gonna keep it real. R. Williams was very, very long-winded. But I'm not saying that anybody on the show today is doing this, but I know when it comes to certain shit that I speak on, like what we speaking on with Ant, I've heard and seen in the comments and people that have came on. Why do you even basically why do I even care, or why do I even waste my time on speaking on the shit that they're doing? Well, and yeah, I understand if I don't talk about it, I'm not buying into any of it, but it don't matter because somebody, let's be real, if there's somebody out there that gets around the same amount of views I have or more, and they're speaking bullshit ass lies about me, I'm definitely going to speak up on that, you know, reply to it or whatever, because me, first of all, and like y'all, most of y'all know, I don't tolerate disrespect. And most of the time, when somebody got something disrespectful or negative to say about me, I'm gonna reply. You know, it's just what it is. You know, and it's not like I'm replying to the fuckboy Ant because he said he doesn't like me or whatever. No, I'm replying because this motherfucker is behind the scenes involved in some extra shit, saying he's gonna start a race war, coming on here saying that he's gonna try to do what he can to get black people and white people to kill each other. And really, I didn't even want to use that word. That just kind of slipped out. But yeah, to knock each other off, you know. He said that on here today. I don't care if a motherfucker says, you got to get a sense of humor. You got to know when someone's joking. There's certain shit you just don't joke about. There's certain shit, yeah, maybe on here, like out of us, a motherfucker can say a certain something and be like, oh, I'm just joking. Okay, now let's be real. What you just said, you can't say that legally. You couldn't go into a courtroom or around a cop and say that you're going to start a race war and that you're going to start some shit to where black people and white people will start knocking each other off. You can't get away with that shit even if you're just joking. So, me, I take all threats seriously. I don't give a fuck if they're just joking. You know how many, growing up, I've been in so many situations that could have led very bad. It didn't even go nowhere. It was just all talk, like on the phone, through Facebook, where motherfuckers is like, when I see you, I'm gonna knock you off. You know, or all types of fucking threats. You know, I don't call cops, but every time a motherfucker said, when I see you, this is what's gonna happen, blah blah blah. Like motherfuckers that want to fight, okay, I got you. We can meet up now. Okay, well that's cool. We can meet up, but they telling me you better bring a gun. You better bring a gun because if not, you're fucked. I've been in those situations, you know, so I take it all serious. And in that situation, best believe I showed up. And I showed up. They told me to bring it. If somebody tells me that it was supposed to be a fist fight, me against 5 others, well, I'm not stupid. I'm going to bring some people with me. Even though I got confidence in how I can fight, I'm not stupid. So we showed up. It was broad daylight. So this, they were talking about, oh, you better bring one. You better bring that heat, or you know, read them between the lines. So yeah, of course we brought it. I would be stupid not to listen to somebody that doesn't like me, is threatening to harm me, and telling me if you show up or when you show up, you better bring it with you, because if not, that's your ass. Bet. I got you. I'm definitely gonna listen, you know, and that's what happened. And they were bitches, you know. And see, I'm calling them bitches because they was bitches. But to a lot of you bitch made motherfuckers on here, they ain't bitches compared to y'all. Like, they have shot at motherfuckers, done shit, you know. Pistol whip motherfucker, the brakes off some motherfuckers. These certain people that I'm talking about, right? But, you know, I've been through the same shit too. So I wasn't afraid of no gangster, no killer. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna keep it real. I was with killers that day. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we showed up. I don't know. Maybe they looked in the car and was like, and noticed certain somebody's in there. I don't know. All I know was I'm on my way and I'm like, all right, where y'all gonna be at? You know, I'm pulling up in their hood, and we were supposed to meet. I'll just say in a specific area. Like, I don't want to give exact fucking details, which I think, honestly, I may have told the story before and said those details. But yeah, you know, and I drove around that motherfucker so many times, that area he told me to pull up on. Where you at? We're almost there. We're like right around it was an apartment complex right around this building. Okay. So I pull in a parking spot waiting. And they answering the phone and everything. And I'm out there. I'm like, bro, I'm out here, bro. Dead ass. No, you ain't. Where you at then? We on the court. We over here. We over there. So I'm like having to drive around all over like, bruh, okay, you said you're over here. Now you say, what the fuck? Stay there. I'm coming. And they was just talking. I wasted my time, all that shit. But I take every threat seriously. I don't care if someone is saying they're joking. And anybody on here in the comments that want to say that, is cool with DOA and y'all want to take up for him by saying, you just got to know the type of person he is. He likes to joke a lot. I don't. I like to laugh and shit like that, but shit like that, I don't joke about. I don't fucking joke about. So, the fuckboy came on here and we didn't get nowhere with it. Next time he comes, I'm gonna keep it real. Next time he comes, I will. I'm only gonna speak to him by myself. I know I said that at the beginning, but I only brought Black up here because it was about K Money, and I know he was wanting to speak on that situation. But yeah, the next time, and I'm gonna drill your ass by myself if you can really fucking handle it, because you can't fuck with me, bro. You really can't. Well, we'll see with I'm not calling the police on him. As far as all the things he's done, I know there has been certain people that got restraining orders and shit on him, but he's getting away with it, that type of shit, because as far as all this going on that I know of, nobody is calling the cops about it. I'm not saying do it, but he's a confidential informant. This may be what they want him to do. That's why I try to tell a lot of people it's deeper than or it could be deeper than what motherfuckers know. Some that don't know the history of like COINTELPRO and shit, they wouldn't even think. This is what they'll say. DOA, man, he's nothing. Like, it's not as big as what you can think. Like, bruh, first of all, I don't know. Confidential informants, they don't gotta be no fucking James Bonds or no what's his name? Jason Bournes. They don't gotta be no type motherfuckers like that. Just regular people that can do whatever they're asked of, and then report back to them. Simple. A snitch. Same shit. They're probably funding them. Because they are, just like the audio where he talked to the FBI. They're willing to pay him to be a confidential informant. And he says part-time. I'm assuming part-time because he may not be getting full-time payments. The amount of money he gets probably equals up to part-time. So he's doing part-time work, getting part-time money to snitch on people. Don't make no sense. Because see, in my opinion, he hasn't snitched on a person that ain't one of those that will play with you. There's people out here for real, which I ain't trying to scare them or nothing, but y'all all know. Y'all can look at movies, shows, real life shit. People out here that don't play about snitching, they'll really do something to you. You know, I don't think he'll snitch on somebody that he knows will do something to him, will whoop his ass or whatever. It goes deeper than that. You know, there are people out there that if you snitch on them, instead of them coming to you, they're going to go to one of your loved ones first. And then probably tell you some shit like, I'm just speaking in theory, you know, like tell you some shit like, yo, you better come to this address. If you don't come alone, and I feel like you call the cops, or if I see any cops pull up, you should know what goes next if you watched a few movies in your life, you know. That's why I say with snitching, y'all gotta really, before you really try to snitch on somebody, you should think of the whole situation. Like, yeah, okay, you might be wanting to snitch on that person to get them locked up. Okay, but if they got locked up, are they going to have to do 15, 20 years? If they do, now I'm not talking about if they're like a chomo or something, do what you do. But I'm talking about some other shit. You go snitching and because you wanted to get in their fucking business when you had no reason to get in their business, you could take you could break a family apart. I know I spoke on this before, but snitching is just and with him just thinking it's funny to admit that he's a part-time confidential informant, and then to go and say that AP's a snitch. And then I say, how can you say she's a snitch when you are too? And then he wants to say, well, but she snitches more than I do. It don't matter. It don't matter if you've snitched. If someone that has snitched 100 times is in the same category as someone that has snitched one time. A person can snitch one time and get someone life in prison. Someone can snitch 100 times and not get one person put in life or in prison for life. Let's be real. That could happen. So a snitch is a snitch. And look, if you're the type that is a cop caller and y'all believe in the crooked system of the police, okay, that's your right. But if you say that you're not the type that calls the cops, if you say that you don't like cops and all this other shit, those are the people that are considered snitches. And that's him. Fuckboy Ant is a snitch as confidential informant, which, yeah, confidential informant is a snitch. So he's admitted to it. I'm not just sitting here making bullshit up. And I don't give a flying fuck if a motherfucker says, he was just joking. He's being sarcastic. You gotta be able to know when he's joking. I don't care if it was a joke. I take that shit serious because it is serious. Someone telling on somebody that could get somebody in a lot of trouble or whatever, especially when the motherfucker's lying. Motherfucker like him is the type to put somebody in jail or get someone put in jail for no reason, but simply because he don't like them. Those types of motherfuckers are evil. They only care about themselves, you know. Like me, for example. I got kids. He would snitch on me if he could. Like if he had something on me, he would snitch on me and not give a fuck how much time I would have to do in jail, right? Because he's selfish. He ain't thinking about, oh shit, Boss Talk is a parent, an everyday parent, and his kids need him. And that would break up, a family type of shit. I'm just speaking and giving you examples of why I don't like snitches. And I know I'll bring him on here, and I could cuss him out the entire time that he's on here. But I want to break it down. I want to really sit here like I have already a couple times and conversate and really bring everything out. Get it, make for sure I get it, what I'm trying to get out of him. I have my motherfucking ways, which, yeah, he could lie. But shit, I don't know if it's I just ask him a certain way or if it's just he's dumb as hell. Because I have, on this show, I have literally got him to admit to some of the craziest shit. The craziest shit. He's admitted he's a confidential informant. He's admitted he wants to start a race war. Trying to think when I might be live again. There's so many times where I'll be like me, I really don't like doing back-to-back shows. Meaning I did one today. Well, Saturday. I don't know, voice crack. But Saturday and then Sunday. I really don't like doing that because my shows are long. And I understand some of y'all that do watch all my show, y'all like breaking it up in parts. Y'all don't just watch it all at once. Because I understand that's going to take 5 hours out of your day. If you start watching that at 8, you're going to be watching it till after 1 o'clock. So, that takes up half your day. So, yeah. But, yeah, I already know. Some of y'all be listening while y'all's at the gym or at work. So it kind of gives you something to listen to kill time or if you're riding around, taking trips. Like me, when I'm taking a long trip, I like listening to music or, videos, podcasts or some type of shit, But I think it's about yeah. My body is speaking for me. It's about that time to get off. I do got a busy day Monday. That's why I was saying I'm not sure. I'm thinking maybe Tuesday, but you never know, bro. Shit could just pop up, And see, to the people that's viewing right now, and maybe later. I know there's a lot of y'all like newer viewers that since y'all been watching, because I haven't talked about actually done a show on the dude Kendick, I was exposing him for a cool little minute. Then I took a break because, you know, a lot of people, they used to say Boss Talk wouldn't have a show, or when he could only get views if he talks about him, right? Which was a lie. They was just hating that all the time I was exposing the fuck out of him on a regular for multiple reasons. It wasn't like I was just sticking on one thing he did. No, I was talking about so many different things that this bitch did, you know. But for you new viewers that don't know, I think eventually, I don't know when, I think I may need to start back here and there on updating some people, because I know a lot of people that used to watch me expose the fucking shit out of him. I would update y'all on what's going on with what he's doing, you know. But what I wanted to do was, because, you know, let's be real, he's in jail. So, you know, which I have not been paying attention to most of his shit. So if he has went live, I haven't watched it. And normally when that happens, somebody would kind of tell me, hey, he went live. So I don't even know if he's doing that. Last I heard, he was in the mental institution, which he'll be eventually be back in jail. But that's something that yeah, y'all can, you know, kind of tag along and watch and understand what is going on, because I know a lot of y'all don't know the backstory. That's why when Aunt the bitch wanted to try to team up with him, I was like, oh my, this shit is crazy, you know, because Kendick really is a fuck boy, for real. Threatens kids, don't take care of his kids, choked and beat his baby mama up in front of his kids. You know, like, that right there should be enough. But there's so much more that he's done to make a motherfucker not like him. But yeah, I don't know whenever I will do another show on him, you know, because trust me, I already know there's a and this a whole this break, the shit that I've been talking about here lately, it's a completely different world than fuck. I'm getting tired, y'all. But it's a totally different world than, you know, the Kendick shit and all the other shit that I've talked about before, you know. But yeah, maybe y'all can hop on there. I hope that if when and if I do like speak on him again, I hope that none of you motherfuckers like hear him talk and is like, oh, I like him, you know, because yeah, one thing about him, he's good at making a motherfucker believe him. I give him that. Until a motherfucker like me comes around and says, look, it's bullshit. Here's the proof, you know. I've had a few of his followers or supporters, whatever you want to call it, find out the real. They hear they're supporting him, and they find out a guy named Boss Talk is just going in on him. And then he wants to go on his show saying, yeah, there's this guy named Boss Talk. Yeah, he lied on my name, which I wasn't. You know. But we're all grown on this motherfucker and we think for ourselves. So everyone can peep shit. So whenever he says something and then I say something and then I actually show proof, it speaks for itself. And then y'all can go from there on what you. There's a lot of people that was literally supporting him and did not like me, but then when they realized, oh shit, Boss Talk ain't lying, he's for real, they stopped fucking with him, came subscribe to me, became a viewer, over here. I mean, that's happened a lot in different situations, including his girlfriends, 2 of them. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, one hung out with one, ended up talking to the other one, like on a regular basis, like on the phone, texting, all that shit. He couldn't fuck with me. Me and him's different. One thing different between me and him is he can never just be able to call my wife. He can never, even if I was locked up, he can never show up to Memphis and actually pull it off, doing a live show with my wife and kicking it and all that shit. He could never pull that off. I did. I did. And I love it. I think it was great. It was funny. That was real comedy right there. I know even my supporters did not like it. For real, they didn't. They did not want me going and doing a show with Kendrick's girlfriend, because there was this big issue because his girl Julia, she was taken up for him. So of course, if you got a person that you're dating or whatever, you're always gonna have their back. So if they got enemies, you're gonna have their back. So that's pretty much what it was. All she was doing was having his back. But shit, me and him was like literally still beefing, still talking shit. When I showed up, she wasn't picking sides. Matter of fact, we was cool. We was cool. That video is still up. Even though y'all only got to see what was on the video. Like the stuff that happened before and after, like kicking it and shit like that. That was shit that we didn't, and the stuff that we talked about, that was stuff that we didn't want to put on the internet. Well, that she didn't want on the internet, such as certain stuff that she didn't want to talk about because she felt uncomfortable. I said, that's fine. We don't gotta touch on that. Nothing. It is what it is, But yeah, hey y'all, I love y'all. I'm getting sleepy. The more and more I talk, I'm gonna keep yawning. And what I want to go and do is go lay in that soft ass bed, right? That bed, when I get up in there, like it's like I'm sleeping on soft ass cheeks. You know what I'm saying? The whole bed, thousands of ass cheeks, all. I got a huge bed, and it's like laying on not thousands, but at least 100 soft ass, jiggly ass butt cheeks, and I, just so yeah, it's very fucking comfortable. You go lay on that motherfucker and fall asleep in 30 seconds, But yeah, I'll be back soon. Don't know what it's gonna be about. I never do. I'll freestyle this shit, y'all. This shit ain't scripted. You know, I know someone try to come on here and say, this show, I could tell it was Brett's bitch ass. This show was scripted. Bitch, none of my shows have been scripted. I ain't no fucking actor. This is real deal. Like, I'm just talking to you. Whatever. I'm just speaking. That's all it is. I'm not reading off a teleprompter, nothing. No one's telling me what I can and can't fucking say on my fucking show. Even if I go on someone else's show, I'm gonna say what the fuck I want. If they don't like it, they can kick me off. But I'm gonna say what I want. Yeah. You know. Just how it is. You know. Fuck it. But yeah, hey. I love y'all. If y'all haven't, if y'all don't mind, hit the thumbs up. If y'all, 64 people on here, 43 likes. Come on, y'all. Like, let's be real now. Let's be real. Come on now. There's 64 people on here right now. Well, my phone says 67. This says 64. So whatever it is. And there's only 43 likes. Like, come on, y'all. Y'all been on here for a minute, I'm assuming. Right? So, if y'all's on here, why not like it? Because if you don't like me, that's cool. But I'm just saying, like, you're watching me though. And if you have spent at least an hour or more on here, I definitely think you should like it, because if I got, well, not just me, but the other people that was on here, or even the comment section, if something kept you here that long, bruh, you gotta at least give it a like, because it kept you occupied. It kept your attention. People. I know a lot of people just be hating because they're like, no, I don't want to give him that like just because. But it's like, come on, you there's something that if you didn't like it, you would have been gone. Even if you don't agree, it's something that kept you here. It's something. Even if it wasn't me, if it was the chat or the other people, I'm talking about this show. I'm not asking for you to go down the list of all my shows and just give it a like. No, really like the ones that you liked. And if you have been here watching it for a cool minute, it has to be something that, even if you didn't like the video, how can I say it? Like, if you couldn't stop watching it, if you're still here, come on, man. Don't hate. Don't hate the player. Hate the game, but for real, because, and also I'll say, if you don't like DOA, definitely hit the thumbs up. He comes in this bitch and onto the show with right after the 20-minute mark, like 21 minutes, something like that, and we go from there. He was on for a cool little minute. Seemed about like an hour or longer, but yeah, I don't want to hear no one saying he was joking. Fuck all the joking shit. Fuck that. Y'all gotta take life a little more serious. Nobody should be joking and saying they want to start a race war. Okay, so if there's some redneck white guys, right? And then they say the N-word with the hard ER. And then say, I was just joking, bro. that makes it okay just because they said, I was just joking. You can't take a joke. So I don't want to hear he was just joking, bro. Because I'm telling you, and y'all know as well, y'all are fucking grown. There's certain shit you don't say unless you're serious. You don't joke about serious shit like that. And every time, to me, I know when the motherfucker is trolling. Trust me, it's so obvious. As I said, it's real common psychology. Like 80% of communication is body language. It's obvious when he's trolling. And it's obvious when he's serious. You know, when he thinks something's funny and he's joking about shit, yeah, you can see it in his face. But you could see it in his face that he was serious about wanting to start a race war. So yeah, y'all keep that in mind. He's a bitch, y'all. And for those that are listening, look, my email is just think about the name of my show, Boss Talks Podcast 777. So the name of my show with 3 7s at gmail.com. Easy. Boss Talks Podcast 777 at gmail.com. The reason I'm saying that is because I'm pretty sure I know the facts. But me, I like to fact check shit before I really go on and say it. So if you don't mind, I need, and if you're not sure, please don't reach out, because I want real deal information. I don't want no bullshit. I want facts. Is he, meaning Ant, the fat fucking pig ass defender of cans, right? Or defender of assholes. Is he a felon? Because it said that he was found guilty or whatever of 3 different felonies. Yeah, I for real want to know, like, is he a felon? Because I know he's talked about guns and shit, and then he tried to say, you know what? Fuck it, like, I don't want to get guns. There's just no point, blah, blah, blah. That shit rubbed me the wrong way when he said that. All it did was make me think, I know what you're doing. You're trying to make people believe, man, fuck guns, I don't like them. But deep down, it's because you can't have them, right? Is that what it is? Sure, my favorite Memphis musician. Shit. And I don't know. I don't know. There's a few of them out there, and I'm not gonna lie. I don't listen to a lot of the new Memphis rappers, but like I like Elite Chopper. I mean, I like most of them, you know, like Dolph. And I'm gonna keep it real. Like back in the day, I fucked with some of Yo Gotti's music, but because of the beef that him and I'm gonna say Gotti, the fuck Dolph had, I ain't gonna lie, I kind of picked Dolph's side. Cause y'all gotta understand, I was there, like there, not when it happened. I showed up to the cookie shop, to Makita's cookies, and saw Dolph's body in the building, just laid out. Right, traffic was. I mean, I'm sure people thought the same thing like me. Like, what? Young Dolph is over there. He got in a shootout. So there, I mean, so many people showed up thinking they was gonna be able to get out and I don't know, see him, but he died, and he died inside the store, and yeah, it was just crazy. So because they wouldn't let nobody on the crime scene uh or until they got certain information, I couldn't do shit. So all I could do was kind of just drive past Makita's, and which was very slow. I would stop, pull up a little bit, have to stop. So I mean, we pretty much sitting there like just looking. You know, I think I may have recorded a few videos, and then the next day was a memorial that they was having for him, which of course they had to clear the crime scene. They boarded up the whole cookie shop because the cookie shop, like, they had glass window, of course, glass windows, but it was like the whole front side was all glass, the door, all that, all it got busted out. Like the shots, whoever was shooting was either scared and didn't know what they was doing, or somebody was just taking a gun and just boom, 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 just shooting all over. Because if someone is right this way, you should just be aimed right at that way. It shouldn't be you aiming way up here. Because there were shots way up, I mean, just too high, you know. But yeah, I went to his memorial. We got shot at. It was a drive-by shooting. We got shot at, you know. And the dude that shot at us, he wasn't shooting at like me specifically. He just, I guess, seen someone, and he didn't care that it was broad daylight and that there was like 4 or 5 cops sitting out there just in case, I guess, something happened at the memorial. And yeah, he fucking sped by, let off some shots, and he may have still been caught eventually, but he crashed, you know, crashed right down the road, and the cops caught up to him, and they got arrested, you know. But y'all, I love y'all. I see it just, well, we're about 3 minutes past the 6-hour mark, so that's a good enough, long enough video. I love y'all. I'll see y'all. I'll talk to y'all soon. And to the people on here, listen, y'all, don't be afraid of hitting the link. You know, I don't bite. I'm cool. I'll never disrespect nobody until I'm disrespected first. Remember that. A lot of people, they hear it, but they just let it go in one ear and out the other. I will never disrespect you unless you disrespect me. You know. So yeah. Y'all have a good rest of the day. I stayed up a little too late. I I got church. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Motherfuckers could say, "Oh, you cuss a lot." Okay, well, fuck you. You ain't perfect either. You know, but I still believe in God, I still love him, I still fear him. And ain't nothing gonna stop me from getting in an environment where I feel positivity and I know that the presence of God is there. He's here right now because I'm speaking on him type, you know. But y'all know what I'm talking about. Certain churches or whatever it is that you call yours, mosque, whatever it is, y'all know what I'm talking about. That peaceful feeling. Which I'm not trying to say. I know church isn't for everybody, but if you don't, y'all need to get positive spaces to go to every so often. If you're going every day throughout your life and you're never going to any event or anything that has a lot of positivity about it, a lot of people that's, you know, in a great mood, like just when you could feel the peaceful, the good vibes, like all of that, you could feel it. If you're not around that on a regular, like at least 2, 3 or more times a week, that's not good. You got to step it up. And church doesn't have to be at church. Worshiping God can happen anywhere. We could do it right here. You know, you can do it with your family, you know, as long as, you know, you're taking this serious in your heart. You're really trying to understand what it is that I ain't trying to preach. I hope y'all should know that y'all's fucking grown. You know, y'all should know it's common sense. You know, but yeah, I love y'all, and I could always use prayer. Anybody can, right? If y'all are praying people, I just ask y'all. I don't come on here and be like, hey, will y'all donate? Will I send something to my Cashapp? I don't be coming on here doing that. But what I will ask is for prayer. Oh, I can always ask for that. I'm not ashamed to ask somebody, hey, will you pray for me? You know, everybody up on here. If you do, I ask that you do. You know, and if you're a woman or a man of God and you don't like me, and I'm asking you, please pray for me. You know. Even if you don't like me, you're technically still supposed to. I understand. Trust me, I understand if you're like, man, fuck that. I really ain't trying to, you know, I understand. But y'all know, like, yeah. Oh no, you're good. It really wasn't a tragic moment. I'm not gonna lie. Like that shootout, I'm numb to shootings. You know what I'm saying? It's different for me than most people. Like I hit the ground when he started shooting because I didn't want to get hit. But once I seen I seen where the shots was coming from after so long, and I seen the car speed off, and then a cop car take the fuck off after him. So I'm like, okay, he's gone. The threat's gone. So everybody started getting up, and I'm like, damn, like I can't believe that shit just happened. I wasn't traumatized or nothing behind that, but But yeah, I love it. I know I've told y'all so many times. I love y'all. I'm getting up off here for real. I'm about to hit end stream because I'll just keep talking, y'all, and they get more and more tired. And it's 3:44 where I'm at. I have to wake up. Like, ugh. I have to wake up. Well, I'm not complaining that I have to wake up. I said that and didn't finish what I was saying. I have to wake up early. I don't know. I may just set my alarm for a little later than I normally do. I'll just have to rush around in the morning. That's about it. But I hate rushing. You know, I won't rush. If I'm rushing so much that because I always forget shit if I rush. So if I'm rushing so fast that I feel like, oh shit, like, I'll forget something, I'll leave the house, be like, fuck, see, that's why I don't like rushing. Ain't no one in this bitch gonna rush me. But yeah, y'all stay up, y'all stay dangerous, stay safe. Yeah. I put my email out there. I didn't type it. I said it out loud. BossTalkPodcast 777 at gmail.com. If y'all want to hit me up, it's cool to hit me up just to chop it up. But, hit me up with some details, some real deal info on a motherfucker, because, hey, we can all work together. If you don't have a show, but you got information that I don't, you can give me the information and I can put your information out on here. It's a win-win. The information you got that you want to fucking blast a motherfucker with, but you can't put it out there because not that many people will see it. Okay, well, and I know I don't have 30,000 people watching, but in this small YouTube world, there's a bunch of people that's tuned in that knows something about something. They may not watch every video of mine, but probably every now and then they probably do, because a lot of them ain't got no choice. If they want to hear the facts, they'll just have to suck it up and come watch. But yeah, all right, I'm out this bitch. I love y'all.